You spied for the country for 30 years. Yet in the end you were sentenced to death. None of the top officials stood up for you, because the old leaders who knew the truth had sacrificed. 7 years ago you abandoned your wife and child, taking the state's top scientific research, flying the latest fighter jet to defect to the enemy country, wielding blades against your compatriots on the battlefield, killing your former comrades, even causing the death of your own daughter. Becoming the enemy's war god, your name was destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame, despised by 1.8 billion people nationwide. And today is the day you are tried after your arrest. Escorting you is your former wife, now the great Xia's war goddess. Her eyes look at you coldly, showing no sign of past affection. The great Xia's know. One court is broadcasting the trial globally. The court inside and outside is filled with people. The judge asks if you know your crime of treason. You remain calm. Many present are your former comrades and disciples. They clench their teeth, wanting to know what grievances you have. But you just smile slightly and say, "I plead guilty." The courtroom is in an uproar. The judge questions you sternly, asking if you ever regretted the treason and deception. You reply firmly that you have no regrets. The global live stream explodes, simply shameless and inhuman. So many died because of you, killing comrades and slaughtering your adoptive parents' family. Your crimes are extremely evil, yet you feel no remorse. Only the most vicious people can do this. The live stream screen is flooded with demands for your death penalty. Everyone wants you dead, yet you remain calm, even smiling perversely. Amid public indignation, you get your death sentence as wished, and all procedures are simplified to be carried out in 3 days. Just as everyone is overjoyed, your former wife raises an objection, disagreeing with your death sentence. Just as some think it's because she still cares. Unexpectedly, she is full of hatred, saying a scumbag like you is let off too easily with death. She requests to put your memories on trial, exposing them publicly for the world to see your true self. The entire court is shocked. Not just you but your memories will be tried, surely worse than death. Soon the officials bring in top-secret memory reading devices. This is the world's most advanced memory reader. Once one, it will expose your inner world, leaving you no place to hide. Hearing everyone curse you, you are at ease, knowing all who knew your secret had passed. But you have no regrets, for you have completed your mission, and now no one cares if you live or die, only wanting you dead. The staff quickly set up the equipment and read your memories, broadcasting them directly to the livestream, about to go live globally. As electricity flows through your body, your dim memories are forcibly awakened and projected onto the live broadcast screen. Under the cold stares of the world, 2 figures appear in the memory, you and your wife. Your wifing pulls your hand, begging you not to go as your daughter has a fever, but you just say get lost, then slap her before storming out. Seeing this, your wifing on the trial bench trembles. Exposing your memories is like reopening her wounds. Yet in the next second, you and the memory seem to murmur "I'm sorry" with tears as you turn. What? Everyone is shocked, wondering if they misheard. A vicious scumbag like you actually said sorry? The scene is replayed dozens of times, confirming you really said it. Even your wifing watches in surprise. Then the scene cuts to a red-walled room, the highest secret place in Great Xia, and you stand there now. Before you are 3 seated figures facing away. In an instant, the whole world holds its breath, watching this scene intently. Unknowingly, they are affected by the emotional impact of your memories, forgetting to breathe in shock. The middle figure scolds, "Once you accept this mission, everything you had will be taken back, and you will be cursed beyond redemption. Of course you have a wife and child, so you can still back out now." Everyone is stunned, but you agree with determination, leaving only the old man's sigh that the country owes you. Here the scene temporarily disappears. The courtroom is completely silent. For a moment you have become the most mysterious man in the world. The global live broadcast switches to the courtroom scenes, and large commercial screens also start broadcasting. Everyone is looking forward to the exposure of your true memories. Even your wifing seems to be meeting you for the first time, while you remain in the dark, unable to speak but can hear the outside world. You can't help but smile perversely. Just these few scenes have frightened everyone. Wait till it really starts. I hope 100,000 people worldwide won't be scared to death. Because your experience is like a horror film, jumping back and forth between angel and devil, always full of twists and turns. Because of the shocking impact of your few memory scenes, the executioner is invited to the courtroom, with the gun pointed at your head, ready to execute you immediately if the memories prove you are a traitor. In this suffocating atmosphere, your spinning memory scenes buzz and flicker. Your true memories appear behind you, and in the instant the first scene appears, everyone's eyes pop wide open and they jump up. How is this possible? This is a massacre, a mass slaughter. Foreign mercenaries are invading and killing everyone. But the you in the memory is just a 6-year-old child.
Your parents died tragically protecting you and your siblings. At just 6 years old, you have entered a hell that most people won't experience in a lifetime. But the live and courtroom audience show no sympathy, thinking your tragic experience must have twisted you psychologically to betray your country. The live chat unanimously wants you executed immediately. But your former wife Ing, now the great Xia war goddess, stops them. How can he be allowed a quick death before the treason scenes appear? The memory scenes continue to flicker, showing you and your sister about to be slaughtered. When suddenly a powerful armed force appears, annihilating the foreign mercenaries and saving you. A middle-aged man of imposing manner. The 5-star badge on his shoulder shocks everyone when it appears. Even your wife Ing is dumbfounded. It's the previous 5-star war god of Long Kingdom, Old Dragon King. Facing such danger, 6-year-old you is completely unfazed, taking the dagger and personally beheading the injured enemy. The final scene flashes to you kneeling before Old Dragon King, and being adopted by his capable general, War Vanguard. When the scene focuses on War Vanguard's smiling face, the court explodes. The curses against you reach a peak. Because this is 7 years ago, when you massacred his entire family, the pillar of Long Kingdom, one of Great Xiao's few war kings. You were Old Dragon King's mighty general, single-handedly supporting half of Great Xiao's skies. You raised him to the position of 5-star war god. Yet you cruelly massacred his entire extended family, dozens of people, shocking the world back then. On the trial bench, even your wife Ing trembles, hating that she can't rip out your heart to see why you did this, you beast. Your former comrades and disciples on the court clench their fists and gnash their teeth. Even the host's eyes fill with tears, unable to describe your extreme evil. The world's shock toward you instantly reaches its peak. Then as electricity flows through your body, your dim memory scenes, a line of blood-red dasha without the god of war popped up, which is in English. Then the scene cuts to 3 foreign top war gods and 100,000 soldiers invading in secret. Seeing the Great Xiao's geniuses being wiped out, everyone is silent, then shows fearful expressions, recalling the shocking battle 7 years ago, which the enemy called No God Day. But not that Great Xia had no gods, but that day, the enemy's top war gods mysteriously perished in one night, and history only recorded it was by a hero from Great Xia. At this moment in Great Xia's top secret rooms, some white-haired elders stand up in shock, yelling to block the scenes and forbid broadcasting. Some try to stop the memory scenes, but it's too late. Under the world's mocking gazes, a youth appears before the 100,000 soldier kings, raising his hand to inject himself with a serum. Once injected, he will lose sensation and turn into a monster. The next second, only a blurry figure rushes into the enemy troops, and the audience on screen starts screaming, too terrifying. Though his face can't be seen clearly, everyone knows in their hearts that it's you. 1 against 10,000, no one dares look you in the eye as you slaughter them all silently. Even your wife Ing, who hates you to the bone, is stunned. War God, your heavenly performance lives up to the title of Great Xiao's war god. As time passes, regardless of injury or blood loss, you continue slaughtering the foreign troops madly. Sacrificing yourself like this for the nation, how can you be a traitor? But just seconds later, some start cursing in whispers. You must have lost your humanity in that massacre. That's why you later made the decision to betray the nation and kill your family. In an instant it's echoed by all. The global live chat, whether truly angry or just watching for fun, all demand you be shot dead on the spot. Because there's no need to watch further. Even your wife, who defended you twice, now stays silent. She also wants you to die immediately. The judge orders execution right away. At the same time, doctors start examining your physical condition to ensure killing you in one shot, leaving no chance of survival. After a full examination, the doctors and nurses are shocked by the results. Your body has 582 scars, big and small, 108 of them fatal wounds. You have 45 bullets in your body, 13 of them just centimeters from your heart. Everyone is shocked, then filled with curiosity about you, wondering how you were wounded so and are still alive. As the scenes flicker, the you in them has married your current wife Ing. Seeing the warm scenes of them together in the memories, her eyes twitch. If not for your treason, you would have been a good man, not to mention you killed your own daughter. Thinking of this, her hatred surges again. But in the next second, your memory scenes show your daughter's illness, leukemia, needing a bone marrow transplant to live. When your daughter needed you most, you betrayed the nation. This is also why your wife loves and hates you. She goes to the trial bench and takes the gun from the executioner. It will take just one scene for her to execute you herself. With a buzz, the scenes flutter wildly. The you who abandoned his wife and child now stands bearded outside the hospital, looking up at your daughter's ward. Just then a medical staff comes over with an agreement, asking seriously if you are certain you want to donate bone marrow. Once donated, your strength will decrease by more than half. You'll never be the fearsome war god again. But before he can finish, you directly sign the consent to donate. The corners of your mouth hint at a faint smile. Even if it's hell, I'll go. Because she's my daughter. I love her 3,000 times over. Seeing this, your wife Ing already has tears flowing down her face. The gun drops from her hand. She knows some mysterious person donated bone marrow to their daughter selflessly, but never imagined it would be you. The curses against you in the chat also disappear for the first time. The attentive realize in shock that you, the hard-hearted you, are now shedding tears under the memory extractor. Though you can see these scenes, you cannot speak. Then the scenes continue to after you donated marrow, taking off the 5-star war god uniform representing honor, living an ordinary life with your wife and child. Many feel it would be best for the story to end here, but as your deeper memories awaken, one dusk you suddenly get a call and your expression changes instantly. Then you open a cabinet sealed for years, putting on the uniform of Great Xia's war god. Everyone knows your treason is about to be exposed, but Great Xia's highest white-haired elders are now arguing intensely, debating whether to stop the memory reader immediately, as the later scenes if broadcast will impact national security. Suddenly the you in the live broadcast screams heart-wrenchingly, seemingly about to break free of the memory extractor, because the coming memories cause you immense pain, triggering your resistance. At this moment a white-haired elder in a wheelchair is pushed into the secret room. He stares fixedly at your trembling image on screen, scolding in a low voice not to stop the broadcast, because a true hero should not suffer injustice. The entire memory scenes flicker over countless days and nights, with you leaving early and returning late, gently caressing your long-asleep wife and child in bed, only because the 10th gen fighter you were developing was top national secret, so you silently kept it hidden in your heart. This scene shocks the entire world. Countless people weep for you, because your gaze at your wife and child is so gentle, even a blind person can see your love for them. Your wifing trembles all over, her expression changing for the first time, because back then, before joining the military she didn't know you came home to them every day. Some yell don't be brainwashed by him. What about that wasteful behavior? There's no way to whitewash that, right? Anyone at the scene shouts. The details flash by quickly. The nation announces suspension of 10th gen fighter development, but you in the top secret room face a row of white-haired elders, firmly stating your willingness to donate all your military achievements from these years, just to continue 10th gen fighter research. Your powerful words stop all global audience members doubting your decision, because this is the nation's backbone. Could this be why you lost your family assets, sacrificing your small family for the greater nation? Some say it wasn't worth it while others fall silent, suddenly feeling unqualified to judge. But this is followed by boundless hatred toward you. Since you knew, why did you still betray later? The trial's memory scenes have increasing impact, alarming many of Great Xia's top figures, because those who know the inside story understand your memories will soon enter the second incident. If the people learn the inside details it may impact national security, yet no one orders the memory reading stopped. Amid global curses your memory scenes reveal a cruel picture. Just because the name of Great Xia's only motherly war goddess is exposed, enemy nations jointly dispatch fighter jets and warships to invade Great Xia. At this moment, everyone involuntarily calls your name in their hearts, knowing you are a traitor, yet if you were here even the lowliest cowards wouldn't dare speak. Meanwhile your wife Heen's face pales, because she clearly remembers. This day is also when your daughter had her bone marrow transplant. She can never forget, your frail daughter mumbling weakly that she wants daddy, where's daddy? But she can't find you anywhere unless you're dead. Why else wouldn't you show up? The global audience in the live chat feel her pain, but just then, you suddenly let out a groan and open your eyes, shocking everyone in the courtroom. The experts are incredulous, saying this is unprecedented, the first time someone's consciousness broke free of the device, meaning the coming memories must be deeply etched into your bones, that even you don't want to recall them. But no one cares how you feel, forcibly increasing the device's power. Electrocuting you would be letting you off easy. Finally, under the world's anticipation, your extinguished memory scenes are extracted. Your frail daughter is about to be wheeled into the ward, and you finally appear outside the hospital now. At this moment, everyone actually forgets your identity as traitor, all yelling go up, go up. The two real memories draw everyone in, making them eager to immediately embrace and kiss their daughter's forehead. But just then your phone suddenly rings, causing cries of shock across the court. Seeing your expression change yet remain calm, you finally say, not a single tear shed, then turn and leave. Instantly curses flood the global livestream. Your wife on the court gnashes her teeth in fury. The judge asks if she wants to end the trial, but she refuses, determined to know what earth-shattering matter could be more important than her own daughter's life. Under the electric shocks you shed silent tears. As the scenes slowly come together, you stand before a white-haired elder. He asks if you are ready. You may never return from this. You just nod silently. This scene tugs at everyone's heart. Finally the elder looks up with a long sigh and weeps, his trembling voice saying the nation wronged you, the nation owes you. Beside the elder, the screens show the breaking news of enemy nations invading together, penetrating Great Xia's 2 air squadrons. Great Xia is facing a life or death moment. The people grieve. Could it be Great Xia really has no 5-star war gods, no national pillars? Amid the nation's memories, your memory scenes buzz and flicker with snow again. When the scenes re-emerge, you already grasp the fighter pilot's helmet, boarding the 10th gen fighter you developed yourself. But your gaze keeps looking toward the hospital, murmuring softly, I'm sorry Ying, I'm sorry daughter. The 10th gen fighter was just developed, only you can skillfully pilot it. This battle is destined to be the lone hero's drama. The fighter jet roars as it takes off. A group of white-haired military men salute your disappearing direction. The scene shatters abruptly here. When it comes together, there is only a piece of news. After your retirement, you personally piloted the latest generation fighter jet. single-handedly annihilating the invading enemy fighters, deemed by the military as the nation's backbone. However, this day was when your daughter had her bone marrow transplant. You live up to the whole world, only letting down your wife and child. The global livestream falls silent here, everyone asking themselves, who has the courage to single-handedly confront squadrons of enemy jets? But then they are even more furious at you. Your actions were so shocking, your later treason equally hateful. But with a buzz, the scenes show your 10th gen fighter suddenly crashing into the sea after destroying the last enemy plane. The court audience can't help crying out. Watching the fiery explosion and flames rise from the ocean, everyone involuntarily sheds tears. Abandoning your wife and child, just to pilot the immature 10th gen fighter and repel the enemy, your heroism is unmatched. Everyone prays you are unharmed, completely forgetting if you really died crashing, there would be no later treason. At the same time, shocking news spreads nationwide. Our heroic pilot perished gloriously, sacrificing himself at sea, stopping the enemy. Seeing this, the pre-broadcast audience takes a long time to calm their hearts. Even your current wife Ing, Great Xia's war goddess, didn't know this. The 27 plane crash incident, no Great Xia citizen doesn't know of. The unknown hero shot down over 100 of the enemy's most advanced jets, single-handedly deterring the enemy nation. To this day, all information about the unknown hero remains undisclosed. Unexpectedly, it would be you. The entire scene falls silent, no more curses against you. Some even feel that even if you did later betray, it's not unforgivable, you must have your own difficulties. Even your hateful wife wavers, someone willing to give everything for the nation, how could they betray the nation? Next, everyone in the livestream sees the vast ocean, a tiny figure floating up. When the camera focuses over, it's you lying on wreckage, having fallen unconscious. In a flash, deafening cheers erupt from the court, all celebrating you surviving, having completely forgotten this is your trial. While unconscious, your mouth still mumbles your wife Ying's name, your daughter's name, as if they are your will to live on. Your wife Ying on the court suddenly becomes emotional, running over to kick you down. You scumbag, even your daughter you don't spare, saying you're a hypocrite. These memory scenes are your deception, because you killed your daughter personally in the cruelest way. She didn't believe it was you even when dying. As you seem to sense the outside world, you start wailing loudly, your deepest inner scar torn open. With a rumble, your daughter's death flashes out. Just one look makes everyone scream. Qin Shen is in trouble, daughter has fallen ill. Your expression instantly changes, she's sick again? Wasn't the leukemia cured? Come quickly, I'm at People's Hospital No. 1 now. Hearing this news, you rush out directly, speeding urgently toward Tianjin People's Hospital No. 1. Yet before reaching the hospital you get a call from Long Qianzhang. His tone urgent, Qin Shen, take care, your family, because of the destroyer battleship and intercontinental missile explosion, I don't rule out the other side carrying out revenge against you. If they can't get to you, they may target your loved ones instead. At this moment in the show, all the audience seeing these scenes, hearing Long Qianzhang's words on the call, are completely stunned. Too late, your hoarse voice interrupts Long Qianzhang. My daughter is in the hospital now. If the checkup results are fine, then all is well. But if anything comes up, director, you know me, no matter who, whatever background, I will massacre their entire family. The hospital president sighs, I'm sorry, we did our best. Hearing this line, everyone's heart sinks, like being viciously squeezed by an invisible giant hand. You pick up the surgical report, your eyes instantly bloodshot. It states clearly over 10 viruses lying dormant in her body. Hard to imagine such a young child's body hiding pathogen colonies of over 10 viruses. This was the real cause of the daughter's death? The bullet screen explodes at this moment, gods and humans alike enraged. What F*** King Beast is this? To inject over 10 viral pathogen colonies into such a cute child. Daddy will save you, don't be afraid, little Sigu. The scene cuts again, you've left the hospital, dialing a number, prepare my state ship sacrifice, my underworld cavalry, send 100,000 dragon riders to Tianjin. Soon you find a driver, but are a step too late, he has already committed suicide. Through advanced tech, you find a 500k deposit in his account. Seeing the depositor, you instantly rush out like a madman. The scene now comes to the red-walled compound. Minister Qi, is your grandson looking to die? Qin Shen, what do you mean? The dozens of viruses in my daughter's body were arranged by her. Are you trying to shield her now? Your tone is icy cold. The surrounding temperature drops in this moment. I'll call her right away. My granddaughter is not that kind of person. Hello grandpa, what's up? I'm busy. I'll baby slower. Careful, you'll break it. The call soon comes through to a casual-sounding youth, mixed with a woman's moans. Long did you hire a gambler to make a move against a little girl? How did you know, grandpa? I was just following orders. If you must blame that girl's bad luck. Over 10 viruses, TSK. She actually did it. He has no remorse at all. How could he bear to lay hands on such a young child? Shi Longwei angrily scolds, wretched thing. Do you not know that child's father has already come for you? Then let him come. What waves can an ordinary child's father make? If he dares come, I guarantee he won't see tomorrow's sun. Alright grandpa, I'm busy. Call ends quickly. The scene falls into dead silence. Everyone sinks into silence, only the surroundings see like boiling ocean water, visibly accelerating. Finally, Qin Shen breaks the silence first. Minister Qi, you heard it too. Qin Shen, listen to me, the Qi family will certainly give you a satisfactory answer. Hey, no one will do today, I'll go myself. Not as General Long, but a father's love for his child. Whoever blocks me dies. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Whoever blocks, dies. These few words are enough to show Qin Shen's anger. But some viewers also noticed that because of this incident, the relationship between Qin Shen and the War Department has been strained. In another scene, there was silence within the red walls. Qi Longwei, look at what your grandson has done. Long Qianzhang pointed trembling fingers at Qi Longwei. Qi Longwei's face turned extremely ugly. Regardless, even if my grandson is to be judged, it should be done by the War Department. Qin Shen ignited the beacon tower and summoned 100,000 dragon riders into the capital, which seriously violated the regulations of the War Department and must be severely punished. Qi Longwei was still speaking in an official tone, but from his trembling voice, it was not difficult to hear that he was furious. Long Qianzhang looked at him mockingly. Severe punishment? How severe? Who dares to punish? If it was someone else's child that your grandson harmed, this matter might have been suppressed by you. But your grandson harmed Qin Shen's child. Even the gods cannot save him. The War Department cannot handle this matter, nor do they dare to. Prepare a coffin for your grandson as soon as possible. Kai Gongmin patted Qi Longwei's shoulder and sighed. During the discussion, there was another explosion outside. Report! All the beacon towers in the country have been ignited, and now tens of thousands of people are rushing towards Tianjing. Before Long Qianzhang could respond, more urgent reports came in. Report! The Dragon Breath Special Forces military tokens have moved and they are secretly returning to the capital. Commander, something big is happening. Yan Zhengqi's flag is hanging at the highest point of Tianjing, and the three realms of sea, land, and air are all blocked. The Tianjing airport is overcrowded. The people getting off the planes cover the military, business, and political realms of the entire Divine Land. The urgent reports kept coming, and each one made Long Qianzhang's heart sink a little and Qi Longwei's face turn paler. Qin Shen, this 5-star commander, didn't rely on his background or inheritance, but truly fought with guns and cannons. There are too many people who respect him and are willing to go through fire and water for him. Long Qianzhang looked deeply at Qi Longwei and said, I'm not trying to scare you, but if this matter is not handled well, the destruction of your Qi family will be a small matter. If things go wrong, the entire Divine Land will be in chaos. As soon as Long Qianzhang finished speaking, another urgent report came. Report! Commander, 100,000 dragon riders have broken through the last line of defense and are about to enter the capital. We can't stop them. The urgent reports finally stopped, but Long Qianzhang didn't handle a single one. Instead, he walked out of the red walls. Disaster is coming. He sighed. The long night roared. The blood boiled. The great calamity was approaching. He couldn't stop it. In another scene, Qin Shen slowly descended from the mountain. Behind him, a black flag was flying high. He was walking towards the distant Xianyuan Imperial City. At the same time, inside Tianjing, within the red walls, Kai Gongmin had become the military leader. At this moment, he looked at the two projected scenes and his whole body was trembling. A chill invaded his body, and his soul seemed to want to leave. Everyone within the red walls was dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Kai Gongmin so afraid? At this moment, Kai Gongmin's eyes were filled with fear and shock. Military leader, are you alright? Someone asked with concern. Kai Gongmin shook his head, his lips trembling, and said, I'm fine. His hands were still shaking. At this moment, he was both scared and excited. Those who had never experienced that night would never know what had happened. Fortunately, Kai Gongmin was a witness to that night. Before that, he had never imagined how terrifying a person's influence could be. That night, he witnessed it. Longwei, you didn't die in vain. Kai Gongmin nostalgically touched the seat that originally belonged to Qi Longwei and murmured with a smile. Everyone at the scene of the program trembled even more when they saw this scene. A tsunami is coming. The barrage on the internet has become a neat tsunami is coming. This description is very apt. If you ask them how they feel now, it's the feeling before the tsunami arrives. At this moment, a new scene appears. Qin Shen has already arrived at the foot of the Xianyuan Imperial City. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by a strong and sturdy guard. What are you doing? Boom! The answer to him was Qin Shen's heavy punch. The Xianyuan Imperial City is where the royal family resides. They look down on non-royal people with a condescending attitude. Qin Shen's purpose in coming here is very clear, that is revenge. Anger needs to be vented. With every punch, Qin Shen hits flesh and every move hits bone. With every punch, Qin Shen's mind is filled with the image of Xiao Sigui's smiling face and calling him daddy. But now, she lies pale-faced and weak on a hospital bed. What Qin Shen sees in front of him is projected onto the screen, and the live audience can also see it. Xiao Sigui in the sunlight represents rebirth, represents hope, and is everything to this man. More and more royal guards rush over when they hear the sound. The screams and the sound of blows merge into one. The screen gradually turns black. Before the screen turns black, what people see is Qin Shen's eyes filled with anger. Sigue, I'm sorry, Daddy didn't protect you. Everyone who hurt you will die. They have the virus, so they must have antibodies. I will get them. Sigue, you will be fine. Lines of words appear. These are Qin Shen's inner monologue. Everyone at the scene can't help but look at the unconscious Qin Chen. He is weak, but his chest rises and falls more violently. The images here are clearer and more shocking than any previous ones. It is the regrets that make one remember. Xiao Si Gue is his biggest regret. Everyone is focused on watching when the screen appears again. Behind him, there are already fallen bodies. Qin Chen didn't kill them, he just disabled them. From beginning to end, his face remained calm, so calm that it extinguished all human emotions. Ahead is a luxurious villa. The lights are on, and you can vaguely see the figures of a man and a group of women. Laughter can also be heard faintly. He didn't pay any attention, he had already been targeted by the Grim Reaper. Bang! With a loud noise, Qin Chen kicked the door panel to pieces. What the F***ck? The young man inside, who was enjoying himself, was almost scared out of his wits by such a loud noise. The women beside him were also frightened and screamed as they hid to the side. The smoke dispersed, revealing a figure carrying a murderous aura, standing silently. Who are you? How dare you intrude on the royal family? Shi Tenglong angrily asked. Qin Chen ignored him and just walked in on his own. I have a story here, do you want to hear it? Qin Chen didn't care whether Shi Tenglong wanted to listen or not, and started speaking. Once upon a time, there was a man who lived in the shadow of his parents' murder. He miraculously survived and began training relentlessly, yearning to become stronger. At that time, he never thought that one day he would get married or have a lovely daughter. His greatest wish was to see his daughter grow up, but one day, someone hired an assassin to inject his precious daughter with a concoction containing more than a dozen viruses. His beloved daughter is now lying on a hospital bed, with not much time left to live. Tell me, what would that man do? Qin Chen raised his head and calmly looked at Shi Tenglong. With a swish, Shi Tenglong's face instantly changed. At first, he was listening attentively, but as he listened, he felt more and more familiar. Wasn't this something he had ordered someone to do? You are. Shi Tenglong was about to speak when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Qin Chen swiftly made his move, picked up a chopstick from the table, and ruthlessly pierced it through Shi Tenglong's thigh. Instantly, blood spurted out. Ah! The sound of a pig being slaughtered followed suit. Shi Tenglong looked at his thigh pierced by chopsticks, in so much pain that he almost fainted. But he was even more terrified as he looked at Qin Chen. You are that little girl's father? Qin Chen actually smiled at him, but this smile was filled with hostility. The night is still young, I have plenty of time to play with you. The wine is good. Qin Chen's gaze fell on the bottle of wine on the table. Water of life? As soon as this bottle of wine was seen, there was an instant exclamation from the audience at the scene. The barrage online exploded completely. Spiritus, distilled vodka, with an alcohol content of 96 degrees. Hiss, this kind of wine will dehydrate and numb your lips with just one sip. I really don't know what it's used for. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? In the footage, Shi Tenglong was already scared silly. Under the dual despair of intense pain and fear, his facial features were contorted. Without saying a word, Qin Chen poured the water of life into his nostrils. Gurgle. Immediately, white bubbles began to rise from Shi Tenglong's nose. Soon, these bubbles became visible blood. But it didn't end there. Qin Chen picked up a lighter and lit it in Shi Tenglong's mouth. Boom! Shi Tenglong's mouth spewed flames over 5 meters long, as if it could breathe fire. At this moment, everyone at the scene of the show focused their attention on this unconscious man. Yuningshu's eyes were moved, her gaze was as complex as a knocked-over spice bottle. She saw many things she had never known before. But having seen too much, it was not as important as what he was doing for his daughter at this moment. Hatred still existed. But besides that, there was an inexplicable emotion. The night was still young. The snow was falling heavier. The first drop of blood in the snow splattered on the ground. Ah, finally found the mastermind. But the physical punishment is still too light. Such a person should be tortured to death. In the control room, the barrage continued to scroll. Perhaps in the eyes of netizens, no matter what harm Shi Tenglong caused, it could not erase his crimes. He was ultimately poisoned to death. After a moment of silence, Yuningshu spoke up, saying, there was a momentary silence at the scene of the show, followed by a louder discussion. Poisoned to death? Yuningshu nodded. This case had been sealed in the police department's archives, but at this moment, Yuningshu chose to reveal it. After the forensic autopsy, it was found that Shi Tenglong's body also contained more than a dozen viruses. His heart, kidneys, spleen, stomach, and other organs were all rotten. When Yuningshu looked at the file at that time, she couldn't understand what kind of deep hatred there was to make someone do this to him. Now, she understood. 8 words appeared in her mind, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Shi Tenglong harmed their daughter, so he would make him suffer in a more brutal way and send him to hell. It was at this moment that the scene changed again. The night was as dark as water. The snow fell like goose feathers, enveloping the entire Xianyuan Imperial City in his silver coat. At this moment, the Xianyuan Imperial City was already crowded with people. Looking around, it was a row of people, densely packed. They were as powerful as tigers and dragons, sweeping through thousands of troops. They were all high-ranking and influential figures, with some powerful Imperial guards behind them. And in front of their eyes, there was only one person. That person was Qin Chen. Shi Tinglong had already been tortured by Qin Shen to the point where he was unrecognizable. His face was completely disfigured by fire, and there was still a chopstick stuck in his thigh bone, unable to be pulled out. The audience quickly understood the current situation. Qin Shen has caused a commotion in the imperial family, attracting all the members of the imperial family. They won't let him go. Even Shi Longwei is here. He is also a member of the imperial family. Among the crowd in the footage, people also saw a familiar face, Shi Longwei. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy, looking at his grandson being tortured like this by Qin Shen. There was only killing intent in his eyes. The atmosphere was visibly heavy and oppressive. The former hero had now become a thorn in the eyes and a thorn in the flesh of the royal family. Qin Shen! Shi Longwei suddenly shouted angrily, his voice echoing throughout the entire Xianyuan Imperial City. As the highest 5-star commander of Shenzhou, is it necessary for you to take action against your own compatriots? Even if my grandson is at fault, it's not your turn to handle it. Leave the Xianyuan Imperial City immediately. I won't pursue this matter, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. At this moment, the atmosphere became silent. Then, Qin Shen actually smiled. His smile was desolate, with a hint of ruthlessness. Along the way, he fought and sacrificed on the battlefield, carrying the entire Shenzhou nation on his shoulders. And in the end, he ended up protecting these beasts. The audience watched silently, feeling Qin Shen's anger every minute and every second. Today, he wouldn't back down. Qin Shen didn't say anything, he just asked in return, "Is this all the people you have?" This sentence instantly left everyone dumbfounded. All the members of the royal family looked at each other. Only Shi Longwei knew everything. He gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Shen, if you dare to lay a hand on the royal family, it's equivalent to challenging the entire Shenzhou." Qin Shen continued to smile. His smile made Shi Longwei somewhat uneasy. "If I can't even protect my daughter, then I'd rather not be the 5-star commander." With that, Qin Shen took off his marshal's uniform. "Hey, the position of the royal family in Shenzhou is crucial. By laying a hand on the royal family, you're ruining your own future. After this battle, there will be no more 5-star commanders." The barrage sighed along with the crowd, but what they saw in Qin Shen's eyes at this moment was a sense of no regrets. It was resolute. It seemed that besides seeking revenge for his daughter, he had other plans of his own. "Qin Shen, what exactly do you want to do?" At this moment, Shi Longwei was afraid. The entire royal family was afraid. Shi Tinglong, who was protected in the middle, was even more shocked. He didn't expect that just by laying a hand on a little girl, it would bring such disaster. Clatter clatter! Someone arrived. It was Long Qianzhang. It was Kai Gongmin, and a group of high-ranking officials from the Shenzhou War Department. Behind them were endless soldiers. "Old Qi, don't worry, we won't take action, we're just here to maintain order." Long Qianzhang looked at Shi Longwei with a calm tone. In the next moment, Long Qianzhang shouted loudly, "Salute!" Swish swish swish. All the soldiers guarding under the Xianyuan city took off their hats and saluted. Although Qin Shen had already taken off his marshal's uniform, perhaps he would never be a 5-star commander again in the future. But in the hearts of everyone, he was still the 5-star commander who stood above 10,000 people and was respected by 10,000 people. At this moment, the sky changed. Thunder rolled, and light appeared in all directions to the west. At this moment, the night was as bright as day. Countless people rushed over. In the live broadcast venue, everyone saw this scene and stood up. The night sky seemed to be torn apart. In the blink of an eye, the entire Xianyuan Imperial City was surrounded and impassable. King Long Breath of the Special Forces, salute the commander. Wan Sanqian, the richest man in Shenzhou, pays respects to the benefactor. All members of the Overseas Assassin Organization, Death's Kiss, pay respects to the master. Deafening voices resounded through the sky. Countless people came, their eyes like torches, their momentum like wandering dragons. Shi Longwei and Shi Tinglong, the leaders of the royal family, were completely panicked. Each person who came could bring immense pressure to the royal family. Each person could make them feel the overwhelming killing intent. But these people were all once subservient to the royal family. At this moment, they all followed Qin Shen's call and rebelled. Boom boom boom. This wasn't over yet. The projected image began to tremble violently. It was as if Tianjin was about to experience an earthquake. And in the midst of the tremors, the snow finally reached its peak. The snow fell heavily, covering the city. A seemingly endless silver-white torrent of steel appeared, stretching as far as the eye could see in the torrent. Everyone is dressed in silver-white armor, solemn and dignified, like a sword inserted into the mountains. A team of warriors, 1,000 troops and horses come to meet. The 10,000 dragon riders have passed through countless obstacles and finally arrived in Tianjin. This scene has finally arrived. At this moment, everyone at the live show and the premiere room is excited. Their chests are filled with anger, their blood is rushing, and their hearts are beating faster. The former 5-star commander, the final farewell performance, commanding the world, only to speak up for his daughter. It was on that night that Qin Shen showed his power to the entire Tianjin, and even the whole world. Sigh, he didn't have to do all this, it was all revenge from overseas, the royal family was just being used. The barrage keeps appearing, and the projected images continue. The scene of 10,000 dragon riders entering Tianjin is magnificent. Some of the netizens in the premiere room may have witnessed the scene at that time, but what they saw was only a small part of the iceberg. The actual scene is much larger than they imagined. The entire city of Tianjin is like a fully erupted volcano. With the arrival of the dragon riders, Tianjin is sealed off. Streets are blocked. Traffic is cut off. The internet is shut down. Even the citizens of Tianjin have all returned home, with their doors and windows closed, not venturing outside. Tianjin has become a dead city. With the arrival of the dragon riders, there are countless people and horses behind Qin. Their numbers far exceed those of the royal family. It would be as easy as crushing an ant to wipe out the royal family. Qi Longwei, the leader of the royal family, is filled with fear at this moment. As for Qi Tinglong, he is even more terrified, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. His pants are soaked with urine, completely frightened. Qi Longwei, I'll give you one last chance, hand over your grandson, otherwise, the royal family will be wiped out. Qin Shen's voice echoes throughout Xianyuan City, forming an echo that lingers. At this moment, Qin Shen's momentum is pointing to the sky, and no one can withstand his anger. Under this overwhelming pressure, all Qi Longwei can do is tremble. Qi Longwei slowly looks at Qi Tinglong. Grandfather! Qi Tinglong screams in fear. Qi Longwei sighs deeply. Tinglong, grandfather has no choice. If I don't do this, the entire Qi family will suffer. In the end, Qi Tinglong is handed over to Qin Shen. Qi Longwei turns around slowly and looks at Qin Shen with a gloomy expression. I have given you the person, but Qin Shen, you have privately mobilized troops and invaded Tianjin. This crime is unforgivable. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your position as a 5-star commander. Is it really worth it? Qi Longwei's loud voice resounds throughout the venue. At this moment, not only Long Qianzhang, Kai Gongmin, and the others in the War Department, but also the thousands of troops behind Qin Shen, are all silent. Everyone raises their heads and gazes at the figure that has always stood tall. Qin Shen simply nods and slowly turns around, looking at the thousands of troops in front of him. There are so many things he wants to say to them. Qin Shen may not know them or even know their individual lives, but they all come from the War Department and are soldiers under his command. That is enough. Thank you all for coming from afar to support me. I am deeply grateful, Qin Mao. Qin Shen speaks slowly, his voice not heavy, but the once bustling Xianyuan city is now silent. Everyone, including Long Qianzhang, Kai Gongmin, and even Yuningshu, is focused on him. The royal family has stood tall in Shenzhou for many years, deeply rooted and not easily eradicated. But let's end it here. In the image, Qin Shen's tone suddenly changes, and a smile appears on his face. He bowed deeply to everyone. From now on, there will be no more 5-star commanders. After a long pause, he stood up and addressed everyone. But the iron rules that remain must not be lost. Whether I am here or not, it should be the same. Perhaps the next 5-star commander is among you. Qin Shen smiled, paused for a moment, and continued. As human beings, the most important thing is to never lose our integrity. With me in the divine land, the whole world fears us. After I leave, I hope we can reach even greater heights. The fear overseas should not be for the entire divine land, but for the nation as a whole, not just me. This is the final task I give to you. As the words fell, under the gaze of thousands of people, he slowly walked down Xianyuan City, carrying the paralyzed Qi Tinglong in his hands. Can I not step down from my position? Suddenly, a soldier stepped forward from the crowd and asked loudly. The voice echoed throughout the venue, and for a moment, everyone's eyes were moist. Qin Shen paused for a moment, turned around slowly, smiled at everyone again, waved his hand, and showed a carefree smile. Watching this scene, all the spectators felt as if Qin Shen had become a little more relaxed. He had shed his identity and burden that he had carried for many years. Now, he was no longer the 5-star commander, just an ordinary person, a father, a husband. At this moment, all the soldiers stood tall, their eyes slightly moist, gazing at the departing figure. He had left, yet it seemed as if he had never left. Farewell, God of War. Farewell, God of War. Suddenly, everyone shouted in unison. The sound was like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the next, shaking the heavens and the earth. This scene instantly brought tears to everyone's eyes, including Long Qianzhang. He stared at Qin Shen's figure and already understood the intention behind his actions. The scene at the live broadcast was silent. Witnessing the end of a generation's hero, everyone's mood was heavy. That's not right. However, in the next moment, Qin Longfei's face changed, and he looked at the screen and said, although Qin Shen took action without authorization and attacked the royal family, as long as he is willing, he can still retain his position as the 5-star commander. But he didn't even try to fight for it. As soon as these words were spoken, the heavy atmosphere at the scene changed instantly. Discussions resumed. Yes, why didn't he fight for it? It was clearly the royal family's fault, and he was just seeking revenge. Or maybe he originally intended to give up his position as the 5-star commander? Yuningshu stared at the screen, her eyes flickering, and suddenly clenched her fist. If she followed Qin Longfei's line of thinking, Yuningshu felt a sense of unease. What if Qin Shen had always planned to give up his position? To completely merge into the darkness, he had to let go of all burdens. Yuningshu's fist tightened even more. Staring at the weak figure that had fallen into a coma, she murmured to herself, Qin Shen, did you originally plan to do this? A new scene appeared. In a gloomy dungeon, Shi Tinglong had already been tortured by Qin Shen beyond recognition. Qin Shen had 1,000 ways to keep him alive but unable to die. Shi Tinglong couldn't bear it anymore, his mouth slightly opened, and he reluctantly spoke. Wang Liang. It was them who made me do this. Inside the live broadcast room, the atmosphere froze at that moment. The barrage also grew rapidly. They felt for the first time that Qin Shen was a madman at this moment, especially when Shi Tinglong, who was already on the verge of death, spoke out the truth. Wang Liang. It was them who made me do this. The barrage reached its peak. Qin Shen may have known this answer from the moment Long Chenjung called him, but even when Shi Tinglong said these words, he still felt angry. Don't you find it suspicious? The country where General Alpha is located is actually controlled by the Wang Liang organization. They are just puppets, but their influence has actually infiltrated the land of China. Yes, even the royal family has been bought by them. Yun Yingchu was stunned. In the scene, her eyes had already become lifeless and dull. She was torturously staring at everything on the screen. In Qin Shen's eyes, an earth-shattering killing intent erupted in an instant. He was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, grabbing Shi Tinglong by the collar, grinding his teeth, wishing to devour his flesh and drink his blood. He was trembling, both his body and voice. Wang Liang? At this moment, from Qin Shen's eyes in the picture, Yun Yingchu saw anger, hatred, and killing intent. Like a person burdened with a great vengeance, suddenly finding their enemy, that kind of excitement, distortion. He was seeking revenge for his daughter. The scene continued at this moment. Out of fear, Shi Tinglong nodded desperately, as if 1 second slower in speaking, Qin Shen would kill him. They call themselves Wang Liang, and they made a deal with me. As long as I do this for them, they will guarantee the position of the future ruler of my royal family. I don't know anything else, I really don't know. Please don't kill me, I have antibodies to the virus. Shi Tinglong hurriedly took out a bottle of reagent from his pocket. Qin Shen took it, but the chilling killing intent still lingered. It even grew stronger. Qin Shen's body trembled slightly, and his eyes turned blood red with anger. The virus. There should be more, right? He lowered his head and asked softly. Yes, there are more. Shi Tinglong quickly took them out. Now, in order to save his life, he was even more despicable than a sewer rat, willing to do anything. Qin Shen didn't say anything, he just took a syringe, injected the virus into it, and then step by step, approached Shi Tinglong. If you have any grievances, you can come at me. Why did you harm my daughter? I want you to taste the pain my daughter went through, to die in agony. No, please, you can't kill me, ah. With a scream, Qin Shen injected all the virus cells into Shi Tinglong's body. Then, the syringe fell, and Qin Shen turned and walked away. His lonely figure resembled a wandering ghost in the world, carrying endless desolation. At this moment, seeing this, Yun Yingchu took a deep breath, trying to calm her turbulent heart as much as possible. However, her trembling figure betrayed her restless heart. This was the later shocking virus murder case that shook the entire country. When the victims were found, their bodies had already rotted into dry corpses, and their internal organs had turned black. The bodies were also carrying a large amount of the virus, so to prevent the spread of the virus, the bodies were cremated. Previously, it was an unsolved case, but now they understood that there was such a tragic and infuriating story behind it. Although the murderer is dead, the daughter has also passed away, sigh. This situation is still a tragedy. In size, the scene returned to the hospital. Qin Shen asked the nurse to inject Xiaoxi with antibodies, and there was some improvement in his daughter's condition. These antibodies are only for some of the viruses, there are still some remaining in the child's body. These were the doctor's words. In other words, the daughter couldn't fully recover and could only extend her life with medical assistance. Qin Shen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the hospital, looking at the tall buildings and the bustling traffic below, expressionless. He hadn't smiled for a day. It was as if the whole world had suddenly lost its joy, everything seemed gray. That color was despairing, and the suppressed feeling in his heart grew like wild grass. Yun Yanshan and Fan Shulan stood behind Qin Shen, wanting to say something, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they fell silent. Inside the hospital, people were coming and going, some were engaged in intense conversations, some were loudly arguing to save on medical expenses. Some were crying, some were wailing, and some were ecstatic. Many people advised Qin Shen to eat a meal, drink some water, but Qin Shen remained indifferent. Qin Shen had a hallucination in front of his eyes. Through Qin Shen's subjective consciousness, the audience saw Qin Shen's current state. The whole world was hazy, with people coming and going, except that everyone was floating with their feet off the ground. This is a world that everyone will eventually go to, but some people go early, while others patiently wait for the arrival of that train. He was attached to this world, but tired of the darkness, cruelty, and bloodshed of the world he was in. At this moment, 2 lines of words appeared in the scene. These were the insights that Qin Shen had gained. Every embrace when parting should be held tightly, because it could very well be a permanent farewell. The sound of sobbing filled the live show. The audience, regardless of gender, were all crying. Everyone was deeply moved. Long Qinjiang arrived. When Qin Shen saw Long Qinjiang, his vacant eyes regained focus. He calmly said to Long Qinjiang, "I am ready." Long Xinjiang remained silent for a long time, then suddenly looked at Qin Chen and asked, "Are you really ready?" Qin Chen nodded. At this moment, all the calmness and gentleness in his eyes disappeared. Only ferocity, brutality, and bloodlust remained. "My daughter needs to live, she needs the antibody, they must have it. My older brother Li Hao, I promised someone that I would bring him back from their hands. There are also some accounts to settle between me and them. If it's not them who die, it will be me." Qin Chen tightly gripped the pillar of the windowsill, and because of the excessive force, his fingers were embedded into it. As he let go, Qin Chen's fingers were dripping with blood. At this moment, millions of eyes were fixed on the man in the picture, full of murderous intent. At this moment, he was like a wild beast, terrifying and chilling. Long Xinjiang didn't say anything, he just sighed lightly. He could already feel the immense blood feud that this man carried on his shoulders. 10 years of hardship couldn't cool his hot blood. He had once reached the heavens and fallen into the abyss. He had frozen his heart and been influenced by love. Now, he had abandoned everything and become indifferent to everything. Finally, he made up his mind and embarked on this path. Nothing could shake him anymore because he no longer lived for himself. Such a person was unprecedentedly powerful, but also devoid of emotions. Patting Qin Chen's shoulder, Long Xinjiang said, "You're ready, come with me." Then he hurriedly left the hospital. At this moment, the audience at the scene was shocked to find that Qin Chen had changed. His aura was no longer like a sculpture, but like an unsheathed sword. This departure might be irreversible. His relationship with his wife might also be severed. He had prepared himself to fall into darkness. And so, a new story began. The number of bullet comments suddenly increased. He's prepared everything to find the antibody for his daughter. Finally, is he going to fall into darkness? I didn't expect that this is the real reason for his descent into darkness. Perhaps, the identity of a 5-star commander became a burden for him. He had planned to do this from the beginning. What he couldn't make up his mind about was his wife and daughter. His daughter being hurt became the final straw that broke him. The discussions gradually turned into sighs. The gaze of all the audience changed. At this moment, they seemed to truly understand the real reason why Qin Chen was falling into darkness. What if we misunderstood him? At the scene of the program, suddenly a viewer raised such a question. In an instant, the attention of the audience was focused on the man on the stage with a memory reading device, who looked weak and as if he could pass away at any moment. It was difficult for everyone to associate him with the upright man in the picture, no matter what happened. The eyes of the audience changed, including Yan Yingqiu, Jiang Baixue, Chen Longfei, Yun Yanshan, Fan Shulan, and all those who had cursed Qin Chen. Their eyes became complex, even guilty. At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their minds. If Qin Chen did not betray, what would they do then? No one knew what to do. All they could do was continue watching. A new scene appeared. In a bustling commercial square, there were 2 benches. A man in a windbreaker and hat, silent and reserved, sat on the left bench, as if waiting for someone. Soon, someone arrived at the right bench. It was an old man with white hair, although disguised. The audience recognized him at a glance. It was Long Xinjiang. The two did not look at each other, but quietly observed the people coming and going, the hustle and bustle of the city. It was as if they were witnessing the various states of human life. The 5-star commander has been dismissed. Long Xinjiang spoke first, without looking at Qin Chen. The two seemed like strangers. Hearing this, Qin Chen remained calm, seemingly unsurprised. The demons targeted your daughter to provoke you, in order to remove you from your position as the 5-star commander. There will definitely be follow-up actions. Long Xinjiang continued, they won't allow such a dangerous person to exist. They will either eliminate you further or try to recruit you. Given the style of the demons, they are more inclined towards the latter. We anticipated this situation early on and devised a plan. We hope you can infiltrate the demons' organization, act as an undercover agent, gather intelligence, and destroy them. Wow! The sound fell, and the entire program scene instantly stirred up a huge wave. The barrage in the live chat room exploded. Damn! I guessed it right. Qin Chen is indeed going to be an undercover agent. Divine prediction. Do you remember when Qin Chen first went to the Red Wall to meet Long Xinjiang? The program stopped for no reason at that time, because the next scene might reveal the secrets of the high-level officials of the God's War Department. They controlled the direction of the program. I think what Long Xinjiang and Qin Chen said at that time was about this mission. The mystery is finally revealed. No wonder Qin Chen hesitated, abandoning honor, wife, and children, enduring the label of a traitor forever. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Even if that person is Qin Chen, it still requires a long time to consider. So, the case is solved, right? Qin Chen is innocent, he is not a traitor, but a hero? At this moment, as the program aired, a huge wave was stirred up on the internet. Countless websites published the latest news. Big reversal. Qin Chen, the traitor everyone wanted to kill, is an undercover hero, abandoning family honor, falling into darkness, to such a person. In darkness, his heart is towards the light. The whole nation owes him an apology. Such news reports emerged endlessly. Hashtag undercover Qin Chen hashtag. This topic quickly climbed to the top of the trending list and took the first position. The small program team was now being watched by the entire God's land. By now, the news of your dismissal as the 5-star commander should have reached the ears of the demons. They may contact you proactively. What you need to do next is wait. There will also be changes in the scene. Long Qianzhang blocked the brim of his hat and said to Qin Shen, the Wanliang organization is definitely closely monitoring everything about you. They will only contact you if they feel that you truly meet their organization's requirements. Whether the fishing line is long or not, it's up to you. After saying this, Long Qianzhang walked away with his cane. When the scene reappeared, Qin Shen had already been frequenting various nightclubs. He smoked cigars and embraced heavily made-up dancers in his arms. In the midst of the smoke, he looked arrogant and completely fallen. No one recognized him as the former highest 5-star commander. The military aura on him had completely disappeared. He frequented the dirtiest places in the city, and his image had also changed. Covered in tattoos, with a fierce expression on his face, it was hard to find any trace of his former self. When Yuningshu saw Qin Shen's transformation on the screen, tears uncontrollably fell from her eyes. Her heart ached so much. It felt like her heart was about to burst. Her gaze seemed to travel through time and return to the past. She remembered that time. At that time, Si Gue had been discharged from the hospital but was still weak. The expensive medical expenses gradually put pressure on the Yun family. At this time when they needed Qin Shen to fulfill his role as a father and husband, Qin Shen abandoned Yuningshu and their critically ill daughter to indulge in the nightlife of nightclubs. He smoked, drank, and even took drugs. There was even a time when Yuningshu couldn't bear it anymore and went to the nightclub herself, hoping that he would come back. But what she received was an angry beating. She would never forget that night Qin Shen grabbed her long hair and dragged her into a dark corner, beating her until she was covered in bruises. At that time, she only felt deep despair. Although she knew the reason for Qin Shen's change, she couldn't stop her heart from growing cold. Why are we the only ones getting hurt? In the silent studio, only Yuningshu's voice filled with hatred could be heard. The voice was not loud, but it deeply cut through the hearts of everyone present. In the pitch-black screen, after each fall in domestic violence, a dark corner could be seen, with muffled blows one after another, and the beast-like gasps of Qin Shen. When he came out, Qin Shen's fists were covered in blood, and even his forehead was blood-red. It was not difficult to guess that it was the blood from repeatedly smashing his fists against the hard wall. He had also smashed his forehead against the wall. It seemed that only this extreme pain could clear his mind. It also alleviated his guilt and sense of guilt, but it could never be completely eliminated. He knew that from the moment he agreed to Long Qianzhang, Yuningshu and their daughter were the two people he owed in his lifetime. In the future, his daughter might hate him, even seek revenge on him. But Qin Shen had no regrets. They should hate themselves. And at this moment, the scene changed again. No one knew what kind of torment Qin Shen was enduring in the unseen places. In front of others, Qin Shen had become a fallen and decadent person, at least that's how it appeared to outsiders. He seemed to start hating and resenting the world. His inner self was completely twisted and corrupted. At this moment, he needed someone to save him. Finally, the situation reached a turning point. On this night, just after Qin Shen finished inhaling a bag of drugs, an unknown call from overseas came in. A man's calm smile could be heard on the phone. Respected Mr. Qin Shen, former God's Land 5-star commander, you need redemption. The voice was magnetic, with the unique charm of the Western overseas. The entire studio instantly erupted in commotion. Now that Long Qianzhang and Qin Shen's conversation had been exposed, Qin Shen was being asked to act as an undercover agent. For this reason, Qin Shen had undergone a drastic change, from a resolute and determined retired hero to a despicable person who indulged in vices. Everything was done to create a better illusion now. The fish is finally hooked. Who are you? Qin Shen asked in the video. He had a drink and his face was full of ferocity, but his eyes gradually became sharp, like an unsheathed sword. He knew that everything Long Qianzhang said was correct, everything was planned. They were indeed observing him. If he continued to act the same way after being dismissed as a 5-star commander, the demons would not come to him. If he still loved his wife and daughter as deeply as before, they would not come to him either. Only when he had nothing left and completely indulged himself, would they appear as the saviors. The other party didn't avoid it and smiled, saying, "You can call me Master God, the executive officer of the demons." Master God. Although he knew it was just a code name, Qin Shen and all the audience on the scene remembered this name. Qin Shen's eyes flashed, and then he cursed without hesitation, "I don't know you. Don't bother me while I'm drinking." He was about to hang up the phone. Master God chuckled and said, "I told you, you need redemption." Qin Shen fell into silence. The atmosphere was heavy, and the only sound was Qin Shen's breathing. The demons had already started to contact him. Every word and every sentence that followed was crucial. He must not arouse any suspicion. Silence was the best response. Master God continued, "Qin, you shed so much blood for Shenzhou, but in the end, you ended up like this. There is hatred in your heart. I can feel your hatred." Qin Shen's tone was cold. "What do you want to say? Join the demons, and your soul will be redeemed." Master God said with a smile. "Impossible." Qin Shen reflexively refused. Why did he refuse? Seeing this, the audience on the scene was puzzled. Qin Shen had already accepted the undercover mission, carried the deep hatred, and even changed his temperament at a great cost. After waiting for the demons to contact him, why did he still refuse? You don't understand. This is the first contact between the two. Every word and every sentence is a test. If Qin Shen agrees at the beginning, it will make the other party suspicious. The barrage kept scrolling. In the phone, Master God's smile grew wider. You will agree, because you are in pain now. We need to see your sincerity. We need the classified information of the 5th generation fighter jet that you developed. I will call you again at this time tomorrow, and by then, you need to have obtained the classified information of the 5th generation fighter jet. After saying that, without giving Qin Shen a chance to refuse, the call was hung up. When Qin Shen called back, the number had already become invalid. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shen stood up slowly, looking at the cold moon in the sky, his eyes filled with coldness. On the set of the program, chaos ensued. Damn, stealing the core secrets of the 5th generation fighter jet. The hidden truth behind it is like this. Qin Shen finally did it, without telling anyone the reason, ultimately causing Chen Guangrong to be unable to accept this bloody fact and eventually suffer a car accident. It's all connected. In the control room, the barrage was endless, and on the set of the program, everyone's gaze fell on a tall and dark figure. Chen Longfei. He was Chen Guangrong's son. At this moment, Chen Longfei's eyes were bloodshot, staring fiercely at the screen. His breathing was like thunder. His hands hanging on both sides were clenched tightly, trembling to the extreme due to excitement. So, it's like this. Chen Longfei muttered to himself, almost grinding his teeth. At this moment, he felt a sense of powerlessness, as if all the strength in his body had been drained, relying solely on his determination. There was a time when he looked at his father lying in the intensive care unit, wearing a breathing mask, his eyes filled with anger, his mind clouded by hatred. He was still young at that time, and overnight, he grew up. From that moment on, he made up his mind to become a soldier and vowed to bring the killer of his father to justice one day. Even to kill him on the spot. But now, he knows the truth. The things involved behind the scenes are too big, so big that his father's accident was just a part of the plan. Thud! Chen Long fell to the ground, finally collapsing. He stared fixedly at the weak and unconscious figure, breathing heavily, sweating profusely, as if he was about to suffocate. The person who stole the 5th generation fighter jet is Qin Shen. It's Qin Shen who indirectly caused his father's accident, but at this moment, he can't bring himself to hate him. Everything is just a mission. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. In the silent live program, Chen Long's laughter suddenly rang out. The laughter started low and turned into unrestrained laughter. He laughed until tears came out. But everyone else in the room didn't laugh. They couldn't laugh. On the contrary, their throats felt choked, suppressed. The person he hated so much, one day told him that he wasn't actually his enemy. This feeling is truly earth-shattering. The scene continues to unfold. After his downfall, Qin Shen didn't enter the Red Wall again, but instead made an appointment with Long Qianjiang in a hidden urban village area. Here, people from all walks of life gather, and you can see gangsters everywhere, as well as women in revealing clothes soliciting on the streets. Qin Shen sat alone in the corner of a bar, drinking alone. Although he was wearing a black suit, there was no trace of a gentleman about him. On the contrary, he gave off the feeling of a suit-wearing thug. As the strong liquor entered his throat, Qin Shen's gaze became sharper than a tiger's. Seeing Qin Shen like this, Long Qianjiang's eyes were filled with unprecedented complexity. It's hard to imagine that the former commander-in-chief had become what he is now. Is what you said true? Long Qianjiang's voice was low. Qin Shen nodded, but they are cautious. On one hand, they are certain that I will join them, and on the other hand, they want me to steal the classified information about the 5th generation fighter jet. I came to ask for your opinion. The 5th generation fighter jet. They have big ambitions. Long Qianjiang sneered, give it to them. The more you invest, the greater the return. Although the patent rights for the 5th generation fighter jet are in the hands of Chen Guosher, the actual inventor is you, Long Qianjiang said seriously. But Qin Shen shook his head. No, I don't plan to give them the real secrets. That would be too cheap for them. Not giving it to them? Then what will you? Long Qianjiang's face changed with Qin Shen's answer. I plan to give them the discarded drafts from the beginning. What is a secret? Only something that no one knows is a secret. A cold light flashed in Qin Shen's eyes. I won't give away anything that belongs to China. That's my bottom line. With a hoarse voice, Qin Shen turned and left. Afterwards, Qin Shen wrote a letter to Chen Guangrong, a letter that felt like a face-to-face conversation. He is not suitable to see Chen Guangrong, his comrade in arms with whom he fought side by side. Chen Guangrong trusted Qin Shen unconditionally and sent the discarded drafts of the 5th generation fighter jet. In the last scene, Qin Shen looked at the discarded drafts of the 5th generation fighter jet that he had designed with his own hands. In his eyes, it was like a wall. He saw his future self, completely walking in darkness, holding on to a lone courage. He didn't have a good ending, but he still moved forward without hesitation. In the very end, Qin Shen suddenly remembered something and grinned. Big brother, you said that if one of us falls into darkness, the other will do everything to stop them. Now, it seems that I might have to take the first step. I really want to see what's left of my body and skeleton when the glory fades away. Tianjin First People's Hospital, the inpatient department. All the doctors and experts in white coats are gathered together. There are so many people, but not a sound can be heard. All that remains is a stunned gaze, silently staring at the silent TV screen. Everyone turns their heads silently, looking at the person lying quietly on the hospital bed. Chen Guangrong, a national hero who cannot speak or move, has been in a vegetative state for 7 years since a serious car accident. When he was lifted onto the stretcher by the ambulance, they found not only blood on his body, but also tears streaming down his face. This proved that he was in an extremely excited state before the accident. It's not surprising that he had an accident in such a state. At this moment, Chen Guangrong, as a vegetative person, stared at the screen with bloodshot eyes. Tears streamed down his eyes even more. Not only that, his tense body began to tremble faintly. It seemed like he was breaking free from some kind of restraint. The movement was so intense that it even caused the bed to shake. The doctors and experts in the hospital suddenly woke up from their daze and became excited. It seems that the current scene has caused Chen Guosher to have a great emotional fluctuation. If it continues, he is likely to wake up. Quick, inform the patient's family. The voices in the wards suddenly increased. Footsteps, phone calls, and a lot of noise. But it still couldn't drown out the words echoing at this moment. When the glory fades, what is left of this body and skeleton? Okay, I understand. At the same time, at the scene of the program, Chen Longfei received a call from the hospital, knowing that his father Chen Guangrong showed signs of waking up. However, his reaction was calm, even a bit dull. The shock imprinted in his mind was too great, so great that the joy of his father's impending awakening couldn't compare. Because he knew that Qin Chen, the man despised by the world, had endured even more. It turned out that he had no right to criticize him at all. At the scene, there was more sighing. He has prepared everything, and now he has officially fallen into darkness. Why? Why can't he lead the troops to kill the organization called Wanglian as before? That would be irreversible. Well, maybe this time even he realized that the organization is too huge and has probably existed for a long time. They control multiple countries in this world. They are the rulers of this world. To overthrow all of this, war alone is not enough. Some forces can only be expelled, not eradicated. Amidst the sighs, the scene changed. Qin Chen placed the draft of the 5th-generation fighter jet in the designated location. On the way back, his phone rang, still an overseas call. This time, Qin Chen answered the call proactively. After a moment of silence, the voice of the main god sounded. I knew you would do it. I have received the blueprints for the 5th-generation fighter jet. From now on, you are no longer the 5-star commander of Shenzhou. You can't even be considered an ordinary Shenzhou person. You are a traitor to Shenzhou. Qin Chen remained silent, just stepping on the accelerator. The speed of the car became faster and faster, to the point where only the sound of the wind could be heard in his ears. His eyes were bloodshot, and his already fierce face became terrifying due to distortion. In his mind, there were only 2 words: traitor, traitor, traitor. These 2 words seemed to be spit out from countless people's mouths and poured onto him. Yes, he handed over the blueprints of the 5th-generation fighter jet to Wang Liang. It was just a probing mission, but once he did it, he betrayed Shenzhou. Everything was inevitable. The voice of the main god came again. Shenzhou will soon discover that you have stolen the design blueprints of the 5th-generation fighter jet. I have prepared a new identity for you and bought you a plane ticket. Someone will pick you up after you land. Just like last time, after saying this, the main god hung up the phone. Qin Chen slowly put down the phone, his eyes becoming as fierce as a wolf. The news quickly reached Long Qinzhang's ears. He sighed, it's time to hit the road. At this moment, the initial memory scene flashed back and reappeared. Long Qinzhang's expression became serious as he stared at the young man in front of him, repeating his words. Qin Chen, once you accept this mission, everything you had before will be taken away. You will be branded with infamy and fall into an irreversible abyss. You have a wife, a daughter, it's not too late to back out now. At this moment, Long Qinzhang's gaze was incredibly solemn. In this moment, he actually hoped that Qin Chen would refuse. However, without hesitation, Qin Chen spoke in a low voice, codename Yanjun, I am ready for battle. We owe you, the entire divine land owes you. With a sigh from the old man, Qin Chen left without looking back. Long Qinzhang watched the tall figure in the distance, unwilling to leave for a long time. Because he knew, this was the last time he would see that figure. The next time they meet, they might be enemies. Qin Chen returned to the Yun family. After a simple tidying up, he planned to leave quietly under the cover of night. But a hand tightly grabbed onto him. It was Yuning Chu. Where do you think you're going? She gritted her teeth and asked. At that time, she didn't know anything, she just thought that Qin Chen was going back to those dirty places again. Don't bother me. Qin Chen pushed Yuning Chu away roughly. But what the audience saw was Qin Chen's eyes turning bloodshot. He was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he would never want to leave. This scene was a flashback to the previous scene, but this time it was more specific. Yuning Chu's disheveled hair, she climbed up again. This time, she held a sharp dagger in her hand, pointing it at her own stomach. If you dare to leave, I'll stab myself. Qin Shen stopped in his tracks, but he didn't answer. He didn't dare to look at this scene. So, the scene didn't show Yuningshu's desperate attempt to stop Qin Shen by self-harm. Qin Shen took a step forward. Poochie, the sound of the knife cutting through flesh and skin echoed. Blood began to flow on the ground. At this moment, Qin Shen's figure became clear and distinct. His expression was clearly seen by the audience. It was silence. Deep silence. Yuningshu's figure, on the other hand, was blurry, and the audience could only get a rough idea. She stabbed herself in the stomach, blood flowing, staining the handle of the knife and her hand. At this moment, the live audience fell into complete silence. Not a sound could be heard. Only the barrage of comments kept scrolling. I can't bear to watch anymore. Miss Yun actually resorted to self-harm to keep him. This is probably the darkest moment in Miss Yun's life. What I saw was a woman who had no other choice but to use self-harm, hoping to awaken Qin Shen's remaining conscience with her own blood. That must be so painful. All the audience's eyes involuntarily turned to Yuningshu. Yuningshu's parents, Yun Yenshan and Fan Shulan, were also wide-eyed in disbelief. Yingchu, you. They never expected that Yuningshu would resort to hurting herself in order to keep Qin Shen from leaving. As Yuningshu's parents, all they felt at this moment was heartache. Under the gaze of everyone, Yuningshu remained silent for a long time before finally taking a deep breath and speaking. Everything happened just as it was shown in the video. At that time, in order to keep him, I resorted to such extreme measures. In the silent live audience, only her calm but suppressed voice could be heard. That period of time was the most desperate and helpless for me. Yuningshu couldn't help but look at the unconscious Qin Shen, her gaze filled with complexity. Our child was seriously ill, and I didn't know what to do. During that time, when I needed him the most, he seemed like a completely different person, going in and out of all sorts of dirty places. Drinking, doing drugs, cheating, domestic violence. I really couldn't take it anymore. I even had the thought of killing our daughter and then committing suicide, just to find some relief. These words were like knives, cutting through everyone's hearts. This is the despair of a woman, and also the despair of being a wife. But if he told me the reason, even just a little bit, I wouldn't be in so much pain. Suddenly, Yuningshu's tone changed. Looking at the unconscious Qin Shen, she screamed with a torn heart, "Why didn't you tell me? I am your wife, don't I have the right to know?" Everyone knows that Yuningshu was talking about Qin Shen's fall and his infiltration into the evil organization. Jiang Baixue, who had been silent for a long time, spoke after a while. "I think he deliberately didn't tell you. If he told you, would you let him go?" Jiang Baixue's counter-question left Yuningshu speechless. Her eyes widened even more, and they became redder. Yes. If he had told her, would Yuningshu have let Qin Shen go? Perhaps it would have caused an even bigger uproar? She is a woman, and speaking selfishly, she doesn't care about the state of the country. As long as the country is not destroyed, it doesn't matter to her what happens to the nation. The national grudges are too distant for her, too distant. The only thing she wants to protect is her small family. He is a man who can abandon everything, just being a little harsh on himself. Jiang Baixue continued, her voice cold. As Qin Shen's comrade in arms in Longxi, Jiang Baixue had the right to speak about her idealized version of Qin Shen, just being a little harsh on himself. Hearing this, everyone felt uncomfortable. Yuningshu was not wrong, and neither was Qin Shen. The mistake lies in her marrying a man who prioritizes national grudges. He has the determination to sacrifice his own family for the greater good. Qin Shen, don't push me, I really will stab myself. I don't want to live anymore, I really don't want to live in the scene. Yuningshu's desperate cry rang out. Qin Shen took a second step. Poochie the second stab. More blood flowed, even spreading to Qin Shen's feet. Qin Shen stopped again, turned his back to Yuningshu, and finally spoke. You will stab a third time, but you won't stab a fourth time. If you die, what will happen to Sigue? The antidote, I will bring it, take care of Sigue before then. Qin Shen's voice trembled to the extreme. Upon hearing this, Yuningshu closed her eyes. Ignoring the intense pain, she pulled out the knife, changed positions, and stabbed again. Poochie, in the next life, find a man who loves and cherishes you. With the third stab, Qin Shen spoke for the last time. After speaking, Qin Shen continued to walk forward. Qin Shen, ah! With a loud crash, accompanied by Yuningshu's heart-wrenching scream, the dagger in her hand fell. Qin Shen's footsteps became faster and faster, eventually turning into a sprint. He was fleeing, escaping from the home he once cherished so much. In the darkness, only his eyes remained, bloodshot and terrifying. Watching this scene, Yuningshu's hand unconsciously touched her own belly. Even now, there were 3 obvious scars beneath her clothes, left on her stomach. Those were the 3 stabs she made on herself for Qin Shen. For her, stabbing herself 3 times wasn't cruel. What was cruel was that even after stabbing herself 3 times, she still couldn't keep this man. His ruthlessness, his heart of stone, was frightening. Ah, I can't bear to watch anymore. This man is too heartless. Yes, even I, a grown man, can't bear to watch. He really stabbed her, not just pretending. On the internet, there were countless criticisms of Qin Shen's heartlessness. There were also people defending Qin Shen, believing that the interests of the country outweighed everything else. These two viewpoints, no matter how far the memory projection went, would always be a topic of endless debate. Qin Shen drove to the international airport. During this process, he received a call from Long Qinzhang. It was the last call Long Qinzhang made to him. I have already spread the news about you stealing the secret blueprints of the 5th-generation fighter jet and disappearing. Long Qinzhang's voice was extremely solemn and serious. Now the internet has exploded. The entire War Department can't believe you're a traitor. Regarding your wanted order, it has already been printed and should soon be posted all over the streets. You should take advantage of the chaos and leave the country quickly. All right. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shen just smiled. Most people would have been scared to death upon hearing these words, but Qin Shen smiled brightly, because he knew that this was something he had to go through. From the pinnacle of glory to the depths of darkness, his life would be elevated through this. The airport in the distance was within reach. Qin Shen looked at it with a determined gaze, as if he had built a great wall. Soon, the world will only remember me for my evil. I have also become an ultimate villain. Old leader, we won't meet again. In the next life, I will still be your soldier. As the words fell, Qin Shen snapped his phone in half and entered the airport. A plane slowly took off and headed overseas. As everyone watched the plane in the picture disappear into the distance, their eyes couldn't help but become moist. At this point, almost everyone understood why Qin Shen betrayed his country, why he leaked core secrets. It was all undercover work. Shaoxi still had the virus inside her, and Qin Shen needed to find the antidote and antibodies from the Spectre organization. Big brother Li Hao had been captured by the Spectres a long time ago, and he wanted to know what had happened to him. He had also promised Jiang Bai Shui that he would bring Li Hao back, and there were all the grievances between him and the Spectres during his time as a 5-star commander. For the country, he had to go. For personal reasons, he had to go too. For this, he sacrificed everything, even resigning from his position as the highest-ranking 5-star commander. He wanted to destroy this organization. Let everyone involved experience what hell on earth truly meant. So, we were wrong to blame Qin Shen? He's not a traitor at all, but a hero. We didn't know anything at all. If it weren't for this memory reading device, we wouldn't have known what Qin Shen had experienced all these years. If we accept the death sentence, then aren't we all perpetrators in the country? At this moment, whether it was the discussions at the live show or the comments in the barrage, every word was filled with deep remorse and guilt. The audience at the live show all bowed their heads in guilt. Their reddened eyes shimmered with tears of regret and self-blame, all directed towards Qin Shen lying unconscious on the stage. People were sad, filled with regret. He was clearly a hero, but he was despised, cursed, and people wished he would die immediately. At this moment, in Tianjin's red walls, a bright red flag still fluttered high. Kai Gongmin and the other top-level figures looked at the scene, lost in thought. Smiles appeared on their faces, even though it hadn't been long since the incident. They felt as if it had been ages. There was only one reason for this. It was because a person who should have been a national hero had been burdened with infamy, permanently trapped in darkness. He should have carried this shame to his grave, but instead, he was forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Now, the truth was revealed to the world, clearing his name. This is probably the best ending. An old man wiped away his tears and said with a smile, "Yes, the name Qin Shen will be remembered in the history of China, much greater than us old folks." Another old man agreed. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Kai Gongmin. He was the only living person from that era. Kai Gongmin took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. He took out an old photo. In the photo, besides him and Long Qinzhang, there was a young man. He faced the morning sun, smiling brightly and sincerely. "That was Qin Shen Xinjiang. Before you leave, you held my hand and said you couldn't let go of this child. Our nation owes him. Now, you can rest assured." While the entire internet was immersed in intense guilt and sorrow, amidst these voices, there was another untimely and jarring voice on the internet. "The truth, indeed, shocked me, but is this really the true truth? He did go on a secret undercover mission, but who can guarantee that he didn't truly play the role for such a long time? What do you mean by that? Judging someone's character from a young age after watching him for such a long time, he doesn't seem like a rebellious person. Does he really enjoy conspiracy theories? Is his mind really that dark? Actually, what he said makes sense. This is not a conspiracy theory or a dark mindset, but something that should indeed be considered. What if he joined the evil organization and became a member over time? Or for example, what if he was brainwashed or controlled by drugs by the other side? These are all uncertain. Can you guarantee it? Even if he is undercover now, it doesn't erase the harm he has caused to our nation. Don't forget, he not only wielded a butcher's knife against our compatriots, but also wiped out his foster father, Qin Zhanfeng, and his family overnight. The words were sharp, leaving people speechless. Indeed, the same event can be seen from 1,000 different perspectives, and people's views on things cannot be changed. Those who think Qin Shen is a hero are right, and those who think Qin Shen has truly betrayed are also right. Everything can only be seen as the story continues. The host Bing Bing stared at the pitch-black screen, closed her eyes deeply, and said, "No matter what happens next, I will never forget what China was like when the news of Qin Shen's treason first came out." Bing Bing's words immediately silenced the noisy live audience. Even the barrage in the live chat room fell silent for a moment. Yuningshu, Yunyanshan, and Fan Shulan lowered their heads, their expressions dazed, filled with grief and pain. That day, the land of China was in darkness. The streets were filled with wanted posters of Qin Shen. The most reported news was about former 5-star commander Qin Shen stealing the confidential blueprints of the 5th-generation fighter jet and fleeing the country. That day, the whole country exploded. Qin Shen was being cursed and became a hot topic on the internet. Everywhere you looked, people were cursing Qin Shen. Even his personal information was dug up by netizens. Some radicals even threatened to harm Qin Shen's family. Qin Shanfeng managed to suppress the situation. Yuningshu and the others were spared because of their status as relatives of the War Department. However, their physical safety was far from enough to heal the wounds inflicted on their hearts and spirits. Yuningshu would never forget her reaction when she learned that her husband had become a traitor. She felt like her whole life had hit rock bottom. Qin Shen hadn't told her anything. She didn't know that Qin Shen was a 5-star commander or the youngest national scholar at the Kyushu Research Institute. She had been the wife of a general, a member of the royal family. But when she found out, it was too late. Qin Shen had already become a traitor. How ironic. In short, once news of Qin Shen's treason broke out, he became a scapegoat that everyone wanted to beat up. All his glory was buried. That's how people are. Brilliance is fleeting, and the world won't remember it for long, but stains, they will remember for a lifetime. While everyone was still reminiscing about that day's scene, a new image appeared. At this moment, Qin Shen had already left the land of China on a plane. His identity had changed from a Chinese person to an overseas Chinese. After getting off the plane, Qin Shen noticed his name written on a sign in the pickup line at the airport. Qin Shen walked straight towards it. Qin, the person picking him up was a standard Western beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes, with a hot figure. Who are you? Qin Shen's gaze sharpened. The blonde beauty smiled charmingly. Please call me Violet. As soon as the name Violet was mentioned, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became lively. The audience widened their eyes and eagerly stared at the blonde beauty on the screen. Some were amazed by her appearance, while others were captivated by her figure. In short, upon seeing this woman, everyone's first reaction was to overpower her and experience the unique pleasure that a woman brings. She had the typical Western beauty, with fiery red lips and a passionate demeanor. What was even more striking was that she was wearing a purple cheongsam, a traditional Chinese dress. The cheongsam is designed to highlight the graceful figure of an Eastern woman, but this authentic Western beauty wore it with such elegance and charm, giving it an exotic touch. Purple represents romance, and her wearing this cheongsam was a perfect match for her name, Violet. I think I understand the charm of Western women now. Who wouldn't go crazy for a woman like her? What's so special about this woman? So what if she's beautiful? She's still an enemy. In the premiere room, the barrage of comments was rolling in. Everyone's attention was focused on this woman's beauty and figure. However, Qin Shen, who was on the screen, narrowed his eyes dangerously. The more beautiful something is, the more deadly it can be. From Violet's cheeks to her alluring body, he sensed a danger that came from deep within her. Mysterious. That was Qin Shen's first reaction upon seeing this woman. She was like a beautiful snake under the spotlight, swaying her enticing yet deadly body, delivering a fatal blow when the enemy least expected it. The airport was bustling with people from all over the world, and Violet stood by Qin Shen's side. The two of them looked like an exotic couple, without arousing any suspicion. Qin Shen squinted his eyes and scrutinized her. You're not from the main god's side, are you? He thought that the person who would pick him up in the country designated by the main god would definitely be from the main god or one of his subordinates. He never expected that the person picking him up would be such a charming woman. A woman who was completely different from standard Eastern women like Yuningshu and Zhang Baixue. A true beauty. Violet giggled. Why mention him? It's still early. I've booked a hotel. How about we get to know each other better? As she spoke, Violet's alluring body had already pressed against Qin Shen, and her breath caressed his ear. One plump jade leg had already lifted up, gently rubbing against him. Some female viewers blushed while watching the program, and some male viewers even felt their mouths dry. Although this was just a screen, there was no doubt that this woman was the dream lover of every man except for their wives. But Qin Shen pushed her away. Take me to see the person I want to meet. Violet staggered back a few steps, looking somewhat annoyed, but she didn't lose her temper. Instead, she giggled even more happily. Sis was just joking with you. Why so serious? Violet's car was a fiery red Ferrari 488, a two-seater. Qin Shen sat in the passenger seat, and Violet started the car but didn't immediately drive off. She gazed ahead, her eyes becoming deep, and her tone became mysterious. Everyone who enters the organization undergoes a check. You may forget many things. Are you really ready? From her tone, it feels like she has a story. Yeah, my first impression is that she's different from the main god on the phone. Another poor soul who's been blinded by looks. Violet's words instantly sparked a barrage of comments. But after Qin Shen nodded, that depth turned back into allure and mystery. Everything seemed like a disguise. Is that so? Then let's go. Violet stepped on the gas pedal, and the sports car sped off into the distance. The scene quickly changed, turning into a high-tech fortress in the west. It appeared to be a laboratory. Looking at this scene, people were stunned. Qin Shen's eyes also became serious as he looked at the building in front of him, lost in thought. I need to put handcuffs on you and blindfold you, sorry. Violet's voice came, and Qin Shen cooperated. His vision quickly turned to darkness. People knew that Qin Shen's eyes were blindfolded. What the laboratory looked like was unknown, but from the perspective of the audience, they saw Violet behind him, wearing a long white coat. She looked like a researcher. People passing by were all researchers like Violet. A figure passed by Qin Shen. In an instant, Qin Shen seemed to sense something and stopped in his tracks. At this moment, it felt like everyone around him disappeared, including Violet. Only Qin Shen and the figure that crossed paths with him remained, blurry and forever unseen from the front. What's wrong? Violet's voice came. This feeling gradually disappeared. Nothing. Although he said that, everyone felt a sense of unease as if they had traveled to another world. The barrage of comments began. Could that person who crossed paths with him just now be his older brother? No way. The audience hoped that Qin Shen would turn around again, but he ultimately didn't. With Violet accompanying him, he continued walking forward. At this moment, Jiang Baishui furrowed her brows, also staring at the figure that crossed paths with Qin Shen. Although the scene was only a brief moment, it repeated in her mind countless times. In the end, her tightly clenched fists gradually loosened. It shouldn't be him. Just someone who looks like him. A new scene appeared. The black cloth covering Qin Shen's eyes was removed, allowing him to see his current surroundings. He found himself fixed to a device similar to a cross. This seemed to be a place for conducting experiments, with human-sized containers of nutrient solution on both sides. There seemed to be something in the containers, but he hadn't had a chance to see clearly before Violet's voice continued. Joining the organization is a strict matter. It's not just about having strong abilities, but more importantly, loyalty. You have the ability, but loyalty is lacking. I've heard about this situation. You stole the confidential 5th-generation fighter jet blueprints from your Shenzhou and handed them over to the main god. This is considered an act of betrayal, but for us, it's far from enough. Violet's eyes suddenly turned cold. What we need is absolute loyalty. So next, we will brainwash you. All memories in your mind about the glory and shame of the Shenzhou land, as well as the mission you bear as a 5-star commander, will be erased. As Violet's words fell, the barrage of comments erupted. Isn't this brainwashing? Erasing all memories in Qin Shen's mind about his homeland, making him forget his nationality and hometown. Damn, these people's methods are too despicable. If Qin Shen is brainwashed, won't he become their person? The barrage reached its peak, almost every comment filled with worry. As the memory projection reached the present, the reason for Qin Shen's defection had been revealed. It was to infiltrate the Wang Liang organization from within and carry the burden forward. However, the other side wanted to brainwash Qin Shen right from the start. This was not just a mission failure, but also the erasure of the meaning of Qin Shen's existence in the first half of his life. All past experiences, all the glory and shame of his missions, would turn into nothingness and cease to exist. At the scene of the program, all the viewers were tense, their hearts in their throats. Not to mention them, even Yuningshu and Jiang Baishui were nervous at this moment. Qin Shen, will you be brainwashed? She murmured to herself. The playback of the memory scenes has caused a huge uproar not only at the live show, but also throughout Tianjin and even the entire Shenzhou. Many authoritative experts have expressed their opinions on their blogs. No matter what Qin Shen did for the country before his betrayal, it cannot be erased. He deserves our respect. But his betrayal is an undeniable fact. There is solid evidence, and his sins cannot be washed away. He left with a mission and the trust of the late Dragon Commander. If it weren't for this, I might have believed that Qin Shen was innocent. But now, the Wang Liang organization wants to brainwash him. I have completely lost faith in him. Although I am reluctant to admit it, maybe he had the country in his heart. How could he betray it? But if he has been brainwashed, everything becomes meaningless. In the end, he still betrayed us. The number of people who believe in this view is increasing dramatically. It is mainly because the memory scenes revealed that Wang Liang wants to brainwash him. This may be the main reason why he truly became a traitor. No, I can feel that he hasn't been brainwashed. Suddenly, Yuningshu spoke up at the live show. She looked at the unconscious figure not far away. He was weak, but the extracted memories and the state of mind of the person extracting them are related. The extracted scenes are painful for him, so he will also feel pain. If the extracted scenes are happy and warm, Qin Shen's mouth will involuntarily curl up. However, at this moment, he was smiling. This unconscious micro-expression confirmed Qin Shen's true feelings. If he has been brainwashed, he won't remember me, won't remember Sigue, won't remember any of us. Yuningshu's voice thundered through the entire live show. All the audience instantly realized it and looked at the screen. Are you ready? In the scene, Violet looked at Qin Shen solemnly and asked. Qin Shen didn't answer immediately, but hesitated. At this moment, everyone could feel Qin Shen's fear. Yes, this man who had never been afraid in the face of gunfire, bloodshed, the destroyer ship on the sea, and the arrival of intercontinental missiles in Shenzhou was now afraid. He was afraid of being brainwashed, of forgetting the mission he carried, of forgetting that he was a Shenzhou person. forgetting Long Qin Zhang, Qin Zhanfeng, Zhang Baixue, Li Hao, his comrades, superiors, and the people he respected and loved. Even forgetting Yun Yingqiu and Si Gui, his loved ones. But this fear didn't last long, and Qin Chen quickly regained his composure. In his eyes, a beam of faith suddenly burst out, like the light of dawn, tearing through the darkness. That was his totem. Along the way, he had always believed in the power of faith. The touch of crimson in his heart was what supported him to this day. I'm ready. He looked at Violet and said each word deliberately. Good. Violet looked at him deeply, then put a complex device on Qin Chen's head and started the program. Z. Instantly, a powerful electric current swept through his body. Qin Chen groaned under the electric current, and the muscles all over his body became clearly visible. Even the veins bulged like small snakes, slowly wriggling. Under the device, Qin Chen's eyes instantly turned blank. He saw darkness, like a wandering soul in this world. This device connected to Qin Chen's nerves and continuously stimulated them with electric currents, forming a closed loop of memory neurons. Most amnesia patients suffer from this. They forget their names, forget their loved ones, forget what they believe in, and truly become walking corpses. This is the first step. After completing the first step, they can immediately proceed to the next step. Filling a blank piece of paper with colorful crayons, they fill Qin Chen with whatever color they want. This is how they achieve absolute loyalty. However, brainwashing does not truly eliminate memories. Memories can only be concealed, not erased. The process is painful and agonizing, but Qin Chen doesn't make a sound. In the end, the electrical power remains strong, but Qin Chen gradually loses sensation. He has adapted, or rather, become numb. His memory neurons are constantly being stimulated, causing him to breathe rapidly, feel chest tightness, and be in a state of extreme anxiety and emptiness. His soul seems to want to leave his body. A sense of weightlessness arises. However, in his mind, anger is suppressed and echoes repeatedly. I am a soldier. My nationality is Shenzhou. I have a great mission. I must fulfill my promises. I must save my daughter. I will not forget Yun Yingqiu, the old leader, Dad, and my comrades. I am Qin Chen. Anger and ferocity collide, a strong heartbeat emerges, resounding like a war drum. That is Qin Chen's heartbeat. In the dark scene, many faces gradually appear. There is Yun Yingqiu, Xiao Sigu, Zhang Baixue. There is Long Qin Zhang, Qin Zhanfeng. There is also Li Hao. All the people who have appeared in his life now appear one by one in Qin Chen's heart, right before his eyes. Memories can only be concealed, not erased. No one can erase his name and nationality. No one can erase the meaning of his existence in this world. The touch of red in his heart becomes more and more intense, more and more vibrant. At this moment, Qin Chen's crimson will has surpassed his physical body. This scene deeply shocks the audience at the scene and the viewers in the live broadcast room. One after another, people's eyes gradually turn deep red. An unnamed flame surges within their chests. Because everyone's thoughts have followed Qin Chen in the images, they are immersed in the scene. Just as he said in his heart, memories can be concealed, but the pride of being a Shenzhou person cannot be erased. He loves this land so deeply that even in darkness, the touch of red in his heart will never extinguish. It has become a belief, and with belief, comes strength. He hasn't been brainwashed. In this situation, he still knows who he is. At the scene, shouts from the audience can be heard. The voice carries a sob and a sense of shock. The people at the scene are once again moved to tears. Everyone has a feeling, not only of witnessing Qin Chen's memories, but also of reaffirming their pride as Shenzhou people. They can't help but wonder, if one day the country is in danger, will they remember that they come from Shenzhou? Will they remember that Shenzhou blood flows within them? Tianjin Shuimu University, Multimedia Classroom. Hundreds of outstanding students of Tian gather here, staring at the projected images. This is a social thought class. There are no textbooks. The textbook is the series reverse memory life for each issue. As they watch the current scene, all the teachers and students fall silent. The one teaching now is the most famous ideological teacher of Shuimu University, Zhang Yuheng. Looking at the current scene, Zhang Yuheng takes off his glasses, picks up a chalk, and writes 10 powerful characters on the blackboard. Being born as a Chinese, one should have the spirit of China. Zhang Yuheng turns around and looks at all the students who are focused on the class, saying, "Do you know why so many countries in the world fear and dread us? Why is it that in just 100 years, Shenzhou has gone from being enslaved to becoming a great nation? Whenever this country faces great difficulties, there will always be a few individuals who emerge to turn the tide. They may be questioned and criticized, but it cannot be denied that they will be active throughout ancient history, remembered by future generations." The crisp and loud voice echoed throughout the multimedia classroom. At this moment, all the students were fully focused, with serious expressions. No one was slacking off, and no one was sleeping. They were all staring intently at the man on the screen. There was faith in his eyes. He was a wall walking in the darkness, using his own body to support a nation. With his words and actions, he awakened the faith of the people in this vast land. Now, in the screen, the electric current had been increased to the maximum, but Violet still looked at Qin Chen in deep thought. She looked at the curve of his brainwaves, her eyes filled with shock. because she was surprised to find that this brainwashing attempt had actually failed. Qin not only wasn't brainwashed, but his memories were becoming even more profound. Lost in thought, she looked into Qin's eyes, not with indifference, but gradually with nostalgia and respect. Finally, she turned off the device. The electric current disappeared instantly. The laboratory door opened, and several men in white coats walked in, chattering away. Violet responded according to the translation of the screen, and the audience could tell from their conversation that they were asking, was the brainwashing successful? Violet replied, very successful, you can trust it. The men in white coats left. Violet's words caused a surge of comments in the barrage. What does she mean? Is she giving false information? Could she be one of us? To be honest, from the moment I saw this lady, I felt she was good. Shut up, armchair expert. Not to mention the barrage in the live broadcast, even the audience at the scene couldn't help but be stunned. Violet's unexpected answer was truly surprising. As a member of the organization, Violet seemed to have a high status, and she should have honestly revealed the fact that Qin hadn't been brainwashed, so that the organization could prepare corresponding measures for the failed brainwashing. But Violet didn't do that. Instead, she lied and reported that Qin had already been brainwashed. It was hard not to let people's imaginations run wild. This woman is very dangerous. Yuningshu stared at Violet on the screen, murmuring to herself. Jiang Baishui nodded beside her. First, we can't determine which side she's on, but she has her own goals. Second, why is the person who contacted Qin codenamed Main God and the person who picked him up the woman with the codename Violet? Yuningshu said. Finally, after receiving Qin, she showed interest in him, thinking that there was room for manipulation. She is also an undercover agent, or she is indeed a member of the organization, but she wants to do something else, which doesn't conflict with Qin. Jiang Baishui said softly. Finally, the two looked at each other and said in unison, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. The whole room fell silent, everyone looking at them with astonishment. At this moment, in the screen, Qin seemed to wake up, struggling to open his eyes a little. Violet squinted her eyes, her hands in the pockets of her white coat, looking at him with interest. I admire your willpower, but don't thank me. Today, I helped you, and in the future, you will have to repay me. Maybe you'll have to risk your life. Qin didn't say anything, just silently looked at her. Like Yuningshu's reaction, there was no gratitude in Qin's eyes, but instead a hint of wariness. The waters of the organization run deep, and they hide the ultimate secret of this world. It took me a long time to climb to the position of a 5-star executive. Violet looked at Qin and chuckled. This stagnant water should start rippling a bit. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. After speaking, Violet turned and left, stepping on her high heels. When she reached the door, she paused for a moment, with her back to Qin, and said, by the way, my real name is Sophia. We will meet again, and if you're interested in having a fling with me, I think I'll be very happy to experience your size. Da, da, da. The crisp sound of high heels echoed through the dim corridor, but Sophia's figure had already disappeared into the distance. In the air, there lingered a faint fragrance, along with a very subtle hint of blood. It was the scent of violets, and she's still a virgin. Qin's lips curled slightly. Even sharks are sensitive to blood. No matter how faint, blood is still blood, isn't it? After brainwashing, Qin was taken away again, stuffed into a trunk. The car quickly started, heading towards an unknown destination. The scene gradually turned black at this moment. Before the new scene arrived, the audience at the live show was still discussing the exotic woman codenamed Violet. Although she appeared on the screen for a short time, her identity, appearance, figure, temperament, and the sound of her voice left a deep impression on everyone. At this moment, the barrage kept scrolling. Women with stories are fascinating. This Violet, she definitely has a deep story. I have a feeling that in Qin's long undercover career, she will play an important role. I feel like she's not bad, approaching Qin with a deep purpose. Don't any of you discuss her measurements? That's what a woman is all about. Yuningshu and Jiang Baishui both watched with wide eyes, also noting down Violet's real name, Sophia. As for Qin, what happened after she became an undercover agent, they had no idea. Perhaps one day, they would take the initiative to meet this woman named Sophia, if she was still alive. In the distant United States of America, it was nighttime. The night was enchanting. In the city known as the bustling Big Apple, a skyscraper stood tall, with a mysterious violet flower emblem shining brightly at the very top. From the top floor of the Violet Tower, one could overlook the entire city, giving a sense of ruling the world. The room had no lights on, and the only source of light came from the television playing. This environment clearly wasn't because the owner of the tower was stingy with electricity, but because she naturally preferred darkness. Everyone has their own preferences. Some people like the glaring sunlight, while others prefer lurking in the shadows of darkness. Psychologically speaking, those who like darkness and dislike sunlight have a dark side in their hearts. They feel like they are creatures of the dark, just like bats. The sunlight is too bright and burns them. A ray of light shone through the window below, vaguely revealing a woman wearing a bright red evening gown. The evening gown had a seductive slit on both sides, revealing her fair thighs, wrapped in sheer black stockings. She swayed a glass of red wine lazily, leaning back on the sofa. Due to the dim light, her appearance couldn't be seen at all, only a pair of enchanting eyes, fixed on the program screen from across the ocean. Especially when she saw the man being judged, his weak appearance, a chilling sharpness flashed through the woman's eyes. She pressed a button. Soon, a waiter-like man came in. "Madam," he respectfully spoke, "what can I do for you?" "Prepare a private plane, possibly heading to the Divine Land," the lady spoke coldly. "Also, gather all the personnel and be prepared." "Madam, are you?" The subordinate was shocked. The lady's gaze was fixed on the program screen, her red lips slightly parted. "Those men have no right to judge me. If he's not acquitted in the end, go and rob them, at any cost. He is the king here, not a prisoner on trial." On the domestic side, they had no idea that the largest conglomerate and dark force in the United States, Violet, had set their sights on them. A lot has happened this year, and one of the global events was the downfall of the Wangliang organization. After the organization's demise, although some of its confidential projects were destroyed, its industries remained a huge cake. However, before overseas forces could make any moves, they were swiftly absorbed by a force called Violet. Violet quickly became one of the most unpredictable forces in the world. The leader of the organization is said to be a very mysterious woman. Soon, a new scene appeared. In the scene, Qin Chen looked much thinner and his eyes were much more indifferent. This is a barrage that truly disregards life, without mercy or compassion. If you watch it for too long, it will send shivers down your spine. That's how the people of the Wangliang organization are. Just as the barrage was wondering if he had really been brainwashed, people saw the sharpness in his eyes, sharp enough to build a city wall. Only then did the barrage understand that Qin Chen had been pretending all along. Violet had lied about the intelligence. He had already been successfully brainwashed, so he had to cooperate with Violet and pretend to be truly brainwashed. And Qin Chen also saw the true god. "Congratulations, Qin, you are now officially a member of the organization." The god congratulated Qin Chen with a smile, but Qin Chen still hadn't seen what the inside of the real Wangliang organization looked like. He didn't even know where the headquarters were. Qin Chen knew that after brainwashing, the organization would test his abilities. "What do you need me to do?" Qin Chen spoke as if he had lost his personality, completely indifferent, very determined. The god praised him and said, "This is the first task the organization has assigned to you. Deal with some stubborn pests who refuse to surrender. The organization is quite large, so it's inevitable that there will be some impure spies. How to handle them is up to you. Trust me, it will be a very enjoyable process." With that, the god patted Qin Chen on the shoulder and left. And at that moment, the entire live audience was completely stunned. Pairs of eyes, filled with astonishment or disbelief, stared blankly at the current scene. Qin Chen's figure stood firm like a javelin. "Spies? What spies? Why do I have a sense of foreboding?" In a scrolling barrage, the scene also changed. Led by someone, Qin Chen arrived at an underground room. It was dark and damp, with a nauseating stench permeating the air. Dirty cockroaches and pests could be seen everywhere. Along the way, Qin Chen even saw a man who had been tortured to the point of his skin splitting open, covered in blood, being dragged out like a dead dog. Bang! Then, a gunshot rang out. Everything returned to calm, with only the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air. The barrage exploded at that moment. "I understand now, this is a prison specifically for imprisoning spies. Qin Chen's first task is to deal with so-called spies? Oh my god, if they were spies from other countries, it would be one thing, but if they were from our own country, I dare not even think about it." Soon, with a creaking sound, led by the prison staff, Qin Chen arrived at the bottommost and deepest level of a prison. As soon as the door was opened, he was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but clench his fists. At this moment, the live audience fell into silence. Like Qin Chen in the scene, the pupils of all the viewers shrank into tiny dots. Their hands and bodies trembled. "Oh, my god, what is this?" At this moment, Bing Bing's face turned pale as paper, devoid of any color. The microphone in her hand fell to the ground as she covered her mouth with her hand. Yuningchu's eyes flickered with flames of anger, her face turning pale. The barrage in the broadcasting room was filled with anger originally. The mission mentioned a spy who vowed to never surrender, and it turns out to be this person. But they are our compatriots. Do we really want Qin Chen to deal with our own people? This is too. Can he handle it? In the barrage filled with anger, people could see the panoramic view of the execution room on the screen. Dimness and blood were the main themes, with each gruesome and terrifying instrument of torture surrounding the room. On each torture chair sat a man covered in blood. Their hands and feet were bound, and the tendons in their limbs were torn apart, making their appearance extremely miserable. What made it even more cruel was that they were fully conscious throughout the process, which meant that they experienced intense pain. As someone approached, they weakly opened their eyes, and in their bloodshot pupils, a fierce and predatory light shone. They were a group of fearless warriors. What they feared was not death, but the inability to kill more enemies. When they ran out of weapons, they used their fists, and when their fists were gone, they used their mouths to bite. Even in death, they wanted a piece of their opponent's flesh. As a result, they lost their teeth as well. Some had their teeth scraped off without anesthesia. As a result, their mouths were a bloody mess, and their speech was simple. Seeing these people, the two who brought Qin Shen to the execution room laughed. These people from Shenzhou are truly ridiculous. With so many countries in the world, most of them are willing to submit to our organization, but only Shenzhou refuses and even wants to destroy our organization. And what happened? All the undercover agents who infiltrated our organization were captured. Their mouths are really stubborn. No matter what, they refuse to reveal Shenzhou's plans. I don't understand. If they just submit, there wouldn't be any problems, but they insist on opposing us. The other person chuckled, this is brainwashing. Shenzhou instills them with absurd ideas, such as fighting for the rise of Shenzhou, sacrificing for Shenzhou. Is it useful? In the end, they are just sacrificial pawns. Finally, the two mocked together, a bunch of fools. Little did they know, behind them, Qin Shen's expression had already twisted, his eyes filled with violence and ferocity. But today, it's not us who will interrogate you, it's him. Just like you, he is also from Shenzhou. Being interrogated by someone from the same race, what does that feel like? Ha! The staff in the execution room introduced Qin Shen, and they burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, all the captured Shenzhou undercover agents trembled. No matter what they said or what cruel punishments they used before, they never wavered. But now, seeing Qin Shen in front of them, they were stunned. Just like them, he had yellow skin and Shenzhou blood running through his veins. After a moment of daze, everyone's faces changed. They were shocked, they were angry. Crack, crack. The chairs they were sitting on began to shake along with their bodies. It was evident how excited their emotions were. Their almost cannibalistic eyes were all fixed on Qin Shen. Their mouths opened, trembling heavily, as if they wanted to say something, but no words came out. Only large amounts of blood flowed down. For them, this was an undoubtedly fatal blow. That gaze seemed to question Qin Shen. Why did he betray Shenzhou? Why did he join this dark organization that sought to control the world? Damn it! This is such bullshit. It's infuriating. They actually want Qin Shen to wield the butcher's knife against his own compatriots who are determined not to yield. They are heroes. Can't we save them? The dark organization did this on purpose. On one hand, they can use Qin Shen's identity as a fellow Shenzhou person to undermine the hero's beliefs, and on the other hand, they can test Qin Shen's loyalty. The organization must have a deeper meaning in assigning Qin Shen this mission. Although the report submitted to the higher-ups stated that Qin Shen had been successfully brainwashed, they still remained wary of him. At this moment, whether it was in the control room or at the live show, there was a strong sense of anger. No one expected that Qin Shen's first mission after joining the Wangling organization would be to dispose of these unwavering undercover agents of Shenzhou. To the Wangling organization, they were spies. But to Shenzhou, they were heroes. Yu Tsongrong, Fan Xinhai, Long Zhanyi, Feng Huai. Suddenly, Yuningchu's gentle voice came from the live show. The audience looked at Yuningchu, only to be shocked to find that this Shenzhou female war god was actually shedding tears, her eyes red. Qin Shen's memories had been extracted, and Yuningchu had shed tears before. But the previous times, it was out of anger and hatred towards Qin Shen. But this time, she was simply moved to tears by the sight of these Shenzhou heroes being tortured. These names are... Jiang Baishua looked at her, her eyes trembling. Yuningchu nodded heavily. They are all elite members of the War Department, and similarly, they are the ones being tortured in the footage. Yuningchu's words seemed to be the final requiem. After she finished speaking, there was silence for a long time. In the silent scene, only Yuningchu's gentle voice, trembling, slowly resounded. Regarding them, I have only seen their lives recorded in photos and files. When I first entered the War Department, they had already left. It is said that they went on a dangerous and confidential mission and have not returned to this day. Yuningchu's eyes were red, as if filled with deep sorrow. Like Li Hao, they are all missing persons, listed in the missing persons list. But behind the Red Wall Martyrs Cemetery, their names are also engraved. They have long sacrificed. After saying that, she took a deep breath, trying to calm the turbulent emotions in her heart as much as possible. This is how the people of the War Department are. Once you enter the War Department, you become family. Although she is not acquainted with these people, and has never even seen them, the blood in her body resonates with them. Seeing these predecessors being tortured and beaten, Yuningchu felt a surge of madness. As for the audience at the live show and the netizens in the control room, they were completely stunned. They all fixed their gaze on Qin Shen in the footage, unable to believe what they were seeing. Qin Shen. Did he really wield the butcher's knife against his compatriots? This thought caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Because people suddenly remembered that Qin Shen not only betrayed the country, but he is also a butcher, an executioner. The blood flowing in his body carries an extremely violent and bloodthirsty factor. In this situation, everyone felt as if they were personally experiencing it. Ah, Qin Shen must wield the butcher's knife against his compatriots. He has to play the villain. Yes, first of all, he entered the Wangling organization as an undercover agent. After much difficulty, he gained the organization's trust, and this is the first mission assigned to him. He must complete it successfully. Secondly, the organization may not fully trust Qin Shen either, so this is a test. If Qin Shen doesn't act against these heroes, he will definitely get into trouble. It's a choice between two evils, choose the lesser one. but they are also heroes. Must they really wield the butcher's knife against their compatriots for the sake of a so-called mission? They are not just comrades, in a sense, they are also comrades in arms. Those who act against their comrades are the true scum. The barrage erupted into a fierce debate, full of tension. Not to mention them, I believe that everyone who saw this scene would feel their heads exploding. The sight of one's own people torturing their own people is the most unbearable thing. Maybe there is a win-win solution? Bing Bing forced a smile and said optimistically, still trying to think in a positive direction. Everyone watched quietly. It's up to you. In the screen, after mocking, 2 staff members patted Qin Chen on the shoulder and then left the prison. Before leaving, they couldn't help but look at Qin Chen with mocking eyes. These 2 people are also of Eastern origin, but they are not from the Divine Land, but from the Kimchi country. In their eyes, this is just a play, a good show of people from a country killing each other. They are spectators. Little did they know, Qin Chen had already turned his back to them, his eyes filled with a thirst for killing and violence. He couldn't bring himself to harm his compatriots. Sizzle. At this moment, the voice of the main god suddenly came through Qin Chen's earpiece. Qin, just received news that the higher-ups are also interested in your interrogation of these stubborn spies. It's up to you to extract the relevant information as much as possible. If you can't get any useful information from their mouths, execute them immediately, understood? Upon hearing these words, Qin Chen's eyes instantly burst with sharpness. His fists hanging by his sides clenched and relaxed. Veins bulged on his neck and forehead. But he still responded mechanically, understood. What people saw in his eyes was still only indifference. A cold indifference that extinguished humanity. This is a public execution, a villain, to be done by Qin Chen. Will he shoot? He has no choice, right? The barrage exploded at this moment. Even Yaningchu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps Qin Chen doesn't need to execute them. Before this, they have already endured round after round of torture. Their physical functions have been exhausted. After a long silence, Jiang Baixue spoke in a low voice. Her clenched fists contained her wordless anger. Even from their god's perspective, they were still so furious. So, what about Qin Chen? Everyone's gaze turned to the projected screen. At this moment, Qin Chen was like a beast consumed by responsibility, his eyes fixed on Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, Long Zhanyi, Fang Huai, and others. They were 1 round older than Qin Chen and belonged to the same generation as his adoptive father, Qin Zhanfeng. Everyone could feel his hesitation, that wordless roar. A subjective feeling called despair instantly rushed over like a black hole, suffocating everyone. He had already seen that Yu Songrong didn't have much time left to live. Qin Chen's gaze was fixed on them. Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, and the others were also staring at him. Their eyes no longer held the anger and hatred they had when they first saw Qin Chen. Eyes don't lie. From Qin Chen's eyes, they saw the same thing as themselves. A determination to throw their lives away and leave no way out for themselves. Qin Chen's fingers twitched slightly, making subtle gestures towards Yu Songrong and the others. Gestures that represented his identity. At this moment, the expressions in Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, Long Zhanyi, and others' eyes also changed instantly. They became resolute. It was hard to imagine that this was the gaze of someone facing death. In this moment, the screen was filled with nothing but eye contact. There was no sound needed at this moment, the gaze was enough to convey everything. Suddenly, Yu Songrong's mouth opened wide, all his teeth had been scraped away, his mouth trembled, and large amounts of blood flowed down. But he still used all his strength to say the first words he said when he saw Qin Chen. It was also his last words. Kill me! Kill me! He spoke in the language of the Divine Land. In the entire prison, only his weak voice echoed. It was so light, yet so loud. Everyone saw the will to die in Yu Songrong's eyes. Yu Songrong was like this. Fan Xinhai was like this. Long Zhanyi was like this. Fang Huai was also like this. I think I understand their gaze now. Before Qin Chen arrived, their eyes were filled with hatred. But after seeing Qin Chen, their eyes no longer held hatred, but hope. Yeah, they held on until the end. Before they died, they saw the person who would carry on their legacy. Their mission was complete. For them, dying at the hands of their own people was the best ending. The barrage of comments scrolled frantically. Never before had the meaning been so clear in their eyes. The audience understood, and so did Qin Chen. In that moment, the image of Qin Chen showed him not using any torture devices, but instead picking up a gun. The gun was light, but holding it in his hand at that moment felt heavy. Heavy enough to make his hand tremble. At the same time, Qin Chen stared intently at them, his cheeks twitching and trembling violently. But Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, Long Zhanyi, and Fang Huaishi all smiled at Qin Chen. Their lips curled slightly upwards, bloodstained, fierce yet gentle and familiar. Yes, this was the smile unique to the soldiers of the Divine Land. A fierce grin left for the enemy, symbolizing an unyielding spirit and a determination to kill or be killed. The fierce grin was also left for their own comrades, using blood to tell them to continue moving forward in the darkness. They entrusted their torch to Qin Chen. They may have died, but Qin Chen would not forget them. There was a time when there was a group of pioneers before him, who paved the way for those who came later. Bang! The deafening sound of a gunshot rang out. Yu Songrong's head had a new bullet hole. Blood splattered all over Qin Chen. Bang! The piercing sound of a gunshot echoed through the live broadcast. In that moment, the entire scene fell silent, with only the sound of gunshots. That one bullet not only pierced the foreheads of Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, Long Zhanyi, and Feng Huai, but also pierced the souls of everyone present. Watching this scene, everyone fell silent. Most of them had tears in their eyes red. They were all moved by these few veterans in the picture. Before Qin Chen arrived, they were the pioneers, often captured and tortured. But they never yielded, instead becoming more determined. No matter how much pain they endured, no matter how much blood they shed, they would persevere. Qin Chen arrived. Only after they knew Qin Chen's identity did they truly pass on the torch to him. It was then that they saw death peacefully. For them, dying at the hands of their own people was their best fate. Qin Chen also gave them their final journey. With a pull of the trigger, a bullet was fired, ending their short but glorious lives. Their deaths would not be in vain, because Qin Chen would inherit their will and continue moving forward. Ah, the respected hero has finally embarked on this path. He could have chosen not to take this path, to continue as the 5-star commander, superior to all but one. But he carried too much burden, which ultimately led him to abandon his family and his position as the 5-star commander, willingly plunging into darkness. I spontaneously request a reduced sentence for Qin Chen. I agree too. The barrage in the control room was filled with requests for a reduced sentence for Qin Chen. At this moment, Yuningshu, Jiang Baixue, and others watched quietly. They no longer expressed their own opinions. The emotions that initially hoped for Qin Chen's execution were no longer as strong. Especially Wan Yingqiu. She just stared blankly at the man in the picture who still held a gun, silently gazing at the bodies, lost in thought. The power of the people cannot be ignored. Even the judges in the courtroom, at this point, felt a sense of regret. They pondered whether or not Qin Chen should be granted a reduced sentence. However, after much hesitation, the judge struck the gavel. Everything is not yet settled. Let's continue watching. Indeed, the law is rigorous. If someone has killed, they have killed, regardless of the reasons. The future still holds many variables. The scene continued. The bodies of Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, and Long Zhanyi were carried away. Qin Chen, who personally sent them off, put down his gun and took a deep breath. After calming his inner emotions, Qin Chen's expression and gaze became indifferent again. In a brief moment, he adjusted his emotions and facial expression. Here, Qin Chen had to be truly meticulous to ensure nothing went wrong. After dealing with the bodies of Yu Songrong and the others, Qin Chen didn't say anything. He silently turned around and glanced at the camera lens behind him. He knew that the footage of him executing Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, and Long Zhanyi must be being watched by the higher-ups of the organization. The scene on the program changed. The footage of Qin Chen in the execution room kept shrinking until it was reflected on several computers. There were several people in the room watching. Among these people, there were both men and women, but without exception, their faces were not clear due to the dim lighting. However, each person had a strong presence. One woman in a purple cheongsam, holding a glass of red wine, stood out. She stood in the corner, her fiery red lips slightly raised. Some people remained silent at the scene, but most nodded. It meant that Qin Chen had passed the assessment of their organization. However, it was still far from being able to get close to them. Are these the higher-ups of the organization? I seem to have seen the figure of Violet. The brief scene immediately sparked discussions in the live chat room. However, just as people wanted to continue researching the secrets of the Wangliang, the scene cut back, without stopping for a moment. After completing all of this, Qin Chen came outside the execution room. The moon overseas was full, but Qin Chen had no time to appreciate it at all. He just stood there quietly, silently watching the distant woods. Everyone could see that Qin Chen still harbored great resentment towards Yu Songrong and the others whom he had personally dealt with. Even if he hadn't intervened, they wouldn't have survived. In his heart, a huge storm was still raging. He had made all the preparations, except he never expected that one day he would have to go after his own compatriots. At this moment, he just clenched his fist tightly. Because of the excessive force, the calluses on his fingers turned slightly white. In the next instant, a deep voice sounded. "You won't die in vain. I will fulfill what you left unfinished. No one can insult you, no one can touch your bodies." It was like a blood-soaked oath. Qin Chen's gaze was fierce and cruel, like a wild beast. At this moment, a voice came from behind. It was the two Korean guards who were talking. They were casually throwing the bodies of Yu Songrong and Fan Xinhai onto a random burial mound. The place was overgrown with weeds and had already been filled with numerous bodies. What was even more terrifying was that most of these bodies had been bitten by sharp teeth, as if there were some ferocious carnivorous animals lurking there. After throwing the bodies, the two Korean guards continued to chat and laugh as they left. The content of their conversation was exactly the footage of Qin Chen shooting Yu Songrong and the others. In their eyes, this was a self-inflicted slaughter among the people of Shenzhou, the best joke for them. Little did they know that a pair of cold eyes had already locked onto them, like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. It was Qin Chen. He remembered that these two Korean guards had mocked Yu Songrong and Fan Xinhai from the beginning. Now that they were dead, they had become the topic of their casual conversation. Qin Chen, like a tiger descending from the mountain, struck like lightning. Before they could react, they lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, they were awakened by intense pain. Opening their eyes, they found Qin standing beside them, his gaze cold and stern. His eyes were as indifferent as when looking at a corpse. At this moment, Qin demonstrated to all the viewers what cruelty meant. He first used a dagger to sever the tendons of the 2 Korean guards, making them crawl on the ground like reptiles. Then, he cut open their stomachs. There were wild tigers in this chaotic burial mound. Blood quickly attracted the attention of the tiger. In the end, Qin untied their ropes. They could only crawl on the ground like worms, and the tiger quickly caught up with them. In the end, they were devoured. After eating the 2 pickled cabbage guards, the tiger group looked towards Qin. Qin stood there, coldly looking at the tigers. The tigers glanced at him and then left. The tigers knew fear. They couldn't provoke this man. At this moment, this man spoke in a low voice, using a voice only he could hear. I said, no one can insult you. With the sound of his cold voice, this man's eyes sparkled. Everyone present at the scene fell silent. Even those who had a god's eye view couldn't tell whether this man was good or evil, or rather, whether the brainwashing had succeeded or failed. Everyone was worried that the environment around Qin would truly erode him. Being an undercover agent means enduring years of loneliness and darkness, as well as one mission after another that one may not be able to accept. From now on, family becomes strangers. This time it's just executing compatriots. If the organization becomes more ruthless and makes Qin deal with his own relatives, wife, and daughter, then what should we do? Stop being pessimistic, okay? If such a scene really happens, I'd rather skip it. The barrage in the live broadcast room scrolled. This topic also caught the attention of the audience at the scene. This possibility could really happen. Yuning-chu calmly spoke up. As soon as she said this, everyone at the scene, including the host Bing, had a subtle change in their expressions. Miss Yun, what do you mean by that? She asked in surprise. Yuning-chu just glanced at her with indifferent eyes, then looked at the unconscious Qin and said, have you all forgotten about the shocking Qin family massacre that happened 7 years ago? Boom! The sound seemed like a final note, hitting everyone's hearts hard. All the viewers' hearts suddenly twitched. They all remembered that Qin had once slaughtered the family that had adopted him, the entire Qin family. After the massacre, not to mention shocking the entire Tianjing, it even shocked the entire Shenzhou. Yuning-chu couldn't help but clench her fist, her eyes darkening. She would never forget the shock she felt when the news broke. When she arrived at the Qin family and saw it for herself, she was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. A huge fire had spread throughout the Qin family, leaving traces of charred remains everywhere. More than a dozen members of the Qin family, not one of them survived, all brutally killed. Even Qin Zhanfeng had a dagger stuck in his chest. But strangely, Qin Zhanfeng looked peaceful when he left, with a slight smile on his face as he died. If Miss Yun hadn't mentioned it, I really would have forgotten. No matter how much Qin tries to wash it away, he can't erase the Qin family massacre. It was the family that raised him, his adoptive father Qin Zhanfeng. For the family, for the country, Qin Zhanfeng was worthy. No matter what the reason, I can't accept Qin wiping out the entire Qin family. I really wonder what his state of mind was at that time, whether he was forced or truly fell into darkness without hesitation. Yuning-chu brought up the Qin family massacre, and whether it was the condemnation at the scene or the barrage in the live broadcast room, they were filled with resentment. As the host, Bing had to step forward to maintain the atmosphere of the show. It is an undeniable fact that Qin planned the Qin family massacre, but our memories haven't extracted the details of that period. We don't understand Qin's inner journey, so everything is difficult to judge. Perhaps there are hidden circumstances that we don't know about, so let's wait and see. As Bing's voice fell, the image and the projection also changed. The prison had many people, and 2 guards died, but no one cared. Since that mission, Qin had officially entered the inner circle of the Wangling organization. The main god became his superior. The tasks assigned to him were no longer tests of human nature like executing compatriots, but truly unspeakable tasks. These tasks further confirmed Qin's belief that the Wangling organization was conducting some kind of experiment that required living subjects. Qin's task was to capture some of these subjects, most of whom were influential and powerful individuals hidden in the darkest corners of the city. They carried the burden of lives or secretly pursued some undisclosed purpose. The Qin presented to everyone was a cold and indifferent figure. From then on, the seemingly calm Wangling organization, like a stagnant pool of water, began to ripple. A person from the eastern Shenzhou took on many tasks and never failed once. His ruthless nature and almost indifferent attitude towards human life made everyone in the organization fear him. He even had his own code name, Judge, symbolizing the judgment of life. Anyone targeted by him never left alive. Therefore, Qin quickly caught the attention of the high-ranking members of Wangling. In fact, they had noticed him since he first joined the organization. The reason they only gave him low-level tasks was that they still didn't fully trust him. Yes, even though Qin had undergone brainwashing and personally eliminated undercover agents like Yu Songrong who swore to never submit, the organization still didn't dare to trust him completely. They couldn't forget that Qin was once the 5-star commander of the Shenzhou, excelling in all aspects. To put it bluntly, even the 5-star executive officers in the organization might not be as capable as Qin Shen. The reason they were hesitant to promote him was simply due to lack of trust. One day, the main god, a handsome Western man with blonde hair, met with Qin Shen. Qin, no, I should call you judge now. You always complete your tasks very well, and the organization has noticed that, the main god said. Pausing for a moment, a hint of mockery suddenly appeared in his eyes. Do you want to take it a step further? Qin Shen nodded, his eyes still filled with that indifferent and inhumane gaze. Even when looking at the main god, his eyes remained the same. The main god didn't mind and handed him a file. Below are the people to be eliminated. You should find it interesting. Qin Shen opened the file and saw Qin Zhenfeng's photo imprinted inside. Seeing this familiar face, Qin Shen's hand holding the file tightened instantly. The scene on the show immediately caused a huge uproar. This is Qin Shen's foster father? Damn, Miss Yun's words have come true. The next thing Qin Shen will do is indeed the massacre of the Qin family. Oh my god. Even Yanning-Chu, at this moment, clenched her teeth tightly, staring at the screen without blinking. Throughout the footage, the main god was observing Qin Shen's facial expressions. However, all he saw was indifference. The main god paused and continued, although our organization exists behind the scenes in multiple countries around the world, there are also some people strongly resisting us, causing us a lot of trouble. There are 10 names on the list, and the first 13 have already been secretly dealt with, leaving only this 10th person. That person is Qin Zhenfeng. Do you know who he is? The main god's eyes suddenly narrowed dangerously, shimmering with a cobra-like cold light. Qin Shen closed the file and calmly replied, I don't know. The scene on the show fell into silence. Only in the footage, Qin Shen calmly uttered those words, the cold-blooded I don't know. The audience could clearly feel that this I don't know was not a deliberate disguise, but a genuine indifference from the heart. It was as if they truly didn't know. At this moment, all the audience and media on the scene turned their cameras to the projected image. That kind of indifference cannot be faked. Only genuine indifference from the heart can be felt. Qin Zhenfeng, that's his foster father. After his biological father died at the hands of mercenaries, he became Qin Shen's true father. He played a crucial role in Qin Shen's future. This father and son lineage is imprinted in people's hearts at this moment, but it is cold-blooded and ruthless. At this moment, the director of the program said something to Bingbing, and Bingbing took a deep breath and looked at the screen. Since Mr. Qin Shen's memories have been extracted up to the plot after he betrayed the country, in order for everyone to better understand his journey, the program has invited a renowned psychologist from overseas, Mr. Will. Please welcome him. On site, there was only a lackluster applause. Most of the audience were immersed in the images of Qin Shen's current experience, feeling suffocated by the despair of waving a butcher knife at their closest person. However, the next words from Dr. Will brought most people back to reality. He said, Mr. Qin is my patient. The audience on site widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Dr. Will with incredulous faces. Qin Shen, he's actually his patient? In fact, many people now overlook the psychological and mental pressures and illnesses. Once infected, physical illnesses are just minor ailments. Dr. Will said calmly, the first time I met Qin, he was already tormented by mental illnesses. He was more irritable than ordinary people and more prone to self-harm and harming others. I prescribed him many medications and provided psychological therapy. It can be said that he often exists between reality and fantasy. Dr. Will glanced at the screen and continued, take this moment's image, for example. In Qin's heart, there is something more important than his own life and the lives of his loved ones. He wants to achieve that thing, and before that, he is willing to sacrifice anything. After Dr. Will's professional explanation, the audience finally began to understand Qin Shen's state of mind at that time. However, the barrage of comments still filled with sighs. Yanning-Chu stared at the screen, her clenched hand finally loosening after extreme exertion. Qin Shen, is this your journey of the heart? But the dead are already dead. What's the point of investigating your journey of the heart? In a whisper that only Yanning-Chu could hear, a massacre that could shock the entire nation began. I will personally lead this operation. You used to be a soldier, so you should understand that military orders are above everything else. In the image, the main god spoke again. Qin Shen still had an almost indifferent gaze, calm as still water. He simply picked up a dagger gleaming with cold light. Thud! It fiercely stabbed into Qin Zhenfeng's photo. The image quickly changed. An airplane slowly landed at Tianjin International Airport. The familiar scenery of the divine land appeared before their eyes once again. But there was no trace of a smile on Qin Shen's face. Looking at Qin Shen's indifferent appearance, Yanning-Chu felt a pang of pain in her heart. Returning to the old place, everything has changed. That's probably the case at this moment. Tianjin International Airport. It was the cold winter season. A middle-aged man wearing a black woolen coat, slightly hunched but trying to straighten his back, was walking slowly. His resolute face was filled with seriousness and a sense of killing intent. It was Qin Shen's foster father, Qin Zhenfeng. Qin Shen, wearing a duckbill cap and a mask, walked closer and took off his mask. He carefully examined the middle-aged man in front of him who had already entered old age. His temples had turned gray at some point, and his posture had started to stoop. What shocked Qin Chen the most was the empty left sleeve of Qin Jianfeng's arm, which added a touch of desolation. That left arm was blown off during the attack by the child soldiers. Since then, the War Department had forced Qin Jianfeng to retire. "Dad!" After a long time, Qin Chen finally called out. His voice was hoarse, like a weathered mountain hermit, but Qin Jianfeng shook his head and looked at him, revealing a long-lost smile. "Don't say anything. It's good that you're back." Qin Jianfeng used his only hand to pat Qin Chen's shoulder with a smile on his face. "During the time you were gone, the whole country was in an uproar. Everyone not only knows that you are a 5-star commander, but also that you betrayed the country. Wanted posters of you are everywhere in the country. Rumors can kill, whether you betrayed the country or not. The answer to this question is no longer important. Go and do what you think is right. Dad will always be proud of you." Qin Chen cried. He thought that after accepting that mission, he would never cry again. From then on, all the glory and honor, all the family and love, had nothing to do with him. He was just an emotionless machine, a monster. He had prepared himself to bear the infamy alone and forever dwell in darkness. However, he did not expect that in his dream of that red country, there was still one person who believed in him no matter what he did to anger both gods and men, no matter how the world could not tolerate him. In this world, there is a kind of emotion that is more plain than love, more enduring than friendship, and more touching than family. It is called father and mother. In the winter of Tianjing that year, the wind was particularly strong, and it was accompanied by visible sandstorms. It made Qin Chen's tears flow. The scene on the show was silent. For some reason, when they saw the scene of Qin Jianfeng smiling and affectionately patting Qin Chen's shoulder in the picture, everyone's eyes turned red. The wind of that year in Tianjing seemed to blow through the screen and reach here. Many people were wiping their eyes. This was not just a simple reunion of father and son. At that time, the divine land was in turmoil after Qin Chen betrayed the country. The whole country was condemning and angry at Qin Chen. In a situation where the War Department could not come forward to help clarify the situation, Qin Chen could only bear everything alone and move forward under heavy burden. This was a secret that no one could ever speak of. Not even his father, Qin Jianfeng. But in his ignorance, Qin Jianfeng unconditionally trusted Qin Chen. And from his words, it was not difficult to see that he was proud of Qin Chen. Tired from the outside, longing for home, just come back. Even if the mission fails, it doesn't matter. As long as you're alive, it's enough. This may be the demand of all fathers in the world for their children. The barrage in the live broadcast room. Whoa, so touching, this is the love of a mountain. Qin Chen's success and glory cannot be separated from one person's cultivation, that is Qin Jianfeng. When he was young, he was stricter with Qin Chen than anyone else, but once he was born, he would protect Qin Chen more than anyone else. Perhaps his strength is no longer powerful, just an old man, but in his eyes, Qin Chen is still his son, and this can never be changed. But Qin Chen came back this time to take Qin Jianfeng's life. I can't bear to continue watching. The live broadcast room was filled with discussions. The scene quickly shifted to the next scene. Qin Jianfeng brought Qin Chen back to the Qin family, the place where Qin Chen grew up as a child. The red lacquer from childhood had already become mottled, and the walls had completely lost their white paint at some point. The old locust tree from childhood had become bald, but next to it, several small locust trees had grown. Qin Chen gently touched them, his eyes filled with nostalgia, but his expression became more solemn. "Who's here?" Qin Jianfeng gathered everyone together with a smile. "You are Qin Chen?" Everyone in the Qin family was extremely surprised. "Aunt, cousin, third uncle." Qin Chen's voice was light. He had not been undercover in the demon world for long, but he seemed to have forgotten how to face such a warm scene. Looking at these familiar faces, Qin Chen's eyes seemed to avoid something. Being near home made him feel timid, and combined with his tarnished reputation, he was afraid that his family would look at him with strange eyes. That would deeply hurt him. However, to Qin Chen's surprise, the eyes of everyone in the Qin family were only filled with astonishment, without a trace of anger or excitement. They just looked at Qin Chen with smiles in their eyes. "Qin Chen is the child I watched grow up. I know him better than anyone. It's impossible for him to do such things. I never agreed with Xiaochen joining the army before. Following in his father's footsteps is not worth it. Even if he becomes a 5-star general, so what? I actually hope he becomes an ordinary person." Jianfeng has also retired now. He's no longer part of the military. Don't mention Qin Chen's return to anyone. Keep it to yourselves. Got it? At this moment, people saw that Qin Chen's nails had deeply embedded into his palms. He was bleeding, but he didn't even notice. How can Qin Chen do it? He can't bring himself to do it. Yeah, the heart is soft. Who can bring themselves to kill their elders whom they've watched grow up? Honestly, I really hope Qin Chen can quit the mission right now. The barrage in the live chat room was also infected by the smiles of everyone in the Qin family on the screen, and discussions were abound. Instructor. At this moment, Yuninchu and Jiang Baishui both stared blankly at the screen, murmuring to themselves. Yuninchu gritted her teeth and whispered, "Qin Chen, how can you do it? Dinner is almost ready, just wait a little longer." Inviting Qin Chen into the house, the sound of stir-frying soon came from the kitchen. The aroma of the food wafted through the air. The environment of the Qin family was no different from when he was a child, but Qin Chen felt uneasy. In the next moment, Qin Chen's phone rang. He went outside to answer the call. The cold voice of the main god came from the other end. "Where are you? I'm the one in command of this operation. Why did you act on your own?" The audience finally understood that Qin Chen had arranged to meet Qin Jianfeng himself. "Your actions make it difficult for me not to consider you a traitor to the organization." The main god's words were icy, and he added another sentence. At this moment, the barrage surged. Could it be that Qin Chen's undercover secret is about to be exposed? Well, even if it's exposed, he won't have to continue the mission. Even if it fails, the War Department won't say anything. This is Shenzhou. If I were Qin Chen, I wouldn't carry out the mission. Between family and country, I choose family. In the screen, Qin Chen held his phone and gradually fell into silence. After a long time, he raised his face again, and that face had already become extremely cold. "Indeed, you are in command, but everything must be done in advance for the mission to succeed. The Qin family is a prominent family in Shenzhou's War Department. Do you really want to force your way in?" As the voice fell, the main god fell into silence. He hadn't figured out how to kill Qin Jianfeng yet. The War Department of Shenzhou had developed rapidly in recent years, and coupled with the fact that this was Tianjin, the heartland of the War Department, it could be said that they had infiltrated every corner. "I don't want to face the encirclement of the entire War Department of Shenzhou. Listen to my command. This is Shenzhou." In the next moment, Qin Chen's words suddenly turned icy. Although the main god was Qin Chen's superior, he was also intimidated by this momentum. After a long silence, the voice of the main god came with a hint of anger. "It's better if you succeed, otherwise your actions will be automatically considered as betrayal by the organization." Another scene appeared. In a dimly lit room, many people were still standing. There were both men and women, but their faces couldn't be clearly seen. The main god had already reported Qin Chen's unauthorized actions in this mission to the higher-ups. Qin Chen was a person from Shenzhou, and this mission was also taking place in Shenzhou. The person he had to kill was his foster father. Judging from Qin Chen's traces, it could indeed be concluded that he had betrayed. However, after a long time and through discussions, their response was based solely on the outcome. As long as Qin Chen can kill his foster father, he can enter the middle level. A cold voice came through as the main god hung up the phone. The memory mind reader not only projected the memories Qin Chen had experienced, but also projected what was happening elsewhere at the same time. Combining the two, a complete event appeared before the audience. At this moment, Qin Chen hung up the phone, looked at his own hand, and then turned to look at the busy figures of the Qin family. His eyes were filled with extreme conflict. At this moment, perhaps even Qin Chen himself has started to waver, whether he can really carry out this deadly act. Think about it from a deeper perspective. Should he continue to carry out undercover missions? This time it was his foster father, but next time, it could be his wife or daughter. Can't you stop projecting yourselves into it? You are not Qin Chen. Don't use your subjective thoughts to put yourselves in Qin Chen's shoes. Unless something unexpected happens, Qin Chen should continue and kill his foster father's entire family. In the live chat room, the barrage kept scrolling. Some were analyzing Qin Chen's current state of mind, while others were angrily criticizing those who only stayed on the surface. Sigh. The sound of sorrowful sighs echoed in the studio. Yuningchu and Jiang Baishui had complex expressions in their eyes. They were rational, and the tragic annihilation of the Qin family was real, as well as Qin Chen becoming a global threat. This also proved that Qin Chen had ultimately resisted and walked a dark path. Perhaps Qin Chen is conflicted and tormented at this moment, but in the end, he will definitely continue. This is his destiny. Before they could recover from their shock, a new scene unfolded. In the evening, because of Qin Chen's sudden return, the dinner at the Qin family tonight was very sumptuous. Everyone in the Qin family had smiles on their faces, and this dinner seemed warm, but everyone could feel the heaviness behind it. However, no one spoke first. There were many delicious dishes on the table, but Qin Chen didn't touch any of them. His eyes were fixed on the simplest and most plain bowl of barley noodles on the table. When he was young, Qin Jianfeng often cooked it for him. Qin Jianfeng saw it and smiled as he pushed the bowl of barley noodles in front of Qin Chen. Qin Chen took it and started eating. Huff, huff. Qin Chen ate with big mouthfuls. He ate voraciously, burying his entire face in the bowl. He ate messily, as if he hadn't eaten enough for several days. No one noticed that when Qin Chen was eating the noodles, a few drops of tears occasionally fell into the soup. When he finished eating, Qin Chen stopped. At this point, his eyes had turned red, and tears fell heavily. Plop! The next moment, he knelt down on the floor and began to speak out all the words hidden in his heart. "I came back this time to kill all of you." Boom! A stone caused 1,000 ripples. At this moment, the audience in the studio was stunned. No one had expected Qin Chen to reveal his true purpose. After the shock, everyone let out a sigh. It seems that he still can't do it. That's for the best. But wait, if Qin Chen has already revealed his purpose, then why were all the members of the Qin family still massacred? In the live chat room, a skeptical comment quickly rose to the top. receiving countless likes after seeing this barrage. Everyone on the show widened their eyes. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Shen stated his purpose, which was equivalent to giving up on killing Qin Jianfeng. According to reason, all members of the Qin family should be alive. However, according to the subsequent historical trajectory, the Qin family was still annihilated. It seems that there are many hidden secrets behind this. Yuning murmured to herself. The scene continued. After Qin Shen said this sentence, everyone in the Qin family was stunned. Realizing it, apart from Qin Jianfeng, everyone's faces showed panic and fear. At that time, Qin Shen was a traitor, a dangerous person with a danger rating of 5 stars. Such a person, saying such words, naturally caused panic. However, after experiencing the initial panic, the panicked Qin family members, looking at Qin Shen kneeling on the ground, became stunned again. Since Qin Shen came to kill them, why did he tell them? At that time, Qin Shen just stared at them with red eyes, without saying a word. Qin Jianfeng also calmly looked at Qin Shen. When he picked up Qin Shen from the airport, he knew that Qin Shen had a purpose. Before I retired, I heard some rumors from my former superiors. There is a person who abandons everything and falls into darkness, and that person is you. Qin Jianfeng smiled and looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen still remained silent, his eyes as red as a devil crawling out of hell. Qin Jianfeng laughed heartily twice, looked at Qin Shen, and continued, "It seems that I guessed right. That person can only be you. Although I have retired, my heart is still with the military. If there is a war, I will be called back. If there is a war, I will be called back." These 6 words seem to contain infinite power. After hearing these words, the expressions of all the Qin family members changed, and they didn't know if it was an illusion. Looking around, everyone's faces became extremely determined. Each person, as if knowing their own destiny, faced it calmly. "Get up! Why are you kneeling?" Qin Jianfeng scolded. Qin Shen stood up, his eyes looking even redder, without tears, without sadness. He just kept shaking his head. He thought he could face it calmly, face Qin Jianfeng's photo, and calmly say I don't know him. But only when he truly faced it did he realize that he was not prepared at all. He didn't want Qin Jianfeng to die, nor did he want everyone in the Qin family to die. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted on his own to meet Qin Jianfeng. He wanted to tell Qin Jianfeng to escape, the farther the better. As for the consequences, he hadn't thought about it. Perhaps giving up the mission might have other solutions. Don't be sad, don't be upset. There is not a single weakling in the Qin family. We have even prepared to die at any time. Behind Qin Jianfeng, a slightly older, dark-skinned middle-aged man smiled and said, revealing a row of white teeth. He was Qin Shen's uncle. Qin Shen, you probably don't know that every man in the Qin family has retired from the military, not afraid of death. Another person said with a smile, then changed the topic, it's just that we feel sorry for our wives. They shook their heads one after another and said with a smile, we have no regrets. Qin Shen couldn't say anything anymore, just stared fixedly. The faces of each and every one of them were imprinted in Qin Shen's eyes, unforgettable and indelible. At this moment, what he saw was the unwavering loyalty among the Qin family. What he saw was the loyalty buried in the mountains, the unwavering loyalty to the world. What he saw was his own pupils, reflecting endless killing intent. The last dinner is over. Qin Jianfeng smiled and put down his chopsticks, looked at Qin Shen, and said, I, Qin Jianfeng, have no sons in this lifetime. Xiaochen, you have fulfilled my wish, and I want to thank you. After speaking, he took out a sharp dagger and placed it on the table. The scene at the show, all eyes and gazes fell on the projected image at this moment looking at the knife placed on the table by Qin Jianfeng. The handle of the knife is made of wood, with a powerful and vigorous Qin character engraved on it. Everything in the Qin family is marked with this character. Furniture, utensils, representing that everything belongs to the Qin family. Even the people in the Qin family have the character Qin engraved in their hearts, representing loyalty and martyrdom. At this moment, the barrage surged crazily. Several times, the barrage reached its highest threshold, just like the fluctuating heartbeat of the audience. With a dazed look in their eyes, they watched this scene. Could it be that the next development is that all members of the Qin family will choose to commit suicide in order to continue Qin Shen's undercover operation? Is the Qin family massacre the truth? No hatred, only heroism. How many people in the land of China can face death calmly? Among these scrolling barrage, the audience at the scene of the program. At this moment, their moist eyes were filled with shock. Yuningchu's hands, hanging on both sides, were trembling continuously. Her gaze was also trembling. The shocking truth of the Qin family massacre, could it really be like this? Qin Jianfeng, her father-in-law. In her memory, he was a kind and gentle old man. He treated her well, and now, facing death, he was so calm. She closed her eyes, a tear falling from her eyelashes. Murmuring words came out of her mouth. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. This is the best of times, with no war, no gunpowder. The sky is blue, the water is clear, and people's smiles are gentle. But this is also the worst of times, because every best of times is obtained through countless unknown sacrifices. They exchanged their own lives for a possibility. Even if this possibility is slim, they must continue to believe in it. And in Yuningchu's murmuring, the image of Qin Shen in the screen and reality changed. In the image, Qin Shen's eyes were already bloodshot, like a devil, a madman. And Qin Shen at the scene of the program, although his eyes were closed, his brows were tightly furrowed. It was as if he had had a nightmare, shaking his head constantly. Large drops of cold sweat flowed down his forehead, making him look like he had just been pulled out of the river. In his dim consciousness, Qin Shen himself wandered like a ghost. That scene, like an eternal nightmare, deeply imprinted in his heart, unable to be erased. In the image, he had already picked up the dagger and resolutely pressed it against his own neck. Poochie! 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 Soon, the screen was covered in blood. Qin Shen watched silently as his uncles and cousins, one by one, took their own lives. The blood stained the ground, so glaring. His heart was convulsing violently. Ah! Watching more and more relatives die in front of him, Qin Shen went mad, his face twisted to the extreme. His heart-wrenching roar cut through the air, like an injured beast. Soon, in the image, only Qin Zhanfeng was left. Qin Zhanfeng picked up the dagger already stained with blood from the ground, and step by step, walked towards Qin Shen, handing the handle of the knife to him. At this moment, Qin Shen seemed to have completely lost his sanity, losing the ability to speak, just screaming and crying like a madman. Qin Zhanfeng simply smiled at him, took his hand, and let him hold the dagger. Then, with Qin Shen's hand in his, the blade was pointed towards himself. Qin Zhanfeng took a big step forward. Blood splattered. The entire dagger deeply pierced Qin Zhanfeng's heart. Ah! Qin Shen stared blankly at the dagger in his hand, guided by Qin Zhanfeng, stabbing it into his own heart. His gaze trembled with madness. Qin Zhanfeng and Qin Shen, this father and son, remained in this posture, standing silently. Blood was already flowing from the corner of Qin Zhanfeng's mouth, but he still smiled as he looked at Qin Shen in front of him. His gaze was gentle, as if he was looking at his own son. Remember, the mission must not fail. I have staked my life on the new world. This was the final scene. After saying that, Qin Zhanfeng fell to the ground at Qin Shen's feet. The screen immediately turned black, and the sound disappeared. But before it turned black, everyone saw Qin Shen raise his head and let out a long howl, but no sound came out. When the new scene appeared again, Qin Zhanfeng appeared once more in the picture. The audience knew that it was Qin Shen's memory of Qin Zhanfeng in his heart. It was so clear, so profound. Qin Shen's thoughts had already entered another spiritual world, where there was only the Qin family. There were scenes of him being afraid to sleep because he was in the unfamiliar environment of the Qin family when he first arrived, scenes of Qin Zhanfeng waking him up to practice martial arts when it was just dawn, scenes of Qin Zhanfeng making him run laps as punishment for not being satisfied with his training progress. Of course, there were also scenes of Qin Zhanfeng celebrating his birthday. There were many, many more. He played the role of both father and mother. He was a soldier who couldn't express his emotions, so every time he cared, it was in situations that Qin Shen didn't know about. Little did he know that Qin Shen remembered all of it very clearly. He never said I love you to Qin Shen, but he did his best to protect Qin Shen's childhood. He did his best. He was a strong and gentle man, a man who wanted his son to become the best in the world, a man who taught Qin Shen in his final moments with his own life. He was the greatest father in the world. He is crying. At the scene of the program, some viewers exclaimed, unable to help but point at the unconscious Qin Shen. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Shen. His eyes were still closed, but tears kept falling from his closed eyes. Unlike the tears shed when his daughter was seriously ill, this time, what people could feel was genuine pain, genuine despair. His body convulsed more and more violently, as if trapped in an inescapable black hole. At this moment, Yuningshu wiped away the tears in her eyes and slowly walked up to Qin Shen. She reached out her hand and, after 7 years, as Qin Shen's wife, she finally hugged him again. She held him tightly, very tightly. Like comforting a child who had a nightmare, she gently patted Qin Shen's back. She murmured, it's okay, it's okay. It's all over, don't be afraid, I'm here. Her voice was light, like a lullaby. At this moment, all the viewers watched the scene silently. Yuningshu, like a mother, held Qin Shen tightly, whispering words of comfort, as if in a dream. Her palm rested on Qin Shen's back, rhythmically patting him. At this moment, there was no need for words. Silence was more powerful than words. Whether it was the sacrifice of the entire Qin family for Qin Shen to better integrate into the darkness, or the dream scene deep in Qin Shen's heart that played on the screen, it conveyed one message: the Qin family massacre was the pain of Qin Shen's life, without exception. Whenever he recalled it, he would have nightmares. This was still the case 7 years after the incident. Only heaven knows how Qin Shen survived immediately after the bloodbath. This was the time when Qin Shen needed comfort the most. The only person who could truly comfort Qin Shen was Yuningshu. In order for Qin Shen to better integrate into the darkness, the entire Qin family willingly sacrificed themselves. Unexpectedly, this is the truth behind the Qin family massacre. In a sense, this result is even more despairing than if Qin Shen had killed them with his own hands. Let's not talk about it. If I encountered something like this, I would have cried to death, or even not survived in this world alone. Indeed, this sense of despair is enough to drive a person to mental collapse, becoming a walking corpse with a body but no soul. In the premiere room, the barrage scrolls continuously. The program scene is silent, with no sound, only gazes quietly watching the scene of Yuningshu tightly hugging Qin. Under Yuningshu's comfort, Qinchen's convulsing body gradually calms down. Qinchen has quieted down, and at this moment, Yuningshu and Qinchen seem to be connected by an invisible bond. Looking at Qinchen's pale face in her arms, Yuningshu also feels a pang of heartache. At this moment, she is truly deeply moved. A person who can remain normal under such immense pressure has a perseverance that surpasses ordinary people. At this time, a new scene appears. A big fire is very conspicuous in the dark night. Qinchen stands quietly in front of the fire. Although his figure is still upright, he looks even more lonely. At this moment, people keep recalling a self-deprecating remark Qinchen made before, "I was born a lonely ghost, and one day, the people around me will leave one by one." Endless sadness. Endless desolation. This moment is vividly reflected in front of the fire. The fire burns everything in the Qin family. Along with it, all the memories in Qinchen's heart are also burned. The night wind blows his hair in front of his forehead, revealing a pair of eyes that are indifferent to the extreme. The black in his eyes seems to merge with the surrounding darkness. In his pupils, the intensifying fire is reflected. It seems to want to burn the whole world. Qinchen stands in front of the fire for a long time before turning and leaving. At this moment, everyone feels that Qinchen has changed. He has become more indifferent, his emotions more diluted, and more bloodthirsty. At the moment the fire burned out, it also burned away Qinchen's last bit of emotion. From now on, Qinchen will have no more scruples and will kill more ruthlessly. The only thing that can cleanse his heart is killing. The barrage fills the screen with comments. Everyone understands the meaning behind Qinchen's final gaze. There is sorrow, there is hatred, and more importantly, there is the will to carry on. As long as there are places where leaves fly, the fire will continue to burn. Qinchen, who has merged into the darkness, may lose all his emotions and desires in the future, but there is one emotion that will not disappear. That is the belief in completing the mission. He is no longer wavering. His father said that he bet his life on the new world. The new world will be opened by him. Before the new order is established, destruction and sabotage are needed. The mission is completed. Qinchen meets the main god again. Under Qinchen's gaze, the main god feels a chill down his spine. Not bad. He nods and says, completing the mission is what you should do, otherwise you cannot make up for your unauthorized actions. Qinchen smiles. He looks at the main god and says, I completed the mission alone. Can I be promoted to the middle level? Of course. The main god smiles and says, with your strength, you deserve that level. However, no matter who it is, they have to take one step at a time. After entering the middle and high levels, you and I will be on the same level. The main god reminds. People in the organization are all greedy, and what they think about is how to climb up step by step. Of course, there is also how to bring down other members of the organization and replace them. To some extent, people prefer to eliminate the people around them first, as it speeds up the process. Qinchen is the same. Is that so? Qinchen silently laughs and reaches out his hand to the main god. Then let's wish for a more pleasant cooperation in the future. The main god looks at him, hesitates for a moment, and then extends his hand to shake hands with Qinchen. The barrage is also surging at this moment. Qinchen, does this mean you have truly infiltrated the demon's lair? Just the middle level, there are still higher levels above, the road is still long. I haven't seen what the demon's headquarters looks like yet. After Qinchen briefly returned to his home country, he created a shocking incident known as the Qin family massacre that shook the entire nation. This event not only caused a huge uproar in the country, but also spread widely overseas. The corresponding news appeared the next day. On overseas television, the host solemnly interpreted the news. Last night at 10 o'clock, a heinous massacre occurred in Tianjin, China. The entire Qin family was slaughtered, and the suspect is believed to be Qinchen, the former 5-star commander who has already defected. Photos of the crime scene were then shown. At the same time, Qinchen sat quietly at a round table, watching the news with a group of people. Qinchen still had an indifferent look on his face, as if he had only done something insignificant. The main god and others sat on both sides, their expressions serious. This was an organizational meeting that was only held for important announcements. All the high-ranking members would attend. However, what surprised the audience was that the large round table had a large number of empty seats in front. Instead, there were projected images of people sitting on the empty chairs using projection technology. Their faces were composed of colorful lights, forming complex facial textures. There were both men and women, exuding an air of mystery. The audience was stunned. Are these the high-ranking members of the organization? They actually use three-dimensional projection technology. Does that mean they are all scattered around the world? Damn, I thought we could see the high-ranking members of the organization, but it turns out it's just a three-dimensional projection. This just shows how terrifying this organization is. The water runs deep. As the barrage of comments continued, the meeting began with the sound of computer-processed voices. Great creator, another devout believer has entered your embrace. From now on, he is our 3-star executive. At this moment, the screen played a video of Qinchen officially infiltrating the organization. He was given the position of 3-star executive. The barrage of comments surged at this moment. He finally got his wish and became an undercover agent within the organization. If he's a 3-star executive, does that mean there are higher-ranking executives like the 4-star and 5-star executives? No matter what position he holds, he is currently only in the middle level, far from the top. To reach this level, he has experienced so many hardships. It's hard to imagine what the future holds for him. As the screen scrolled, the audience at the live show also looked at Qin Chen in the video with complex expressions. At this moment, they saw a heart as firm as iron and a fearless young man. They witnessed Qin Chen's experiences from birth until now. Now, he exuded a gloomy temperament, extinguishing his humanity. They witnessed his glory and his fall, the ups and downs of life. The belief that supported him was the many people who died for him. He would not turn back on this path. And in the next moment, a new image finally appeared in the projected screen. In the pitch-black conference room, the three-dimensional images of all the high-ranking members of the organization had disappeared. Only Qin Chen remained in the empty conference room. The other members had left. The scene was so dark, with only one figure standing against the light, still standing. In the conference room, there was still one three-dimensional image that hadn't disappeared. Although her appearance couldn't be clearly seen, her long hair indicated that she was a woman. She looked at Qin Chen's back with interest, and finally, Qin Chen noticed her, his eyes still indifferent. "You are Violet." He stared at the three-dimensional image in front of him and spoke. "Congratulations." The three-dimensional image did not reply to Qin Chen's words, but simply smiled to herself. "I told you we would meet again, although, in this form, it doesn't really count as meeting." From her words, people could easily guess that she was indeed Violet. Compared to Qin Chen, who was a 3-star executive, Violet was already a high-ranking member of the organization. Qin Chen fell silent for a moment before speaking up. "Can you tell me who ordered the killing of Qin Jianfeng?" The three-dimensional image fell silent and didn't speak for a long time. Qin Chen knew that Violet wouldn't say. Immediately, he turned to leave. "Wait." The mechanical voice sounded again, and Violet said, "Although I can't tell you exactly who that person is, I can give you a hint." Pausing for a moment, Violet continued, "Since you were sentenced to Shenzhou, you have been under surveillance every moment. The organization will not reduce the tests for you. Your enemies have already existed before you left Shenzhou. ZZ. After speaking, the three-dimensional image began to blur and flicker, appearing extremely unstable. At this moment, Qin Chen, who had listened to all of this, burst into a bright light in his eyes. "Are you telling me that the high level of the Wangling actually includes people from Shenzhou?" Qin Chen said incredulously. "Wow." As soon as this statement came out, the audience at the live show and the barrage in the control room were all shocked. "Damn, that's a lot of information. Does the high level of Wangling include people from Shenzhou?" No wonder Wangling didn't believe Qin Chen even after knowing that he had been brainwashed. Only their own people know themselves best. Who is it? Who is that person from Shenzhou? The barrage was filled with guesses about the person's identity. Who is that person? At this moment, Qin Chen's eyes burst with endless hostility. Clenching his fists tightly, his voice became hoarse. Anger erupted instantly. The amount of information Violet revealed to him was too great. The high level of Wangling also included people from Shenzhou. Who is that person? What is their status in Shenzhou? He is ZZ. Violet's three-dimensional image was about to speak, but the picture became even more distorted, as if there was a strong magnetic field interfering with the signal. When the signal returned to normal, the person's name had already been said. Who is he? Qin Chen gritted his teeth tightly and asked again. But this time, the picture disappeared. The screen fell silent once again. Only Qin Chen stood quietly in the conference room. It was unknown how long had passed, but the hostility in Qin Chen's eyes disappeared, leaving only fragments of words echoing in this place. "No matter who you are, I will find you and eliminate you. You will go to hell." The calming, chilling tone seemed to carve deep traces in the hearts, containing Qin Chen's deep hatred. Because of him, he had to personally kill those undercover heroes. Because of him, his foster father Qin Jianfeng died. All the deep-seated grievances surged in Qin Chen's heart at this moment. Accompanied by Qin Chen's voice, the screen gradually turned black. At this moment, the screen was approaching its end. Taking advantage of this gap, the live show started a heated discussion about who the person from Shenzhou was. The amount of information was too great, and behind the scenes, a pair of eyes silently watched Qin Chen. That person was from Shenzhou. This was the most infuriating statement for Qin Chen. "Miss Yun, you are a professional in this field. Do you have any candidates in mind?" Bing Bing suddenly looked at Yun Yingqiu and asked. However, Yun Yingqiu remained silent, her expression serious. Bing Bing paused and continued, "If the person's identity is significant and Miss Yun is not convenient to reveal it, then you can be more subtle." "No need." Yun Yingqiu interrupted Bing Bing's words and calmly said, "I believe that person is Shi Longwei. Shi Longwei. Wow." When this name came out, the entire live show set off a storm of shock. Tianjing, Red Wall. Snap. Kai Gongmin, who saw the scene, immediately turned off the live broadcast. Within the Red Wall, it instantly became pitch black. Only a faint light revealed dim faces its Qi Longwei. In the darkness, someone spoke with a sigh in their tone. The voice of Kai Gongmin, filled with emotion, resounded, "Yes, Long Wei. He accepted bribes and reached some kind of agreement with overseas parties, unbeknownst to us. He is a disgrace to our military department." Kai Gongmin sighed softly. Of course, now that he's already dead, we must prioritize the deceased. Everything he did in his lifetime is now null and void. Is it really Qi Longwei? Suddenly, the large gate of the Red Wall swung open, and the bright sunlight poured in. Accompanied by it was a clear and loud female voice. Immediately, Kai Gongmin and other important figures of the Red Wall turned their heads towards the sound. They saw a woman in a white dress and short hair, exuding a certain elegance, walking briskly through the Red Wall gate. Yueqing? Kai Gongmin looked slightly surprised. The visitor was Long Yueqing, the granddaughter of the late former leader Long Qianzheng. She came to commemorate the outstanding contributions Long Qianzheng made to the land of Shenzhou. As long as they were from the Long family, they didn't need permission to enter or leave the Red Wall. However, even so, Kai Gongmin and the other upper echelons were still surprised to see Long Yueqing. In fact, this was the first time Long Yueqing had entered the Red Wall. With her clean and neat short hair, she exuded a charming and heroic charm. Behind the gate, regardless of gender, there was a sense of righteousness that couldn't be compared to other family descendants. Yueqing, what brings you here? Kai Gongmin welcomed Long Yueqing with a smile and said cheerfully, Yueqing, what did you mean by that statement just now? What does it mean for it to be truly the power of the dragon? The other elders inside the Red Wall were more concerned about Long Yueqing's words. Kai Gongmin also looked at Long Yueqing with his brows slightly furrowed, his face showing seriousness. Long Yueqing smiled, holding the cup of hot water in her hands, and said, It's nothing, just that I have doubts about the traitor in the battle department, Qi Grandpa. Before Grandpa passed away, he also had doubts about the decision to execute Qi Grandpa. Although Qi Grandpa entered the decision-making level of the battle department relying on his royal identity, he would never have such thoughts. In my impression, he always put the interests of the royal family first. Being in the battle department, he couldn't possibly not know that no matter how powerful a force is, once it becomes an enemy of the country, it's a dead end. Can such a person, who is both timid and bold, really be a high-level member of the demons? Although Long Yueqing was just an ordinary woman, her thoughts were extremely meticulous. Before her grandfather passed away, he told her to always have a skeptical attitude towards anyone and anything, not to trust one person completely, nor to doubt one person forever. Long Yueqing took all of this to heart. With a smile in her narrowed eyes, she scanned all the old people inside the Red Wall. Kai Gongmin furrowed his brows tightly and asked, Yueqing, what do you mean? Things can't be judged by appearances. Long Yueqing pointed to her head and said, even traitors like Qin Chen can harbor a sense of righteousness and become undercover agents for the demons. Appearances are just disguises, aren't they? Of course, I'm just guessing whether Qi Grandpa is a high-level member of the demons. Kai Grandpa, don't take it to heart. Long Yueqing suddenly smiled again. The atmosphere inside the Red Wall became relaxed once more. The tea is delicious. Long Yueqing finished the tea in her cup and left with a smile. As soon as the door closed, the smile on Long Yueqing's face disappeared instantly. It was replaced by a solemn and silent expression. She walked among the spacious red walls and yellow tiles, looking at the solemn and dignified buildings, but inexplicably feeling a sense of gloom. She had visited the Tianjing cemetery and met Qin Shen's sister, Qin Xier, there. Their conversation had left her shocked. In the past, like most people, Long Yueqing believed that appearances were the truth. But Qin Xier made her understand one thing: many so-called truths were what people with ulterior motives wanted the world to see, far from being the real truth. Qin Xier didn't believe that her brother had betrayed the country, so she invented the memory mind reader. Finally, one day, the truth about Qin Chen was made public. But was Qin Chen's truth really the truth? Did the red wall behind Qin Chen have no secrets? Because Qin Chen, the demons had been destroyed, but with the demons destroyed, did that mean there was no darkness in the world? There were still many people, wearing human skins, doing devilish things. The crows in the world are not just black, and the snow in the world is not all the same white. Long Yueqing withdrew her gaze and left the red city wall. Meanwhile, at the scene of the program, the projected images were playing new scenes. An airplane was slowly descending onto a vast wilderness. The temperature here was high, and huge tropical rainforests could be seen everywhere. Even lions with manes could be seen everywhere. Two people got off the plane, Qin Chen and the main god. Everywhere they looked, there was blood and corpses, as well as spent bullet casings. It seemed that a small-scale armed conflict had occurred here before their arrival. The Middle East battlefield, one of the three most chaotic battlefields in the world, and a famous lawless zone. It was filled with killings, drugs, violence, and surnames. A hell for civilians, and a paradise for mercenaries and warlords. The buyer this time is here, named Sang Koan, a local warlord. The main god smiled and handed Qin Chen a cigar. Qin Chen took it, lit it, and asked, "Is he a repeat customer?" The main god nodded. Yes, the new drug is still in the experimental stage, but they have already bought some. For us, they are all test subjects. Guess what? Sang Koan used our developed drug and unified this place. A drug. Qin Chen fell into contemplation. The audience couldn't make sense of what they were seeing. What is this event? Hey, it seems that after Qin Chen became an undercover agent, some of the things he experienced are beyond our knowledge. Yeah, they are all international events that we don't pay attention to. Even if we did pay attention, we wouldn't know which event is related to Qin Chen and the truth behind it. In the premiere room, the barrage kept coming. The audience even took out their phones and searched for relevant historical events. No need to search, there is war happening every day in the Middle East battlefield, you won't find it. Jiang Baishui suddenly spoke up, addressing the audience at the program scene. This should be the event where the biggest drug lord in the Middle East, Kuncha, was captured. The biggest drug lord in the Middle East? The shocking words were spoken without hesitation. Jiang Baishui's words caused a commotion at the program scene. Bing Bing stared in disbelief and asked, Miss Jiang, how do you know? Jiang Baishui responded calmly, because I was there at the time. Yuningshu's gaze was fixed on Qin Chen in the screen. At this moment, she saw light in Qin Chen's eyes. It represented hope. Only as his wife, she understood what Qin Chen's eyes meant at this moment. She tightly clenched her hands. He hasn't forgotten our child. Seeing this, Yuningshu realized that one of the main reasons Qin Chen fell into darkness and joined the demons as an undercover agent was because their daughter was still sick. Her body was still harboring many viral pathogens. He infiltrated the demons' organization in order to find antibodies and serum for these viruses. Thinking of this, Yuningshu's eyes became misty, and she looked down at the unconscious Qin Chen in her arms. Did you really get the antibodies? She murmured softly. A tear fell from her eyes and landed on Qin Chen's face, creating ripples. At the scene, someone noticed that Yuningshu had closed her eyes deeply and appeared very sad, but no one understood why she closed her eyes. And no one knew that at this moment, her sadness was because she was reminded of their deceased daughter. It was strange. Whenever Yuningshu was moved by the projected images and thought of their daughter's longing, this deep inner tremor would completely disappear and turn into deep, piercing hatred. Even though Qin Chen carried the weight of the entire divine land on his shoulders, even though Qin Chen single-handedly supported everything, enduring the burden of infamy and falling into darkness, even though Qin Chen infiltrated the demons and suffered great torment mentally and psychologically, Yuningshu still had no mercy. Tears continued to flow, but her gaze at Qin Chen had already turned into resentment. Even if you're not a traitor, but a hero, so what? You're still a sinner to the family. Do you remember Sui Gue? Do you remember when our daughter was sick? In the end, you didn't come back in time to give her the antibodies. You didn't even see our daughter's last moments before she died. You don't deserve to be a father. All the hatred and resentment erupted once again from Yuningshu's tear-filled eyes. Her hand even reached out uncontrollably towards Qin Chen's neck. She wanted to strangle him. Death would be a relief for him, and for Yuningshu as well. At this moment, a new scene appeared. The scene changed to Qin Chen and the main god, who had arrived at the residence of Middle Eastern tycoon Sang Kuan. A magnificent palace, shining brightly under the sunlight, appeared. Sang Kuan was a black man in military uniform from the Middle East. His coal-black skin exuded a cold and fierce aura. The scar in his eyes gave people a chilling feeling. Upon entering Sang Kuan's residence, Qin Chen and the main judge both put on black and white ghost masks. These were masks unique to the Wangling organization. There was an unwritten rule among members of the Wangling organization that when encountering people from other countries, they must not reveal their true identities and must wear masks. Even though Sang Kuan was an old client, they still had to wear masks. Old friend, we meet again. After introducing each other, Sang Kuan excitedly shook hands with the main judge. Faced with Qin Chen, Sang Kuan didn't dare to extend his hand because Qin Chen's gaze was too terrifying. There was a chilling light beneath the mask. The transaction was quickly completed. Sang Kuan presented 5 boxes filled with US dollars, while the main judge handed Sang Kuan a jar of potion. This transaction was completed under Qin Chen's watchful eyes. He stared closely at those vials. Even before Qin Chen betrayed them, he had already heard that Wangling was actually a research institute conducting various studies. Drug research was just one of them. In the past, there were many war gods in the western overseas regions. They didn't rely on their own strength to become powerful, but rather on the drugs they consumed. At this moment, the barrage in the live chat room surged. The live chat room was always full of talented individuals. Some attentive netizens had already compiled some details that were easily overlooked in the past. In fact, Wangling had already appeared when the 3 major war gods from the western overseas regions came to Shenzhou. But at that time, Qin Chen was still a member of Longxi and didn't know about Wangling's existence. It was the siege of the 3 major war gods that pushed Qin Chen to his limits and made him the first war god of Shenzhou. Amidst the barrage, people couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that these small vials would change the world order? There were definitely many more transactions like this. Wangling had countless means of controlling multiple countries around the world. After the successful transaction, Sang Kuan was in a great mood and warmly invited the main god and Qin Chen to stay as guests. Old friend, you've come at just the right time. In the recently concluded war, I captured a group of beautiful women for you to enjoy. Sang Kuan waved his hand, and soon a group of women with different appearances were brought forward. They looked like they had just been cleaned and had makeup on. but the fear in their eyes couldn't be concealed. There were women from various countries, most of whom were captured from battles between warlords. In the Middle Eastern battlefield, women were just spoils of war. The main judge didn't refuse any of them and embraced 2 of them. However, Qin Shen wasn't interested in any of this, his expression remained cold. But as Qin Shen's gaze swept across, the scene also shifted with his line of sight. Among the group of beautiful women, there was a familiar Eastern face. Unlike the other terrified women, she appeared calm and indifferent. She is. The live audience erupted in excitement as they caught a glimpse of the woman in the scene. The audience all widened their eyes and looked towards Jiang Baixue in the center of the stage. The woman Qin Shen saw in the picture was none other than the Jiang Baixue from back then. Since Qin Shen retired, Jiang Baixue also chose to retire. They both had the same goal, which was to find Li Hao. On one hand, Qin Shen returned to the city to search for news about Li Hao. With the intelligence from Long Qinzhang, he confirmed that Li Hao was among the demons. But Jiang Baixue was different. She didn't have such a powerful intelligence system, yet she still managed to find the Middle East battlefield. God knows what she went through. Yuningchu also looked at Jiang Baixue in surprise. The Jiang Baixue in the picture looked no different from now, just as cold and indifferent. Cold like snow. People change. Not knowing whether Li Hao was alive or dead had a great impact on her. Qin Shen was also shocked by Jiang Baixue's appearance in the picture. Fortunately, Qin Shen was wearing a mask at that time, so Jiang Baixue didn't recognize him. However, she did notice Qin Shen's gaze. Jiang Baixue looked over, her eyes filled with coldness. I choose her. Unprecedentedly, Qin Shen actually pointed at Jiang Baixue. Seeing this, the Jiang Baixue in the audience couldn't help but speak coldly. After retiring, I have been searching for Li Hao's whereabouts. In the end, I managed to gather some clues, which led me to the demons. At that time, I learned that there would be a transaction involving demon personnel in the Middle East battlefield. Just as I rushed over, I happened to witness a battle between 2 warlords. I could have left, but I wanted to take advantage of the situation. That's how I, like the other women, became spoils of war and were given to Sang Koan. But I didn't expect to meet him there. Jiang Baixue's tone changed, and her gaze fell on the unconscious Qin Shen. The expressions of the audience also changed. No one expected that the reunion of Qin Shen and Jiang Baixue after their retirement would be in this form. Jiang Baixue didn't refuse Qin Shen's selection and walked over in cooperation. However, no one noticed that she had a dagger gleaming with cold light in her hand. At this moment, at the scene of the show, the audience watched as Jiang Baixue took out a dagger gleaming with cold light in the picture. Her cold and stern gaze was like eternal ice. There was no doubt that if the other party dared to touch her with dirty hands, she would not hesitate to chop them off. Although doing so would bring her a lot of trouble and even make the warlords of Sang Koan chase after her, she would still do it. This was Jiang Baixue, a woman as pure as snow, who would not allow anyone to defile her. In the center of the stage, Jiang Baixue looked at herself in the current picture with a complex expression. Her gaze fell on the man wearing a black ghost mask, and she seemed to recall the bits and pieces of the past. The scenes of supporting and competing with each other in the Dragon Breath Camp. The setting sun, when they shook hands and made a promise to become people who would make the divine land proud. At that time, they were pure and beautiful, both people with lofty ambitions. But the reality was that he had forever sunk into darkness. At that time, she didn't know anything and could only watch with wide eyes. Hatred, betrayal, and anger almost filled her chest. Perhaps at this moment, just like Yun Yingqiu, witnessing the scenes of Qin Shen's life, her heart and convictions were overturned. She was also confused, not knowing what was right and what was wrong in this world. But one thing she knew was that in the process that followed, he would continue to kill. A brutal and bloodthirsty butcher was slowly emerging. Perhaps only Jiang Baixue felt a sense of emotion in her heart at the scene. The rest of the people, whether it was the host Bing Bing or the audience, were all amazed at the reunion of Jiang Baixue and Qin Shen, and the unexpected manner in which it happened. Both left Longxi, one remained steadfast in their beliefs, determined to find the people they care about, while the other falls into eternal darkness, with reasons and suffering that cannot be expressed by anyone. They reunited like this, without joy, only complexity and sadness. Will he tell Miss Jiang? No way. In the live broadcast room, the barrage kept scrolling. Each barrage was filled with sighs and sadness. The scene continues. Qin Shen shows Jiang Baixue to accompany him, and in Jiang Baixue's hand, the dagger was already firmly grasped. At that time, they did not recognize each other. Jiang Baixue did not immediately make a move, but instead came to Qin Shen's side and sat quietly. Qin Shen embraced Jiang Baixue's shoulder, causing her whole body to tremble slightly, tense to the extreme. However, compared to all this, the main god in Sang Koan went even further. Sang Koan even began to insult the captive woman as if no one else was present. The low roar of the man, the desperate moans of the woman, and the laughter of the people around them echoed together. At this moment, the scene showed everyone the cruelty and corruption of warlords. Jiang Baixue looked on coldly, her killing intent surging. But she still held back, understanding that she couldn't act at this moment. Then, she noticed that person who had pointed at her, he seemed different from these people. Under the black mask, his eyes were so intimidating. Old friend, let me tell you a huge secret. Sang Koan's interest was piqued as he grinned at Qin Chen and the main god, revealing a shocking secret. In the Middle East battlefield, there is more than just me making money. I have introduced a major client to you, even I have to obey him. Mr. Kunsha. Sang Koan mentioned a name, and his smile gradually blossomed. He is the ruler, the emperor of this region. Now, they are also interested in your drugs. I have made the connection for you, and the meeting is scheduled for the afternoon after tomorrow. The order quantity Mr. Kunsha needs is definitely several times more than mine. You will make a fortune. After listening to Sang Koan's words, Qin Chen remained indifferent, but the eyes beneath the black mask revealed a more ferocious look. On Jiang Baishue's face, there was only shock. She immediately realized that Sang Koan was not the big fish she had made a deal with. It was Kunsha. Seeing this, and recalling what Jiang Baishue had said before, the audience finally realized the magnitude of the event. The shock was written all over their faces. This extravagant trading event lasted until dusk. All the captive women were violated, except for one. That was Jiang Baishue. The night is still young, I will take her to the room and enjoy her slowly. Faced with the gaze of the main god and Sang Koan, Qin Chen pointed at Jiang Baishue and spoke coldly. These words naturally made the cold light in Jiang Baishue's eyes even more intense. As soon as they entered the room, Jiang Baishue swiftly pulled out the dagger and lunged at Qin Chen. She was confident that she could end this person's life in an instant, but she miscalculated. Qin Chen easily dodged her attack. Without time to be shocked, Jiang Baishue launched another attack. However, every assault was easily blocked by Qin Chen. Jiang Baishue had no chance to fight back against him. In an almost rough manner, Qin Chen forcefully threw Jiang Baishue onto the bed. Qin Chen stood above her, looking down at her. Under the mask, his eyes carried a chilling indifference, making Jiang Baishue unable to muster any resistance. At that moment, Jiang Baishue was filled with fear and shock. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. Qin Chen slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing his true identity. In that moment, all that remained in Jiang Baishue's eyes was shock and disbelief. You are Qin Chen? She murmured after leaving the military camp. The two finally met again. However, in the face of Jiang Baishue's shock, Qin Chen's expression appeared much indifferent. You shouldn't have come here. But Jiang Baishue, as if she hadn't heard Qin Chen's words, continued to gaze at him intently. So, the news from the country is true, you really defected? At this moment, Jiang Baishue's eyes trembled deeply. Not only her voice trembled slightly, but her whole body was shaking violently. From Jiang Baishue, the audience felt a sense of the sky collapsing. The person she trusted the most, the only person she could rely on, had betrayed the country and betrayed herself by joining the camp of the military. This blow was enormous. Jiang Baishue, who had always persevered no matter how difficult the road ahead was, collapsed upon seeing Qin Chen become a member of the enemy. Tell her the truth. At this moment, some audience members shouted. Everyone hoped that Qin Chen would tell Jiang Baishue the truth. However, the Qin Chen in the footage only nodded faintly and said to her, everything is just as you see. Alas, he didn't tell her anything. At this moment, all the audience members in the studio sighed as if deflated balloons. Each person looked at him with complex eyes. How they wished Qin Chen would reveal the truth so that Jiang Baishue, and even Yun Ningxu at that time, wouldn't have to suffer. But he didn't. In his calm eyes, all that could be seen was determination. He didn't tell anyone. In the live chat room, the barrage was also filled with endless discussions. If it was the just infiltrated Qin Chen, he might have told Jiang Baishue the truth. But now, Qin Chen has experienced so much, he can't turn back on this path. Yes, he just experienced the death of his adoptive father Qin Junfeng. The entire Qin family perished before his eyes, taking away all his tenderness. What Jiang Baishue sees now is just a monster with revenge as his sole focus. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Baishue in the live scene. She silently stared at this scene, the same incredulous and unbelievable expression reappearing on her face. Looking at the unconscious Qin Chen, she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but the words stopped at her lips. 1,000 words turned into a sigh. Back then, you protected me, but you didn't tell me. If only you had told me the truth, it would have been so much better. She murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear. She had already recalled what happened after this moment in the footage. Let's go, leave this place, don't get involved anymore. At this moment, the scene changed again, and Qin Chen coldly said to Jiang Baishue, he was driving her away. Jiang Baishue may not have felt it at the time, but the audience in the studio could see that Qin Chen was actually protecting her. I'm not leaving. Facing Qin Chen's gaze, Jiang Baishue's body trembled slightly, her expression stubborn, refusing to budge. She lay on the bed, just looking at Qin Chen's familiar yet unfamiliar face, her eye sockets visibly turning red. Tell me, this is all fake, right? She gritted her teeth and said to Qin Chen, you promised to help me find Li Hao, so if you made a promise, you have to keep it. Do you want to break your word? Have you forgotten our instructor? Have you forgotten the red years of Dragon's Breath? Jiang Baishue tried to awaken Qin Chen's soul. At this moment, Qin Chen fell silent. After a moment, his gaze once again turned towards the woman to whom he had made a promise. They're all dead. They're all dead. the instructor of Dragon's Breath, and also his instructor, Qin Zhanfeng, died. The entire Qin family died. Qin Chen died too. That was the meaning behind this sentence. Click. In the next moment, the sound of the gun bolt being pulled back rang out. A black pistol appeared in front of Jiang Baishue's forehead. Qin Chen aimed the gun at Jiang Baishue and spoke coldly, "Tell me everything you found out." Jiang Baishue widened her eyes, looking at this devilish man with disbelief. Surprisingly, she didn't struggle or resist, she just quietly spoke up. "I traveled across half of China to investigate Li Hao's disappearance, which is related to the demons. They have business operations in various countries, mainly involved in drug trafficking and virus trafficking." As the last word fell, everyone saw a hint of ferocity in Qin Chen's eyes. The hands holding the gun were trembling. "Be more specific. Viruses can be cultivated, processed artificially, and then released. The Kuncha drug lord in the Middle East region has control over a virus processing factory. So, Kuncha and the demons have been cooperating before, right?" Qin Chen's eyes turned bloodshot, his voice hoarse. "Yes." Jiang Baishue, facing the gun, calmly looked at Qin Chen and said, "I originally planned to take action against Kuncha. Come with me, I trust you." Qin Chen retracted the gun, his gaze becoming cold again. "Sorry, you misunderstood. I have no intention of acting with you. I just wanted to obtain your information. Mr. Kuncha is now a major client of the organization. How could you assassinate him?" After hearing Qin Chen's words, Jiang Baishue's eyes widened instantly. She still believed in Qin Chen because of trust, so she revealed everything. But Qin Chen only wanted to obtain her information. It was difficult for Jiang Baishue to accept. "Let's go, I'll spare you this time. See you next time, I will kill you." Qin Chen's tone was cold as he sat on a chair, pointing the gun at Jiang Baishue. Jiang Baishue fell silent. She quietly looked at Qin Chen for a few seconds, then finally averted her gaze and escaped through the window. Jiang Baishue's figure gradually disappeared in the moonlight. However, what she didn't know was that there was a figure silently watching her from behind. They softly whispered, "Thank you, Baishue." Seeing this moment, Jiang Baishue pursed her lips and remained silent. Her fists clenched at this moment. Now, she finally understood why Qin Chen had interrogated her in the past. It was only to obtain the information she had painstakingly collected over the years, to protect Kuncha, right? No! He wanted her to kill Kuncha. Her initial reaction was correct. She just hated herself for not sticking to her judgment. Even the most firm belief can be shattered in the face of brutal reality. When she saw Qin Chen personally kill Li Hao, the string of rational judgment in Jiang Baishue's heart completely snapped. "Miss Jiang, you're not someone who easily gives up." On the side, Yu Ningqiu looked over. From a certain perspective, she and Jiang Baishue were similar. No matter how difficult or unlikely the success, she would still try. Jiang Baishue simply nodded in response. "Indeed, he told me to leave, but I didn't go. He saved me." In the silent TV studio, only Jiang Baishue's faint voice could be heard. The scene shifted, and everyone's gaze focused on the screen. Qin Chen, fixated on Kuncha. The night was dark and the Middle Eastern night was cold. Qin Chen didn't sleep. He left Sang Kuan's palace. He had to find Kuncha, but he had to find Sang Kuan first. However, Sang Kuan seemed to have vanished into thin air. There was no trace of him. Finally, in a basement, Qin Chen found Sang Kuan's corpse. Sang Kuan's death was extremely gruesome. His body was filled with numerous daggers, and his lower body was mutilated, covered in blood. Qin Chen looked at the body thoughtfully, as if understanding something, his brows furrowing tightly. Ignoring Sang Kuan's corpse, he found some information at the scene. Sang Kuan and Kuncha, one warlord and one drug lord, one in control of the military, the other in control of money and power. They should have been birds of a feather, mutually benefiting each other. However, there appeared to be a crack between them. What surprised Qin Chen even more was that their conflict stemmed from a woman. Qin Chen held a picture of a woman with golden long hair and fell into deep thought. The close-up shot in the picture gave the audience at the scene a chance to try their best to see who the woman in the photo was. The woman in the photo had striking golden long hair, wearing a spaghetti-strap dress tied with a single red ribbon, revealing a snow-white back. Her waist-to-hip ratio was perfect, but since she had her back to the camera, her face couldn't be seen clearly. However, just a silhouette was enough to ignite the imagination. Although there was still little information, the barrage in the live chat room had already started discussing. There is no doubt that this is a standard Western beauty, passionate and captivating. In ancient times, she would be the kind of beauty that could distract an emperor from his duties. Saying that is as good as not saying anything. It must be one of the popular Hollywood stars at that time. But why do I feel like I've seen her somewhere before? I'm sure I've seen her in a previous character. I don't care who this woman is. What I care about is a warlord, a drug lord. Why would their relationship break because of a woman? Are you surprised? Men conquer the world to conquer women, while women conquer men to conquer the world. Undoubtedly, although the identity of the woman in the photo was unknown, it was enough to make the situation of the whole scene become mysterious. After pondering, the projected image also changed. The close-up shot of the photo disappeared, and Qin Chen put away the photo, then quietly changed the scene of the murder. The white flour on the ground was particularly conspicuous. This basement was inconspicuous in Sang Kuan's palace, and it would probably take at least a day for the warlord's men to discover that Sang Kuan was missing and then find the body. Xinshen quietly left the place. It seemed like no one had been there. The night passed just like that. When it was time to meet Kuncha, the main god noticed something was wrong. Sang Kuan was missing. But as the meeting time approached, it was not a concern. Soon, they arrived at a factory. Huge chimneys continuously emitted thick black smoke. People wearing thick chemical protective suits could be seen everywhere. The strong chemical smell lingered in the air. Xinshen looked around and confirmed that it was a pharmaceutical factory. Workers came out carrying large bags, with a big sign on them indicating that they contained chemical pesticides, reminding people that they were inside. But Xinshen understood that while there might be pesticides inside, at the bottom, it was definitely flour. Kuncha made his fortune from this. Kuncha was a thin old man in a suit, smoking a cigar, and he was well known worldwide. During the conversation, Xinshen learned that Kuncha was gradually transitioning to another highly profitable industry, chemical weapons. This was also a type of arms, to put it plainly, the production of viruses and bacterial weapons. What makes money the fastest? War and trampling, acting as an arms dealer for both sides, making money from two countries. But you have to be strong enough in advance. Your drugs can easily meet my needs. Kuncha was talkative, walking and talking to Xinshen and the main god about his grand blueprint. He wanted to be the one who directed the direction of the war. So, Mr. Kuncha, can you independently produce viruses? Xinshen narrowed his eyes and asked. Of course, Kuncha proudly replied. But what he didn't see was that Xinshen also smiled. In that smile, there was a sense of ruthlessness and ferocity. Then the main god and Kuncha began to negotiate. It was still one blue test tube after another, but when it came to discussing the price, there was a disagreement. I really want to do business with your organization. We can achieve great things together, but now global prices are rising, and business is not good. Kuncha took a puff of his cigar and said, have you ever heard of the saying 1 minute, 1 price? The main god's face darkened. It was clear that he was angry. Kuncha was being audacious, daring to target the main god? Then let's kill him. Xinshen suddenly said to the main god. The main god looked at Xinshen in astonishment, shocked by his words. Xinshen took a drag from his Middle Eastern cigarette, his smile filled with cruelty, making even the main god tremble. Seeing the hesitation in the main god's eyes, Xinshen continued, there are many deals that can be made in this world, why should we indulge him? There has always been demons taking advantage of others, but no one taking advantage of demons. These two sentences completely shocked the main god. The audience at the scene of the program also felt waves of shock in their hearts, because at this moment, Xinshen's eyes seemed familiar to them. In the past, whenever it came to the interests of the divine land, Xinshen would always firmly stand on the side of the divine land. Now, he has firmly chosen to protect the demons. The main god was pleasantly surprised by Xinshen's determination. He glanced at Kuncha and agreed, then it's up to you, go and resolve it. The more chaotic the situation, the better. All right. At this moment, a fierce light flashed in Xinshen's eyes. He carried a strong hatred. The barrage in the live broadcast room instantly surged. I understand now, this reason is just a cover. Xinshen has long wanted to kill Kuncha. Do you remember the dozens of viruses and pathogens in Xiaoxi's body that were artificially created? They were created here and bought by the demons to seek revenge on Xinshen. Kuncha is the boss behind the scenes. At this moment, Yunying's initial intentions were once again stirred up. She looked at Xinshen with a complex gaze. At that time, Xinshen only had a firm determination to go all the way, as well as hatred and slaughter in his heart, but he never forgot about his daughter. She was lying sickly on the hospital bed, waiting for him to come back. Unfortunately, he never made it in time. We agree. The scene continued, and Xinshen smiled at Kuncha. Kuncha's smile became even more pronounced. It's about time you agreed. Where is your other companion? He has other tasks, so he went back first. I'm here to negotiate the price. The two of them entered the factory together. The interior looked no different from an ordinary factory, with workers bustling about. Xinshen casually asked, Mr. Kuncha, which country did you sell the viruses to in your most recent trafficking? The most recent seems to be the divine land. I heard those viruses were injected into a little girl's body. TSK. How pitiful. Kuncha laughed. Seeing this, everyone at the scene of the program felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. At this moment, it was clear that Kuncha was the mastermind behind the trafficking. Xinshen's smile in the footage became even colder. Almost everyone could feel the chilling intent gradually emanating from him. But just then, the footage suddenly shook violently. There was an explosion in a corner of the factory, and the strong shock spread to this place. What's going on? Kuncha's face changed, roaring in anger. Boss, something's not right, there are intruders. The factory instantly descended into chaos. At this moment, the scene presented to the audience was one of chaos. Explosions, screams, and roars filled the air. The drug lord Kuncha in the footage had already turned red with anger. Someone had invaded his factory. There was only one reason for this. The secret in the factory had been discovered. Quick, inform General Sang Kuan and have him send troops. Kun Sha roared. But, we can't contact General Sang Kuan, his subordinate reported fearfully. Slap. Kun Sha slapped him hard across the face. The entire factory was filled with Kun Sha's almost furious roar, then bypass Sang Kuan and directly call for the military. No matter the cost, we must catch the intruders. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another loud bang, and the entire factory shook. Dust and debris fell from the ceiling, giving the impression that it was about to collapse. Shinshin walked to the window and looked out. I happened to see a scene of an explosion in one direction. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, filled with smoke everywhere. Kun Sha couldn't sit still, his eyes almost bloodshot. He had many drug factories under his name, but they couldn't withstand this kind of destruction. There is no doubt that the invaders came to destroy him. Kun Sha's eyes instantly burst with a poisonous snake-like killing intent, his whole person looking angry and distorted. He had to say to Qin Shen, "Friend, there has been a little accident, please wait for me for a while, I have something to deal with." Qin Shen smiled and said, "No rush, mister. Kun Sha, go and handle your business first." Watching Kun Sha's angry departure, Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. The factory at this moment was filled with explosions and chaotic screams. Qin Shen didn't escape to a safe place, but instead walked towards the depths of the factory on his own. Barrages also surged at this moment. It seems that there has been another unexpected accident. Who is the intruder? On the live broadcast, everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Baixue, their eyes filled with surprise. Could it be Miss Jiang? She destroyed Kun Shen's factory. Including Yuning Chu, her gaze also fell on Jiang Baixue. Being stared at by so many people, Jiang Baixue's expression turned cold, and she calmly nodded, "Yes, I am the intruder. But at that time, I didn't know that this factory was a drug factory. I just wanted to create some explosive chaos, make the situation chaotic, and then take advantage of the chaos to meet Kun Sha alone." She pursed her lips and continued, "As it turns out, I was too naive. Kun Sha has the power to mobilize the military, and I was accidentally caught." After listening to Jiang Baixue's words, the barrage in the live broadcast room kept scrolling. This is an unexpected turn of events. Qin Shen let her leave in advance, but she didn't leave, instead she faced difficulties head-on, and in the end, he saved her. Perhaps Miss Jiang herself didn't expect Qin Shen to save her. On the scene of the program, complex gazes fell on Jiang Baixue and the still unconscious Qin Shen. Apart from Yuning Chu, Jiang Baixue also left a deep impression on Qin Shen. Afterwards, a new scene appeared. Qin Shen didn't leave the factory, but wandered around inside. Following Qin Shen's gaze, the audience on site also discovered in astonishment that this factory actually hid a big secret. Deep inside the factory, there was actually a torture chamber. The floor was covered with the stench of fresh blood, and there were several people convulsing and crawling inside. Their eye sockets were deeply sunken, their faces pale, and they looked like they had mental illnesses, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. Their emotions were extremely unstable. "Save me, please save me, otherwise, kill me. This is hell, hell on earth." They also saw Qin Shen outside, struggling to reach out their hands to him, hoping for redemption and liberation. Qin Shen's gaze was resolute, naturally understanding. These people were not mentally ill, but were forced to be contaminated by white powder. At first, Qin Shen might have been able to save them, but now, they had deeply indulged in the white powder, and the toxins had invaded their brains and nerves. They had become neither human nor ghost. This is the harm caused by addiction to white powder, families destroyed, bodies weakened, turning into walking corpses. Bing Bing couldn't help but speak up. The current scene was extremely shocking, and anger surged in the hearts of the audience. "I hope all the drug lords in the world will be executed." At this moment, the sound of explosions in the scene suddenly stopped. It seemed that the situation was under control. Through the window, it could be seen that a large number of troops had already arrived outside. However, those troops were not well trained, but were whispering to each other, looking like a storm was about to come. The leader of the troops was not Sang Kuan, the person Qin Shen had seen before. It was Sang Kuan's deputy, who was loyal to Sang Kuan. At this moment, he was arguing fiercely with Kun Sha. Both of them argued fiercely, their faces turning red. Sang Kuan's deputy even pulled out a gun and pointed it at Kuan Sha. Kuan Sha, however, showed no fear, and the people behind him also took out their guns, aiming at the deputy. In the end, both sides settled with their own pistols. Weren't they in a cooperative relationship? Why do they look like they're about to go to war? The scene outside the factory sparked discussions among the audience. Because Sang Kuan, who controls the warlords, is dead, and the warlords believe it was done by Kuan Sha's people. The power balance between the two sides is no longer stable, all because of a woman. Just as everyone was discussing, the scene changed again. Kuan Sha walked into the factory with a grim face. Although only one of the factories was destroyed, it still resulted in a loss of at least several $billion. "Bring that woman here, I want her to regret coming into this world," Kuan Sha roared. The direction Kuan Sha disappeared in was towards the prison. Before entering, he specifically asked about Qin Shen's whereabouts and learned that he was waiting for him to discuss cooperation, which put his mind at ease. Little did he know, Qin Shen was following behind him and arrived outside the prison, taking a glance inside. he saw Jiang Baishui hanging from ropes. There was no doubt that although Jiang Baishui was strong, Kuan Sha immediately called Sang Kuan's army, and no matter how powerful she was, she couldn't possibly be a match for an army. She was captured. Kuan Sha's voice rang out in a near roar. Damn Shenzhou people, they blew up my factory? They're asking for death. Crack. The sound of a whip being cracked repeatedly came from the prison. Kuan Sha was like a madman, mercilessly whipping Jiang Baishui. The hooked iron whip struck Jiang Baishui's body, causing her skin to split open and blood to flow. The bleeding and intense pain made Jiang Baishui's face visibly pale, her lips devoid of color. But she still gritted her teeth and persisted, even spitting in Kuan Sha's face. Kuan Sha completely lost his mind and planned to torture Jiang Baishui in a more cruel way. At this moment, everyone at the scene watched as Jiang Baishui, who had been captured, was being whipped. She was covered in wounds, drenched in cold sweat. But in her eyes, there was no surrender. Only determination, anger, and a strong will to survive. She couldn't die. At least not here. She hadn't found Li Hao yet. She hadn't taken revenge. How could she die here? Everyone saw Qin Chen outside the door, slowly clenching his fist. In the scene, Kuan Sha seemed to be tired from whipping, panting heavily as he put down the iron whip. On the table beside him was a bag of white powder. Good, my dear, it's for you. Suddenly, Kuan Sha laughed coldly, a hint of darkness in his eyes. He picked up the bag of white powder and then gently grabbed a handful of flour. He looked at Jiang Baishui with a devilish gaze. Brave child, you deserve a reward. With that, Kuan Sha sprinkled all the flour onto Jiang Baishui's wounds. Jiang Baishui's body tensed up, then began to tremble violently. Ha ha ha, how does it feel? Do you want more? There's plenty more here, you'll feel happy, this is paradise. Kuan Sha laughed loudly, his laughter sounding insane, combined with his twisted expression, making him look like a devil lurking in the dark. Kuan Sha took a deep breath, then grabbed another handful and held it near Jiang Baishui's mouth. Open your mouth. Her dilated pupils, due to excessive inhalation of the powder, stared at him fanatically. I love watching determined children slowly fall into corruption. At this moment, everyone at the scene was on edge. Gambling and drugs were the most dangerous things to touch. Especially the latter. Once you get involved, you're ruined. This scene, seen by Jiang Baishui, caused her to tremble inexplicably. Clearly, this was a nightmare in her life. She almost lost herself. In the scene, although Jiang Baishui tightly pressed her lips together, Kuan Sha forcefully pried them open with his fingers. When Kuan Sha was about to put all the flour into Jiang Baishui's mouth, the door of the torture room suddenly opened. A person walked in. When Jiang Baishui and Kuan Sha saw this person, they were both stunned. Especially Jiang Baishui, her eyes burst with light. Qin Shen came in. Kuan Sha's face changed, he put the flour aside and asked in surprise, Sir, weren't you waiting to be entertained? I'll be done here soon. Qin Shen smiled lightly and said, Mr. Kuan Sha, have you ever heard a saying? It's impolite to keep customers waiting too long. I came to see what you're doing. Qin Shen pretended not to know Jiang Baishui and smiled even brighter. Are you torturing women? Sir, are you interested too? Kuan Sha laughed. Of course. Qin Shen smiled warmly. With a snap, he turned around and locked the door of the torture room. Jiang Baishui's eyes trembled as she watched Qin Shen and Kuan Sha walking towards her. She didn't expect that Qin Shen was the person who wanted to make a deal with Kuan Sha. They were in cahoots. She struggled harder and harder, her eyes fixed on Qin Shen, tears streaming down her face. Friend, this is an irresistible flower. This woman will fall in love with that feeling. Kuan Sha laughed coldly and picked up the flower again, intending to feed it to Jiang Baishui. But in the next moment, Qin Shen suddenly grabbed Kuan Sha's arm. There was a sound of bones breaking. Ah! Kuan Sha was about to scream in pain. Bang! Smack! Crack! Kuan Sha's arm was forcibly dislocated. Crack! Kuan Sha's shin bone was also shattered. The sound of bones breaking echoed everywhere, leaving Jiang Baishui, who was tied up, dumbfounded. She thought Qin Shen would torture her together with Kuan Sha, but she didn't expect Kuan Sha to be disabled by Qin Shen instead. Kuan Sha endured the pain and looked at Qin Shen in horror. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Shen grabbed his head with one hand and punched him in the face with the other. Bang! Kuan Sha's facial features instantly caved in like a sponge. Blood splattered everywhere. His nose was broken. Bang! The second punch. All of Kuan Sha's teeth in his mouth shattered. He couldn't even scream. Bang! The third punch. One of Kuan Sha's eyeballs was forcefully smashed. Bang bang bang. Qin Shen ruthlessly smashed Kuan Sha to the ground, punch after punch, raining down on his face and body like a shower. Each punch was heavier and more cruel than the last. With each punch, the image of his daughter smiling at him appeared before his eyes. It eventually turned into the image of his daughter lying sickly in a hospital bed. Blood even splattered onto Qin Shen's face, making him look ferocious and his eyes fierce. Jiang Baishui was terrified. She had never seen Qin Shen so brutal before. Even when she witnessed Li Hao being taken away in Longxi, he had never been like this. She was even afraid. In the live broadcast room, the barrage exploded at this moment. They were also frightened by Qin Shen's ferociousness. This was definitely the most brutal side of Qin Shen that had ever been revealed. It was as if he had lost his sanity. His fists were like free punches, all landing on Kuan Sha. He wanted to beat him to death. Looking at the fierce Qin Shen on the screen, Yuningchu's eyes turned red. She knew that Qin Shen was thinking of his daughter. The contrast between her daughter's former cute and smiling appearance and her sickly and pale appearance at that time was stark. There were more than a dozen types of viral pathogens hidden in her body, which was shocking. These viruses were all chemical weapons created by Kuncha's men. Kuncha is the mastermind behind Xiao Sigui's transformation. If I were Qin Shen, I would definitely kill his whole family. Yes, he should treat Kuncha like this. I even think it's too lenient. The vengeance of killing a daughter is unforgivable. The barrage in the live broadcast room continued, but Qin Shen in the video stopped his actions. His fist was already covered in blood. Qin Shen's breathing was like thunder, his eyes bloodshot, as if he was looking at his mortal enemy. Kuncha was barely alive, on the verge of death. It was difficult for him to even open his eyes and look at Qin Shen. Why? Why? He weakly voiced. Why did I do this to you? Do you remember the pathogenic organisms you sold to the Wangling organization? They were all injected into a poor little girl. That little girl, she is my daughter. Qin Shen almost roared, his voice thunderous, shattering Kuncha's soul. Boom! The sound fell, and Kuncha was dumbfounded, staring at Qin Shen. Qin Shen's eyes were filled with ferocity, staring at him like a dead man. Where are the virus antibodies? On the set of the program, Yuning raised her eyes and stared blankly at the extremely ferocious man on the screen. He was like a demon, gazing at Kuncha in front of him. Kuncha, the world-renowned drug lord, was now on the verge of death in his hands. Not only her, but all the audience at the scene also looked at the man in disbelief. The sound of each punch, like muffled thunder, struck their hearts. Each punch contained the anger of a father. At this moment, Qin Shen was just a father. The reason he suggested that the main god kill Kuncha is because he really wants to kill Kuncha, otherwise Kuncha's outrageous demands would not be enough for him to die. I completely understand him. His own daughter is still lying sick in bed, and he wants revenge. Qin Shen's appearance just now was really terrifying, as if he had lost his sanity. In the control room, the barrage was surging. The scene of Qin Shen brutally beating Kuncha was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, like a famous scene. What appeared before people's eyes was not only the furious Qin Shen, but also the pale face of Sigue, calling out for her father. At that moment, many of the audience's eyes were red. A father's revenge was so sad. Jiang Baishui in the picture, as well as Kuncha, were completely dumbfounded. Jiang Baishui didn't expect that the reason Qin Shen brutally beat Kuncha was because of this. From the beginning, he intended to kill Kuncha. What was even more shocking to Kuncha was that he never expected that the member of the Wangling organization who was supposed to negotiate with him would turn out to be the father of that little girl from Shenzhou. After the surprise, it was replaced by endless fear. He used all his strength to say a complete sentence. Does the Wangling organization know about you being the father of that little girl? Qin Shen laughed coldly. As long as you're dead, they will never know. This sentence made Kuncha's pupils shrink, his expression horrified to the extreme. Mixed with blood, he hoarsely said, "You can't kill me, I have military protection." Is that so? With a bang, Qin Shen opened the door to the prison cell. Boom! Outside the prison cell, flames instantly spread, and outside the factory, deafening explosions could be heard everywhere. They even saw an oil drum explode, engulfing the entire corridor in flames. Charge! Avenge General Sang Kuan! Outside, the angry shouts of soldiers continued. The sounds of explosions, gunfire, and roars echoed together. The entire factory instantly turned into a sea of fire, and Qin Shen and the others were in the midst of it. Kuncha was stunned, and Jiang Baishui was also shocked by the scene before her. No one expected that in such a short period of time, the factory would become like this. How did this happen? What are they doing? Kuncha widened his eyes, roaring in disbelief. Kuncha asked the question that all the netizens in the control room wanted to ask. The two sides have started fighting. General Sang Kuan has long been dead. Qin Shen fabricated the scene of Kuncha's men assassinating General Sang Kuan, causing both sides to turn against each other. In the end, it's all because of a woman, right? Who is that woman? In the midst of the audience's murmurs, Qin Shen's lips curled up into a cold smile. Let me tell you what happened. Sang Kuan is dead. Sang Kuan's men thought it was you who did it because you wanted to absorb Sang Kuan's power, so that you could become the dominant force in the Middle East battlefield. Kuansha widened his eyes, his throat moved, but he couldn't say a word. It's not using, it's making use of waste. Qin Shen smirked. Both you and Sang Kuan are despicable people. Why can't you kill each other? As far as I know, you and General Sang Kuan had a falling out because of a woman, right? Tang Yen paused, continuing with a cold laugh. Do you know that you were both played by that woman? Her goal was to create a rift between you, so that she could benefit from the chaos. Never underestimate the power of a woman, especially a beautiful one. They can be dangerous. Kuansha's eyes widened even more. At this moment, he couldn't speak anymore. His pupils reflected the battlefield inside the factory, with the sound of gunfire and his men falling one after another. There were even rumbling sounds coming from outside the factory, the sound of tanks approaching. Now you have two choices. The first is for me to kill you right now, and the second is to tell me where the serum antibodies are. I only want to save my daughter. Once I have the serum antibodies, I can consider letting you live. Qin Shen's cold voice echoed. The situation in the Middle East had already descended into chaos. The drug lords' forces were engaged in a fierce battle with the warlords, and one side was bound to suffer heavy losses. From the looks of it, it was obvious that his side was crumbling first. We can't let him go. Letting him go will only bring greater disaster. Jiang Baishui, who was still tied up, anxiously exclaimed. But Qin Shen turned around, giving her a cold glance. Shut up. Jiang Baishui trembled all over. What kind of gaze was that? It was a gaze of someone who craved killing, indifferent, as if looking at a corpse. Jiang Baishui had a feeling that in front of Qin Shen, she was already a dead person. This gaze even frightened some of the onlookers. I want to live. I'll give you the serum. Can you guarantee my safety? Cohen Sha struggled to speak to Qin Shen. Of course. Qin Shen nodded in agreement. The live broadcast set off a huge wave of discussion. Qin Shen is protecting Cohen Sha in order to obtain the serum? This big drug lord deserves to die 1,000 deaths. How can he be protected? If he is allowed to live, who knows how many people will suffer in the future? In the control room, barrage comments kept coming in. At this moment, explosions continued to sound from the factory. Guided by Cohen Sha, Qin Shen found the antibody potion and also took a few vials of virus-filled test tubes. When he returned to the prison cell, the fire had already engulfed it. Save me, please save me. Cohen Sha looked at the raging fire in the Western Week, along with the deafening explosions, and shouted at Qin Shen. But Qin Shen remained unmoved, his expression cold and almost indifferent as he looked at Cohen Sha. Save me! Save me! Cohen Sha continued to scream, but Qin Shen took a syringe from the fire and injected all the virus into it. Seeing this scene, Cohen Sha's pupils contracted, and his voice became filled with fear. You promised me that you would spare my life, you. Qin Shen squatted in front of Cohen Sha, holding the syringe filled with the virus, and gave him a radiant smile. Sorry, I changed my mind. He injected all the virus into Cohen Sha's body. At that moment, silence fell over the live broadcast. In the cold scene, only Qin Shen's almost indifferent voice could be heard. Sorry, I changed my mind. In the scene, this man was smiling, but the smile was devoid of warmth. Boom! Explosions erupted inside the factory. The sound of bullets whistling continued. The fire has already engulfed the entire prison. In this environment, Qin Shen still acts as if nothing is happening, smiling brightly as he injects the syringe filled with the virus into Kuncha's body. Even Jiang Baishui, who is standing nearby, feels a chill down her spine from that smile. No! Kuncha screams in terror, reaching the point of despair. Qin Shen squats in front of him, looking at his contorted cheeks and the fear in his eyes, with a radiant smile. You know, from the moment I saw you, I was thinking about how to make you suffer to the point of regretting coming into this world. When I saw those artificial virus pathogens, I thought of, like admiring a beautifully crafted piece of art. Qin Shen looks at Kuncha. His smile sends shivers down one's spine. Even more chilling is his voice. Virus, Qin Shen says, my daughter is lying on a sickbed, barely clinging to life. At that time, each injection of the virus was in small amounts, but the virus I just injected into you is the full dosage. That means your body is now infected with the virus, and it could erupt at any moment. During this time, I will protect you. Bullets cannot pierce you, bombs cannot kill you. The only way you can die is from the virus outbreak, your whole body rotting away. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. As Qin Shen finishes speaking, the sound of liquid dripping onto the ground can be heard in the scene. Kuncha wipes his hand, blood continuously flowing from his nose. Next, his eyes, mouth, and ears start bleeding. The virus has started to take effect. It seems the virus outbreak is faster than I imagined. Qin Shen's smile becomes even more intense. The chaos in the factory continues, but no one notices what is happening in the prison cell. The scene shifts, and a horrifying sight appears before everyone. Many people even gag at the sight and dare not look. Yuningshu clenches her teeth tightly but manages to endure and watch the scene unfold. Kuncha's face is pale, devoid of any color, his features resembling a pile of mud, constantly oozing blood blisters. His skin gradually turns into a rotten color, oozing large amounts of pus. Qin Shen remains indifferent throughout. Explosions continue to sound, and the pungent smoke rises. Jiang Baishui has already fainted. Qin Shen, seeing this, gently places her down and carries her on his back, leaving the factory. Explosions continue to occur behind them, but Qin Shen never looks back. Only Jiang Baishui on his back weakly opens her eyes, softly murmurs Qin Shen's name, and then closes her eyes again. The scene turns black. On the set of the show, there is silence for a long time, and the audience is too shocked to speak. This is Qin Shen's determination. He never intended to let Kuncha live. Everything was a deception by Qin Shen. His only goal was to obtain the antibody and then kill Kuncha. He injected a large amount of virus. It's like turning his body into a breeding ground for the virus. This man is ruthless, wanting Kuncha to experience the same pain as his daughter. When the scene reappears, Qin Shen has already met with the main god. The person is dead. This is the money and goods that Kuncha owed us. Qin Shen expressionlessly hands over a bag of money and a large bag of goods to the main god. Well done. You have taken the first step towards the organization's hope, the main god praises generously. Qin Shen's gaze remains as cold as ice. His true purpose has been achieved, and everyone knows that he is going to save his daughter next. However, the next words from the main god make everyone's heart sink. Concha's developed virus bioweapon has been preliminarily put into use. Before it is officially completed, we need a good experimental ground. What about the country of Shenzhou? The corners of the main god's mouth curl up, gradually forming a fanatical and sinister smile at this moment. As the main god spoke these words, the scene of the program instantly froze. Only one word was imprinted in their minds: biochemical weapon. In the live chat, barrage messages quickly appeared. Speaking of which, 7 years ago in Shenzhou, there was indeed a major biochemical virus tragedy. However, it was not our Shenzhou people who died, but a group of unidentified foreigners, tens of thousands of them, all killed in a valley. Yes, at that time, this incident also caused a huge sensation internationally. Western countries overseas insisted on claiming that our Shenzhou secretly developed a biochemical virus weapon, causing the deaths of people in their countries, and suffered severe retaliation from our country. Was this incident mentioned by the main god in the video? Looking at these barrage messages, Yuningshu suddenly froze. She seemed to remember something, and her eyes instantly turned red. She clenched her fists tightly, trembling continuously. This matter was related to her daughter. What about Qin Shen? In the video, Qin Shen showed no reaction at all. His eyes remained indifferent, but everyone could clearly see that Qin Shen's eyes were bursting with determination. His hands hanging on both sides clenched instantly, but then immediately relaxed. Regardless of which country, we all abide by the organization's decision. Qin Shen spoke indifferently. The smile on the main god's face grew even wider. The organization admires you. We will take care of this matter. The biochemical virus weapon developed by Concha is targeted at a specific race. After a long period of time and research on bird migration and climate change, they used birds to spread the virus. There is already a pathogen in our country. Who is it? Qin Shen tried to keep his tone calm and indifferent, but the main god's answer made everyone's faces darken. A 5-year-old girl. He said, this project started a long time ago. At that time, a 5-year-old girl in Shenzhou was chosen. Her genes perfectly matched the mother body of this biochemical virus. There is an insider in Shenzhou's organization. He sent someone to infect the virus into that little girl. In other words, if the virus were to spread on a large scale, she would be the mother body. After the main god finished speaking, the entire scene of the program fell into silence. Especially Yuningshu, her face turned pale. Her eyes were filled with anger and hatred, like the raging waves of the sea, engulfing her sanity. At this moment, everyone thought of one thing. Sigwin, is she dead in this incident? Before everyone could catch their breath, the scene changed again. Qin Shen held a letter in his hand. A letter sent from the godship. Dad, where are you? Can you come back and see Sigwin? Sigwin doesn't want to die. Sigwin is in pain, her whole body hurts. Mom said Dad is a bad person, but I don't believe it. My dad is a great hero. The doctor said Sigwin is about to die. Before I die, I want to see Dad one last time, okay? The handwriting in the letter was crooked, obviously written by a child. There were even a few words replaced with pinyin. The moment Qin Shen saw this letter, he instantly contracted, trembling as he held the letter. He recognized it. It was his daughter Sigwin's handwriting. Seeing the words, the letters between the lines in the envelope were filled with helplessness and pain. At this moment, all the audience in the program's scene stood up in shock. Their eyes widened. The barrage messages scrolling in the live chat room were surging even more. This is a letter written by little Sigwin, a letter to her dad. It's so tragic. In Sigwin's understanding, she is dying. Only in desperate circumstances would she write a letter to Qin Shen. How desperate and painful must it be to hold on to a glimmer of hope and write a letter to her father who has already left the country. Sigwin is the mother body of the virus. The virus has completely erupted inside her body. Tap tap in the screen, the envelope quickly became wet with Qin Shen's tears, just like his fragmented heart, falling apart. In a pitch-black room, he tightly held this crumpled letter, silently shedding tears. At this moment, people felt Qin Shen's helplessness, despair, and collapse. At this moment, people also realized that Qin Shen is also human. He has flesh and blood, and experiences joy and sorrow. With gains, there must be sacrifices. He cannot save anyone. Now, he has infiltrated the enemy's ranks, and can only reveal these emotions when he is alone. What should we do? Can he return to Xia? At this moment, all the viewers hoped that Qin Shen could return to Xia and inject the antibodies and serum he obtained from Concha into Shaoxi. Just as people were pondering whether Qin Shen would go back, the screen provided them with an answer. The main god found Qin Shen and told him about his plan. In this experiment to release the Shenzhou virus, we will split our forces. On one hand, you will openly return to Shenzhou and attract the attention of the Shenzhou War Department. After all, you are a traitor to Shenzhou. Your appearance will definitely draw their attention. On the other hand, I will secretly infiltrate Shenzhou with 50,000 people. By then, the Shenzhou War Department's forces and troops will be focused on you, and they won't notice us. Once we release the virus, you can leave. Shenzhou will be finished, and it will become a wasteland ravaged by the virus. With your abilities, you should be able to escape smoothly. Any questions? The main god looked at Qin Chen and asked in a deep voice. Similarly, while speaking, he scrutinized Qin Chen's expressionless face, trying to find any flaws. But Qin Chen's face did not show any change. From beginning to end, his expression remained cold. Good. He agreed immediately. At this moment, the broadcast room exploded in an instant. He wants to use Qin Chen as bait to achieve his plan. The hard work, the dirty work, the danger, all faced by Qin Chen, while the credit is claimed by himself. How despicable. But that means Qin Chen can come to Shenzhou and save his daughter, right? The barrage was filled with discussions. Perhaps because the victims of the biochemical virus weapon were overseas people, not Shenzhou people. The attention of the audience and netizens was all focused on Shaoxi. The scene changed. Qin Chen had quickly boarded a helicopter. He shouted angrily at the pilot of the helicopter, "Hurry! Rush back to Shenzhou at the fastest speed! Hurry!" Qin Chen's voice was like thunder, and the sky suddenly turned dark. He's still worried about his daughter. The main god's plan gave him the opportunity to return to his country, an opportunity to save Shaoxi. The pilot was shocked on the spot, turned around, and looked at Qin Chen with a surprised expression. At this moment, all the years of killing on the battlefield erupted in him. He dared not defy, immediately started the helicopter, and slowly headed towards Shenzhou. On the plane, Qin Chen kept looking back and forth at the childish words in the envelope, as if seeing the words in person. Shaoxi is in pain, her whole body is in pain. Shaoxi is dying. His mind was filled with the image of his daughter lying on the bed, tormented by illness. Thinking of this, Qin Chen couldn't hold back any longer. Anger and hatred erupted at this moment. Now that he has obtained the antibodies and serum for the virus, he doesn't want to delay for a moment. He desperately wants to return to Shenzhou and cure his daughter's illness. He will also stop the biochemical virus. The land of Shenzhou cannot tolerate any invasion. Too slow. Qin Chen roared again, violently pushing the helicopter pilot aside, and sat down himself. The helicopter's speed was pushed to the limit. The fuel burned rapidly, and the helicopter in the high altitude was shaking. His eye sockets were already filled with tears. Yuning-Chu, Shaoxi, our daughter. Qin Chen couldn't suppress his excitement and anger when he thought of the faces of Yuning-Chu and Shaoxigu. Hurry up! Hurry up! My daughter is still waiting for me. The angry roar echoed in the venue. Everyone watched in silence, unable to utter a word. Yuning-Chu stared at Qin Chen's crazed appearance. He had changed, yet he hadn't. No matter what, he still loved his daughter very much. Her gaze seemed to transcend time and space, returning to the past. It was truly beautiful back then, but in the end, his daughter died. He didn't even see her one last time. Who? Yuning-Chu suddenly sighed deeply, closed her eyes, as if she had made a decision. 3 seconds later, she opened her eyes, clear and calm. She stood up and said to Bing Bing and the production team, "Please put on the memory mind reader for me." Wow! This statement was shocking and relentless. Everyone in the venue widened their eyes. They doubted if they had misheard. Yuning-Chu actually wanted to wear the memory mind reader. Miss Yun. Why? Bing Bing looked at Yuning-Chu in surprise, unable to speak. Yuning-Chu calmly responded, "Because I want you all to see what my life has been like after my daughter's death." At this moment, the venue fell into silence. Not only the venue, but also the live broadcast room. The barrage disappeared and turned into a series of ellipses. It seemed to express the emotions in their hearts. Shocked and astonished gazes fell on Yuning-Chu. She was the only female war goddess in the land of China, leading her team to successfully complete many large-scale rescue missions with outstanding achievements. Although her achievements couldn't compare to Qin Chen's, she was still someone countless people looked up to. She was the true hero in the hearts of countless Chinese people. In addition to her outstanding military achievements, Yuning-Chu also devoted herself wholeheartedly to charity. She enabled many children who couldn't afford education or meals to step into school and change their lives. Everyone was used to seeing Yuning-Chu as a hero, but who would have thought that she was once a woman? A woman who had experienced hardships in the world, relying on faith and perseverance to reach her current position step by step. It was precisely because she was an ordinary woman that she was even more moving. She was still beautiful, but on top of her beauty, there was a touch of competence and determination. She was someone who had escaped from despair. At this moment, everyone's ears were filled with Yuning-Chu's calm voice, like a stagnant pool of water. "I want you all to see what my life has been like after my daughter's death." What was her life like? Now, besides herself, no one knew. But what people could know was that it must have been extremely desperate. The voice, filled with sorrow and tranquility, was deeply moving. People followed Yuning-Chu's gaze and refocused on the current scene. Qin Chen was still piloting the first helicopter, doing his utmost to return to China, all for the sake of saving his daughter. At this moment, the live broadcast room finally regained its barrage. I think it must be the memory scene of Qin Chen that touched Miss Yun, which led her to make this decision. Yes, in the scene, Qin Chen is still the same as before, so loving towards his child. But in the end, he missed everything, even Xiao Sigu's final moments. Sigh, since the beginning of the show, I've been wondering, what is it that can make a woman go through all the hardships and become a female war goddess, successfully capturing the traitor Qin Chen? The power of faith has surpassed the physical body. If we really wronged Qin Chen, the whole country owes him an apology, except Miss Yun, because Qin Chen is still a criminal to his family. Sighs. The sound of sighs, as if the cold of a long winter night, carrying sadness and sorrow, deeply engraved in the soul. Looking at the barrage of comments appearing in the live broadcast room, plain yet mournful, the audience at the scene of the program also fell into silence. Their eyes, unconsciously, turned to Qin Chen, who had been in a coma from beginning to end. They lowered their heads and smiled bitterly. Yes, people like Qin Chen, those who have been immersed in darkness for a long time, even if their hearts still yearn for the light, they die without a tombstone. He is a hero. At the same time, he is also a sinner. Because in their hearts, the country has already occupied all the space, leaving no room to give even a bit of care to their families. Perhaps it is this burden of moving forward in the darkness that can never be expressed, that has driven Miss Yun step by step from a grieving woman to ultimately become a true warrior. This is love, but also hatred. Bing Bing held the microphone and whispered, her voice filled with sadness and sorrow. At this moment, the sorrow in Yuningshu's eyes seemed to reach its peak. There was no hysterical roar, no heart-wrenching cry, only a stagnant pool. At this moment, Qin Chen in her arms suddenly moved his fingers, then his eyelids, moving gently, as if trying to wake up. Opening his eyes again, he looked at his former wife. In the blank and desperate sea of consciousness, Qin Chen, like a lifeless skeleton, a walking corpse. Only Yuningshu, the woman he owed his whole life to, could make his memories fluctuate even a little. His heartbeat became faster and his breathing became more rapid. At this moment, a tear rolled down the corner of Qin Chen's closed eyes. Watching this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with complexity. Miss Yun, it seems, he doesn't want you to wear the memory reading device. Bing Bing cautiously said, as you know, wearing the memory reading device and extracting memories comes with great pain, even surpassing the pain of childbirth. I know. Yuningshu smiled, lowered her head, and looked at that pale figure, softly speaking. Do you believe in reincarnation? I do. May we be together in the next cycle. At that time, let's both be ordinary and simple people. Each word, like shattered crystal. Crystal clear, yet fragmented. At this moment, what everyone felt was like sinking into icy cold seawater. From all directions, the coldness of grief and sorrow penetrated to the bone marrow. The scene was so quiet, not a sound could be heard. At this moment, in the projected memory footage of Qin Chen, a helicopter was still flying towards Shenzhou. After discussing with the program team for a while, Bing Bing came to Yuningshu, looking at her with a complicated gaze. The program team has temporarily agreed to your request, but if there is anything wrong with your physical condition, we will stop immediately. Thank you. Yuningshu thanked them. Then she lay down, closed her eyes, and had the memory reading device put on by the program staff. The two needle-like connectors of the memory reading device connected to Yuningshu's neck, and suddenly, a severe pain struck, accompanied by surges of electric currents. At this moment, countless memories surged like a tide, appearing before her. Qin Chen's cold and indifferent gaze, and the image of her daughter with a pale face, crying in pain. Finally, the scene of her closing her eyes forever. All appeared before Yuningshu's eyes. Ah! She couldn't help but scream. These images were also projected onto another screen. At the program site, as they listened to the screams of Yuningshu after she put on the memory reading device, countless viewers lowered their faces, their eyes starting to sting. It was too sad. The feeling at this moment was as if the depths of winter had arrived, the sound of the howling cold wind engraved in their hearts. Soon, they will witness the experience of a woman who, after experiencing despair in life, steps out of the darkness step by step, fueled by hatred and belief, and becomes a female warrior. In this moment, Qin Chen and Yuningshu lie side by side on the cold ground, memories simultaneously surfacing. Sigu, this is today's medicine, drink it quickly. A faint voice of a woman resonates in the scene. It is Yuningshu's voice. The scene then zooms in, revealing a dim and damp slum where a haggard woman leans on a wooden stick, stumbling in the darkness. The room is not lit, but one can still see a pale little girl lying on the bed. The little girl has beautiful eyes, resembling her father, but lacks any vitality, appearing sickly. She is Qin Chen and Yuningshu's daughter, Qin Sigu. Every time the audience sees little Sigu, they can't help but feel sorry for her from the bottom of their hearts. This little girl is so pitiful. Yuningshu trembles as she hands over the medicine in her hand, revealing the densely packed needle marks on her arm. Little Sigu struggles to sit up and looks at Yuningshu's hand, asking, Mom, what happened to your hand? Yuningshu instinctively pulls back her hand as if shocked and says, Mom's hand is fine. Just the first scene causes a barrage of comments in the live chat. Are those needle marks on Miss Yun's arm? Although the Yun family is not a prominent family in Tianjin, they shouldn't be in such a destitute state, right? Why are the mother and daughter living here? What about the Yun family? Their family seems extremely poor. It seems like they don't even have money to buy medicine. Could the medicine in Miss Yun's hand be obtained through blood donation? The chat is filled with astonishment, active in the live chat room. Some netizens have already figured it out. It shouldn't be blood donation. Nowadays, blood donation emphasizes voluntary and unpaid contributions. There is an underground gray market called blood selling, where 100 milliliters of blood can range from tens to thousands of yuan. Upon seeing this comment, the expressions of the live audience change. Host Bingbing looks at the pale-faced Yun Ningqiu on the screen and covers her mouth. The Miss Yun who used to smile and had a good temperament is nowhere to be seen. In her place is a weak and pale woman, lacking energy. Beads of sweat cover her forehead, making her look like she could faint at any moment. Everyone knows that this is caused by anemia. Seeing this, at the program's venue, Yun Ningqiu's parents, Yun Yanshan and Fan Shulan, close their eyes in pain. Seeing their daughter in such a state, struggling to stay alive, their hearts feel as if they are being cut by a knife. After a long silence, Yun Yanshan opens his eyes again and gazes at the screen, his tone filled with complexity. At that time, Qin Shen had already betrayed the country and became the most wanted criminal in the Divine Land. There is a saying that disaster does not spare one's family, but in reality, who would care? Yingqiu is the wife of a traitor, and we are the family of a traitor. Our reputation has been completely tarnished. Yun Yanshan's tone carries a deep helplessness. Fan Shulan adds with a pained expression, even if Qin Shen is no longer here, with the strength of our Yun family, we could still support Yingqiu. But we have become the family of a traitor, and the Yun family has collapsed. In order not to burden us, Yingqiu left the Yun family with our daughter. How can a woman survive on her own out there? Food, clothing, shelter, and our daughter's illness. The medicine cannot be stopped. Without money to buy medicine, she can only exchange it with her own blood. My poor daughter, she ended up with such a husband. Fan Shulan's eyes, clouded with emotion, gaze at the screen, filled with intense excitement. The entire production team is in an uproar because of the words of the elderly couple. Everyone looks at the scene of Yun Ningqiu feeding her daughter medicine with complex expressions, their throats seemingly blocked, unable to utter a word after witnessing the memory scene of Qin Shen with their own eyes. People now know the truth about Qin Shen's betrayal of the country. However, the citizens at that time were unaware. They only knew Qin Shen as a traitor who colluded with the enemy. Once the news broke, Qin Shen's family information was exposed online. The Yun Ningqiu family endured a long period of online exposure. There were even some extreme violent individuals who threatened and made death threats against the Yun Ningqiu family. They lived in such an environment, like rats in a hole. Even Si Gue, who was receiving treatment at the hospital, was kicked out as soon as the news was exposed. No matter how Yun Ningqiu cried and pleaded, it was all in vain. The audience at the scene of the program was stunned. They had forgotten about the impact this would have on the Yun Ningqiu family as they witnessed Qin Shen descending into darkness and carrying a heavy burden. The family was gone, and the expensive medical expenses were suffocating Yun Ningqiu. She had to rely on selling blood to survive and obtain the medication needed to maintain Qin Si Gui's treatment. How long could they continue living like this? No one knew. The scene continued. Clang! A sound. The iron fist in little Si Gui's hand fell to the ground. Yun Ningqiu, upon hearing the sound, hurried over. Si Gue, what's wrong? Yun Ningqiu exclaimed. Mom, Si Gue is in pain, it hurts so much. Is Si Gue going to die soon? Little Si Gui's small hand held onto Yun Ningqiu's big hand, crying in pain. Not only that, blood kept flowing from Si Gui's nose. No matter how much they wiped it, it wouldn't stop. Yun Ningqiu's body trembled, and her face visibly turned pale. But she still held onto little Si Gue tightly, tears streaming from her eyes. Don't say that, Mom is here, Si Gue won't die. Mom will take you to the hospital right away. That day, it was pouring rain. Yun Ningqiu, disregarding her own anemia, held her daughter tightly in her arms and rushed into the rain. She didn't have enough money for a taxi, so she could only run, one step deep, one step shallow. She ran until she was out of breath, not daring to stop. In her arms, little Si Gue weakly opened her eyes a crack and asked in a small voice, Mom, is Dad not coming back? Upon hearing these words, Yun Ningqiu's body instantly froze in the rain. She stood still, letting the cold rain hit her. Soon, she said, Dad is being sent to prison, he won't come back. Wah! Little Si Gue immediately burst into tears. Mom is lying. Dad is not a bad person. Dad is a great hero. I want Dad. When Dad comes, I won't be in pain anymore. The tender crying echoed in the rain. Yun Ningqiu's body visibly trembled. The rain hit her, and she could feel the coldness. In that moment, she remembered everything Qin Shen had done to her. Her heart turned completely cold. She didn't cry, nor did she scream. She simply said calmly, he won't come back. With that, she picked up little Si Gue and continued rushing towards the hospital. Yun Ningqiu's mother, Fan Shulan, saw this scene and sighed in sorrow. She looked down at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, even if you are an undercover agent, do you think you can wash away your sins like this? Never. You will never be forgiven by Yingqiu, you sinner of this family. As she spoke, tears welled up in Fan Shulan's eyes. Her voice carried accusation and resounded in the program venue. The venue fell silent. Only the sound of Fan Shulan's mournful accusation could be heard. Everyone's gaze towards Qin Shen became complex. At this moment, some observant individuals had already noticed that the hatred in the eyes of Fan Shulan, Yun Yenshan, and Shen Longfei towards Qin Shen was no longer the kind of national vengeance. In Yun Yenshan and Fan Shulan's eyes, there was still anger, but more of it was helplessness, regret, and pain. Because they already knew the true reason why Qin Shen had fallen into darkness. They couldn't stop it, and they couldn't bring themselves to hate Qin Shen. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame Yingqiu for loving too deeply and marrying the wrong person. Yun Yenshan's side Fan Shulan also fell into silence, silently returning to her own position without saying a word. The memories in the couple's minds began to surge. In a daze, they remembered what Yun Yingqiu looked like when she returned to her mother's home with her daughter, always staring out the window alone, with a vacant look in her eyes, devoid of the laughter and liveliness of the past, like a canary trapped in a cage. They wanted to persuade her, but they couldn't. The one who tied the knot must untie it themselves, but the one who tied the knot is nowhere to be found. Ah, we never expected that after Qin Shen betrayed the country, it would have such a big impact on Miss Yun's family. It's too cruel for a woman. Knowing the outcome, I dare not continue watching. In the live chat, the barrage of comments kept flowing, filled with sighs. It wasn't just the tragic situation of Yun Yingqiu and her daughter, but also the conversation between mother and daughter. Especially the scene where the daughter asked when her father would come back while in her mother's arms. It touched the hearts of many people. In the end, they all knew what happened next. Qin Shen had done everything he could to come back, but he still couldn't save Xiao Sigu. He didn't even get to see her one last time. At this moment, many naive netizens even hoped that the projected memories could change. For example, Qin Shen could rush back, inject antibodies and serum into Xiao Sigu's body, and ultimately she would fully recover. Even though they knew it was an illusion, a dream, they preferred to see the former compared to the bloody and cruel reality. Then, the scene shifted. Yun Yingqiu had already arrived at the hospital. She thought Xiao Sigu would be admitted, but the scene showed another infuriating scene. Yun Yingqiu handed over her medical insurance card, and the male doctor with a name tag that read attending physician, Lu Haoda immediately changed his expression upon seeing Yun Yingqiu's husband's name. Qin Shen? Qin Shen is your husband? Lu Haoda snatched Yun Yingqiu's medical insurance book and looked at her with disgust, saying, get lost, the wife of a traitor. Instead of hiding like a cockroach, you dare to show your face? You want to come to our hospital for treatment? Impossible. Instantly, Yun Yingqiu's face changed drastically. She quickly retrieved her medical insurance book and then pleaded in a low voice, Dr. Lu, I beg you, my daughter is sick, I still have some money here, please, save my daughter. Yun Yingqiu handed the remaining money to Lu Haoda. Lu Haoda calmly accepted it, but showed no intention of letting Yun Yingqiu in. Don't move, yes, just stand here. Lu Haoda pointed at Yun Yingqiu's feet and ordered. Then he took out his phone and made a call, saying, hey, it's me, Lu Haoda. Guess who I saw, the wife of a traitor. Yes, she even wanted to bring her daughter to our hospital for treatment? Isn't this a dream? Bring more people, preferably the media and reporters. She definitely can't survive in Tianjin City. The scene shifted again, and Yun Yingqiu was surrounded by people. They weren't there to help her, but to curse at her. It's her husband is a traitor, so she must be a bad person too. Yeah, she looks so good, she must have seduced someone else's husband, a cheap woman. She has no shame, her husband has become a traitor, and she still has the nerve to come to the hospital for treatment? In my opinion, her illegitimate child should die from illness. The sound of curses filled the air. Everyone's eyes were filled with flames, wanting to devour Yun Yingqiu. Everyone cursed while continuously moving forward. Yun Yingqiu was terrified. She tightly protected Xiao Sigu and took steps back. There was no one behind her. When she tried to run, she was stopped. In return, she received punches and kicks. Xiao Sigu cried loudly. You bad people, don't hit my mommy. Xiao Sigu cried and shouted, my daddy is not a traitor, he is a great hero, a world-renowned hero. Voice, tender, sharp, like the cry of a cuckoo in blood. Lu Haoda looked at her, with surprise in his eyes. Xiao Ya, what did you say your father is? A great hero? Xia Sigui was in pain, especially in pain. But she still stood firm, tears streaking down her cheeks. She clenched her teeth tightly and said, I saw it with my own eyes. My father is a 5-star general, he is the benefactor of all the people in Shenzhou. After saying this, Xia Sigui couldn't hold on any longer and fainted from the pain. Her breathing was weak, blood flowing from her nose and eyes. Sigue! Yun Yingqiu couldn't help but cry out in heart-wrenching despair. At this moment, she couldn't bear it anymore, despair written all over her face. With some unknown strength, she broke free from the men who were beating her. In the struggle, an old mobile phone fell out. It was a phone that Qin Shen had secretly left for Yun Yingqiu before he betrayed Shenzhou. It was a phone specifically for contacting the Shenzhou War Department. There was only one number stored in it, the head of the War Department, Long Qianzhang, and since Qin Shen defected, it had never been turned on again. In the midst of her collapsing despair, Yun Yingqiu turned on the phone. She dialed the only number stored in it. Hello? The phone was quickly answered, and a dignified voice of an old man came through. In her despair, Yun Yingqiu couldn't hear the voice on the other end of the phone clearly. She just held her daughter tightly and cried out loudly into the phone. Qin Shen, if you are still a man, come back and save our daughter. Whoosh! At the same time, in Qin Shen's memory, a helicopter flew swiftly across the sky of Shenzhou, leaving a deep white trail behind. The scene changed to Tianjing, inside the red walls. Long Qianzhang stood silently, but his hands were trembling. When he saw this familiar phone number, Long Qianzhang immediately understood. He shouted, quickly find out. Where are Qin Shen's wife and daughter? At the third hospital. Soon, the news came. The surveillance footage was immediately brought up, and when Long Qianzhang saw Yun Ningqiu being beaten and little Sigui shouting loudly, my dad is a world-renowned hero, his mind exploded. He slumped into a chair, his eyes trembling. In the next moment, he gave the order, quick, gather the troops and go to the third hospital to protect this mother and daughter. Also, arrest all these perpetrators for me. Yes, sir, there was also an urgent message from the airspace just now. An unidentified helicopter has entered Shenzhou airspace. Should we intercept it? After receiving the order, the subordinates of the War Department did not leave, but asked cautiously. Seeing this, the audience at the live show only then realized a question. The memory scenes of Qin Shen and Yun Ningqiu being played at the moment were actually happening at the same time. They were like two intersecting lines, about to cross paths, and after crossing, they would soon separate, pulling farther and farther apart. Perhaps in the future, their lifelines would intersect again, but that would be 7 years later. Sigui's illness has relapsed, and Qin Shen is rushing back with antibodies and serum. I don't know if he can make it in time. Qin Shen has done so much for Shenzhou, but the people of Shenzhou don't know. Not only do they speak ill of him, but they also make it difficult for his wife and children, including us who were once close to him. Sigh. In the control room, barrage comments kept appearing. They were filled with endless sadness, sorrow, and a river of emotions flowing against the current. Xia Sigui, with her last bit of strength, shouted the words my dad is a world-renowned hero, and no one knew how many people were moved to tears. Yun Ningqiu, amidst the crowd's beatings and insults, desperately opened the phone left by Qin Shen, calling out his name, which was equally touching. This scene seemed like a silent pantomime without sound. Black and white images, no sound, only the warmth and coldness experienced by a mother and daughter. The disease is not scary. What is scary is people. And all of this turned into a picture belonging to Qin Shen, with his angry, anxious, and praying face. With hope, the first ascending helicopter entered the territory of China. This time, he only wanted to save his daughter. But no one was happy, and no one was excited. There was only sadness and lamentation, because everyone knew that Xiao Si returned, in the end, died. Qin Shen was ultimately a step too slow. I thought that the selfless sacrifice of Qin Jianfeng's family was the darkest moment in Qin Shen's life, but I didn't expect that there is no darkest, only darker. They say that heaven has the virtue of being kind to the good, but why did it take Xiao Si's life? Perhaps Qin Shen is the one who should have become the darkest. At the scene of the program, everyone had red eyes, silently watching the current picture. Some turned their heads away, unable to bear to see what would happen next. After Yun Ningqiu put on the memory mind reading device, people could not only see Qin Shen's memory images, but also Yun Ningqiu's memory images. They would witness how they had fallen into the most desperate abyss and how they had climbed up step by step, carrying a heart full of hatred and the fire of revenge, and fought their way out with the appearance of a weak woman, eventually becoming the first female war god of China. The picture continued. Inside the red wall, Long Qianzhang, who was originally in a rage, stopped in his tracks when he heard these words. What did you say? A helicopter broke into our airspace? Everyone could see that Long Qianzhang in the picture had his eyelids twitching. Yes, the helicopter came from overseas, and it was very fast. We warned them, but it was useless. His subordinates continued to report. With this statement, the atmosphere visibly became heavy. Long Qianzhang's heart was pounding. Who is in the plane? Well, you better see for yourself. Soon, the transmitted image from the radar survey arrived. A helicopter rushed into the airspace of China at a visible speed. The man in the fighter jet was furious, with an unstoppable and earth-shattering momentum. He was Qin Shen. Boom! As soon as Long Qianzhang saw the person clearly, his mind instantly roared, and his expression became blank. The phone in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. The vast red wall became eerily quiet. Qin Shen had returned. However, Long Qianzhang couldn't understand why Qin Shen had come back. This is not what we agreed upon. At this moment, Long Qianzhang's eyes were trembling. Suddenly, he remembered the phone call Yun Ningqiu had made. Originally, it was meant for Qin Shen, but the phone left by Qin Shen only had Long Qianzhang's number stored in it, so Yun Ningqiu called him instead. He understood. He understood everything. Qin Shen had come back to save his daughter. His daughter was infected with more than a dozen viruses, and this time, he had come back to save her. Thud! Long Qianzhang slumped back into his seat, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Inside the red wall, there was only the old and weary sigh of Long Qianzhang. The sky is falling. At this moment, all the audience at the scene of the program could feel Qin Shen's urgent state of mind and Long Qianzhang's fear. The sky of China was about to collapse. If it's the same timeline, Qin Shen should have been able to catch up. Why did Xiao Si still die? At this moment, a question was raised at the scene of the program. the scene instantly became chaotic. Who is the one who caused Xiaoxi's death? When the gaze returned to the unconscious Qin Shan and Yuning Chu, at this moment, everyone was astonished to find that the chests of the two were heaving violently, their emotions in turmoil. The image on Qin Shan's side quickly spread throughout the entire red wall. Not only Long Qianzhang, but also core figures such as Kai Gongmin and Qi Longwei were all shocked through the screen. They could all feel the chilling atmosphere that filled the scene. At this moment, Qi Longwei picked up the communicator and issued a stern order. Qin Shan, the traitor, has been found. All the military departments of Shenzhou, listen up. Immediately assemble your troops and spare no effort to apprehend the criminal Qin Shan at any cost. His voice carried a freezing coldness, echoing throughout the entire red wall. Everyone, including the audience at the live show and the netizens in the premiere rooms, constantly heard Qi Longwei's command. They were dumbfounded. Shenzhou was going to mobilize its forces to capture Qin Shan? Qi Longwei, have you gone mad? Long Qianzhang erupted in anger, slamming his hand on the conference table. The look in his eyes towards Qi Longwei was as if he wanted to devour him. I'm not the one who's gone mad, Long Qianzhang. It's you! Qi Longwei coldly shouted. Have you forgotten the recent public opinion in the country? Everything is because of the betrayal of our 5-star commander. The credibility of our military department has hit rock bottom. Now that he dares to come back, our military department must set an example and apprehend him to give the people an explanation. Qi Longwei's words were resounding, and his roar echoed throughout the red wall. Moreover, his eyes were filled with a chilling intent to kill. At the live show, the audience was dumbfounded. At this moment, they were only filled with shock. I might know why Xiaoxi died. A viewer spoke up, murmuring. I also know why Qin Shan didn't even get to see his daughter for the last time. The atmosphere at the live show suddenly quieted down. Everyone's faces were filled with incredulity, even unimaginable. Some people kept swallowing their saliva. There were things they didn't dare to say, but everyone understood in their hearts. On the internet, the barrage in the premiere rooms exploded completely. I really can't believe it. Qi Longwei actually ordered to apprehend Qin Shan. He is clearly a hero of Shenzhou and even undertook an undercover mission. Why would they treat him like this? That's right. Qin Shan returned to the country to save his daughter. His daughter can't die. Is there anything wrong with that? I'm so angry. That's because you are looking at the problem from Qin Shan's perspective. If you look at it from Long Qianzhang and their standpoint, Qi Longwei's decision is not wrong. In fact, in this matter, his reaction is even more decisive than Long Qianzhang's. Yes, for Qin Shan, he is a hero for returning to Shenzhou for his daughter. He is worthy of praise, even tears. But from the military department's standpoint, Qin Shan is a traitor, a highly wanted criminal. Now that such a wanted criminal has returned, can they not apprehend him? The cold words couldn't suppress the anger in the barrage. But isn't he an undercover agent? Long Qianzhang and Qi Longwei should know about this, so why? Some people still brought up the fact that Qin Shan was an undercover agent. Soon, an explanation was given. Precisely because he is an undercover agent, Shenzhou wants to apprehend him. It's for the foreign countries and even the Spectre organization to see. If this traitor Qin Shan returns and we don't make any moves, it will definitely raise suspicions from the other side. In other words, Qin Shan is truly standing against our Shenzhou this time, do you understand? No one will help him, they will only do everything to capture him. Online, it was almost a riot. Countless barrage messages were filled with resentment and anger, mixed with the subjective emotions of netizens as they watched the projected images at this moment. At the scene, everyone fell silent. Why was Qin Shan one step too late? Why did Xiaoxi ultimately leave this world? The answers had already been revealed. But the truth was so cruel. The scene continued, still within the red wall. Long Qianzhang sat in his seat, his face twisted in a grimace, his teeth grinding. His eyes were protruding to the extreme, and the muscles on his face twitched incessantly. Making this decision was undoubtedly the most difficult and heartbreaking for Long Qianzhang. Qin Shan was like his own grandson, the one he led the team to save when he was young. He had high hopes for Qin Shan, hoping that Qin Zhenfeng would nurture him well so that he would become a valuable person for Shenzhou in the future. Now, he had to give the order to apprehend him, the person who carried all his hopes. Moreover, Qin Shan was not really a traitor, but an undercover agent. Everything was just an act. Long Qianzhang clenched his teeth tightly and shouted with all his strength, "All war departments of Shenzhou, receive my command, capture the traitor Qin Shan with all your might. No one is to hold back, anyone who disobeys the military order will be dealt with. Also, bring a small team with me to Tianjing 3rd Hospital." The crowd within the red walls quickly dispersed. Today's Tianjing was more solemn than any other day before. At this moment, there was only one person who didn't move within the red walls, and that was Qi Longwei. A cold smile appeared on his face as he took out a black and white photo from his pocket. In the photo was a young person. The audience remembered that it was Qi Tinglong, Qi Longwei's grandson. "Tinglong, your revenge will be avenged soon," Qi Longwei muttered, putting away the photo and leaving the red walls. The screen turned black. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded once again. Damn! I knew this old man had ulterior motives. He's taking advantage of this opportunity to make a real move. Qi Longwei clearly knows that Qin Chen is an undercover agent, yet he treats him as a real traitor. That's too much. Where's the justice? It's a good thing this old man is dead, otherwise, we would definitely have hacked him to death with our knives. There was no doubt that Qi Longwei's expression in his final moments revealed his ultimate goal of seeking revenge. Qi Tinglong, his grandson, died at the hands of Qin Chen. As Qi Tinglong's grandfather, Qi Longwei naturally sought revenge for Qin Chen. Sometimes revenge is so pure, it doesn't require a stance or a sense of right or wrong. Justice and fairness? They are just excuses made by those who create rules for those who abide by them. Soon, the scene changed. Qin Chen's fighter jet had already entered Shenzhou's airspace and was heading towards Tianjin at full speed. However, several fifth-generation fighter jets appeared behind him. Everyone's heart sank, knowing that the encirclement had begun. These fighter jets quickly caught up and surrounded Qin Chen's aircraft. Qin Chen noticed them, but his face remained cold, paying no attention. Traitor Qin Chen immediately stopped the aircraft, put your hands on your head, and squat in place. Repeat. Traitor Qin Chen immediately stopped the aircraft, put your hands on your head, and squat in place. The deafening sound of communication came through, echoing in Qin Chen's ears. The original pilot of the aircraft had already been frightened and fainted, but Qin Chen remained cold. His voice quickly transmitted through the aircraft's speakers. I must return to Tianjin today. You have 1 minute to leave, otherwise, whoever blocks me will die. At this moment, his face was so cold, his eyes so fierce. In his heart, there was only his daughter. Even if the emperor himself came, he wouldn't give face. Instructor. Inside the hovering fifth-generation fighter jets were members of the 5th Air Squadron. They were Qin Chen's former students. Their angry roars carried both anger and determination. If it were someone else, they would have opened fire without hesitation. But that person was their instructor. They couldn't bring themselves to do it. Open fire. Soon, a deafening roar came through the communication device. It was the captain of the 5th Air Squadron, who ultimately gave the order. However, his voice was trembling. Military orders were like mountains, they couldn't be disobeyed. In the end, shells were fired at the helicopter where Qin Chen was. The audience on site saw this scene and their hearts were in their throats. How could a helicopter compete with the most advanced 5th-generation fighter jets? However, an unexpected scene occurred. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The bullets fired by the 5th-generation fighter jets all grazed the edge of the helicopter and flew past. They all exploded on the mountain. Not a single bullet exploded on Qin Chen's helicopter. The speed of the 5th-generation fighter jets also slowed down, and Qin Chen took the opportunity to increase his speed and flew towards the distance. The team leader of the 5th Air Squadron immediately reported to the headquarters, "This is the 3rd Squadron of the 5th Air Squadron, we can't stop him. The target is heading towards Tianjin and is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. After a long separation, the number of members in the 5th Air Squadron had already exceeded the first batch by a large margin. The team Qin Chen encountered was only the first batch. There were still the second and third batches. The 5th-generation fighter jets surrounded Qin Chen, but the responses from each squadron were surprisingly consistent. This is the 2nd Squadron of the 5th Air Squadron, we can't stop him. This is the 1st Squadron of the 5th Air Squadron, we can't stop him. Finally, all the fighter jets of the 5th Air Squadron landed together. All the pilots got out of their planes, looked up at the helicopter flying away, and their eyes turned red. Everyone saluted in unison and shouted, "Instructor, have a safe journey." The scene on the program was dead silent. Both the host Bing Bing and the audience at the scene were incredulous and wide-eyed. On the day when the traitor Qin Chen returned to the country, the entire Shenzhou War Department was mobilized. In theory, Qin Chen, with only one helicopter, would not survive. He might even be shot to death. However, the members of the 5th Air Squadron did surround Qin Chen, but they did not attack him. They only symbolically launched some bombs, bombing the mountains of Shizhou to create an intense battle scene. The content of their reports was also surprisingly consistent. They couldn't stop him. Really couldn't stop him? No, they didn't want to stop him. From the beginning, they had no intention of laying a hand on Qin Chen. They knew that they had all violated military orders, but everyone was laughing. As they laughed, their eyes became moist. "Instructor, you really are our forever instructor. To be honest, I didn't expect this outcome. Qin Chen is their forever instructor, they will never be able to lay a hand on him." Qi Longwei must not have expected this outcome. The War Department is not just about strict military orders, but also deep comradeship. Is the 5th Air Squadron like this? Could other war departments be the same? They mobilized, but only to cooperate with the War Department in staging a play? In the broadcast room, bullet comments appeared. As this bullet comment appeared, countless people gave it a thumbs up. More and more people believed that the War Department would truly take action against Qin Chen. At most, it would be just a play. This should be Long Qinjiang's intention. If Long Qinjiang hadn't given the order, the War Departments under him would not have let Qin Chen pass so easily. What's going on? The Ace 5th Air Squadron couldn't stop Qin Chen? What have they been eating? The scene changed, and the roar of engines sounded. Qi Longwei was furious. In his opinion, Just the 5th Air Squadron alone could shoot down Qin Chen's helicopter. But they let him escape? After this is over, the 5th Air Squadron will be severely punished. After Qi Longwei finished roaring, he sneered, if you don't take action, someone else will. 10 minutes quickly passed, and Qin Chen finally arrived at Tianjin Airport. The helicopter slowly descended. Hurry! Hurry! In the airport below, a dense formation was gathering. Rows of fully armed soldiers stood together, holding loaded rifles. Each of them had a serious expression on their face as they looked up at the sky. The captains of each formation were sweating profusely. When they saw Qin Chen's helicopter slowly descending, their hearts were burning like flames, and their hearts were trembling. He's here! Finally, it has arrived. The hurricane swept through as Qin Chen's helicopter slowly descended. He walked out of the aircraft and glanced at the army stationed in Shizhou. Qin Chen's eyes remained cold, showing no trace of fear. Click, click, click. In the next moment, everyone aimed their guns at Qin Chen, their expressions tense. Step aside. Qin Chen growled like a wild beast. A fierce and ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and his overwhelming killing intent filled the Tianjin airport, making everyone's hair stand on end. Teach, Qin Chen. As a traitor, it's better for you to surrender quickly to avoid getting hurt. The captain of a square formation spoke, looking at Qin Chen with a complex expression. All the captains of the square formations trembled as they looked at the figure before them, filled with ferocity. In their eyes, there was not only awe, but also respect and reluctance. Qin Chen used to be a 5-star commander with many talented subordinates. Many of his soldiers have now become influential figures in the military. It is ironic that they have to face each other in battle. Make way! Faced with so many firearms, Qin Chen remained indifferent and continued to walk forward. Finally, he reached the front of a captain, raised his head, and gave him a cold glance. It was this glance that made the captain's legs go weak and his heart tremble. What kind of eyes were those? They seemed to be filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I'll say it one last time, step aside. Qin Chen's voice suddenly lowered, and a tremendous pressure filled the entire scene. Everyone was suffocated by the pressure, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened. One by one, the square formations made way in front of him. In the end, they completely cleared a path for him. The audience at the scene was stunned by this sight. Can one person really have such a commanding presence? This is the power of the War Department. Although the troops haven't fully assembled yet, it is absolutely terrifying. Surprisingly, they were scared away by a single glance from Qin Chen. At this moment, everyone truly realized how terrifying Qin Chen's intimidation was. Don't let him through. Shoot him. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. A man with a stubble on his face was sitting in a jeep not far away, roaring in anger. The audience recognized him as Wei Tongming, a member of the Qi Longwei faction. He was here to witness the situation on behalf of Qi Longwei. With Wei Tongming's roar, everyone reacted and once again aimed their guns at Qin Chen. Stop! Don't move forward anymore. But Qin Chen remained calm. Shoot, if you don't want this place to turn into a river of blood. His voice was so calm, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spines. At this moment, everyone heard the 4 words Qin Chen had said before. Whoever blocks, dies. At this moment, everyone felt that the Qin Chen of that time had a hint of darkness. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled once again. The sound of a steel collision resounded. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed throughout the scene. A strong aura of killing quietly spread. Another group had arrived. The Tianjin airport that day was completely surrounded, with no way in or out. Traffic was blocked. No one knew what had happened. Good, very good. Qin Chen scanned the entire scene, his voice completely icy. You also want to stop me? You also want to stop me? The vast Tianjin airport fell into a deathly silence, with only Qin Chen's cold and almost indifferent voice. The audience at the scene were all stunned. At this moment, what they saw was a dense formation of the War Department, fully armed and on high alert. Helicopters hovered in the sky, creating a true net of heaven and earth. In contrast, Qin Chen was alone from beginning to end. But one person was equivalent to 1,000 troops. For a moment, a strong aura of iron and blood filled the air, as if the climate had suddenly entered a cold winter night in the formation. All the soldiers were focused and holding their breath, staring intently at the man in front of them. This man is the highest 5-star commander in the original Shenzhou, a person who carries the weight of a nation. He has shouldered the responsibility of the country multiple times, saving the people from crisis. Wherever he is, there will be peace in the western seas. However, at this moment, he stands on the opposite side of them. Not only does he glare at them with fierce eyes, but he has also betrayed the country and leaked confidential information to external forces. He is a criminal of the nation. In the formation, pairs of shocked, complex, and astonished eyes look at Qin Chen, without saying a word. The barrage in the live chat room also explodes at this moment. I never expected this situation. The Tianjin airport was completely sealed that day, with no cars within 100 miles, and the citizens couldn't get close. Is this the scene inside? Qin Chen used to be a hero of the Shenzhou War Department, but now he is the most hated person in the department. At that time, people who were unaware really treated him as a traitor. But Qin Chen is not wrong, he just wants to save his daughter. He is just a bait to attract the attention of the Shenzhou War Department. After attracting their attention, the main god will send people to infiltrate Shenzhou and release biochemical virus weapons. The main god shouldn't arrive in Tianjing so quickly, so there is still enough time to save Shaoxi. The key is that the people from the War Department cannot interfere. Barrages continue to flood the screen. The current situation makes everyone sweat. The audience wants Qin Shen to pass through here, but they don't want Qin Shen to harm the people from the Shenzhou War Department. Traitor Qin Shen, why don't you surrender? At this time, Wei Tongming's voice came through the screen. You have brought such a disaster to Shenzhou. The War Department kindly nurtured you, but you didn't live up to expectations. You became a 5-star commander. You could have continued to maintain this glory. Why did you betray? The War Department will not tolerate traitors. Wei Tongming's voice was like thunder, filled with endless killing intent. The north wind blew, and the world became desolate. The atmosphere here became even more oppressive. Chaos and noise, drums and gongs. It seemed like a war was about to break out. Even if his merits are not enough, it cannot erase all the contributions Qin Shen has made to Shenzhou. He is from the Qi Longwei faction, just using this opportunity to settle personal grievances. The barrage is dissatisfied with Wei Tongming's focus on Qin Shen's faults and not mentioning his merits. However, Qin Shen still stands tall, observing coldly. Why don't you surrender? Wei Tongming sneered. Seeing the former 5-star commander now reduced to a prisoner, he felt a sense of satisfaction. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Alright, I'll let you see the strength of the Shenzhou War Department. After speaking, Wei Tongming clapped his hands again. Boom! The ground trembled once more. Another massive formation surged forward like a tidal wave, approaching with great force. The number was so large that it seemed endless. Just a rough estimate made the audience's scalp tingle. Countless troops gathered together, like spears covering the mountains, their breath alone as heavy as thunder. The audience widened their eyes. There really is someone who can mobilize such a large force to capture a country. But Qin Shen's eyes remained indifferent. He stood with his hands behind his back, facing such a formidable lineup, still calm and composed. Is that all? He asked coldly. Wei Tongming laughed heartily. Isn't this enough? Qin Shen, you are indeed formidable, but no matter how formidable you are, can you break through this net of heaven and earth? Wei Tongming's face was full of smiles, showing that he was in a good mood. However, in the next moment, crash! The arriving troops in formation all dropped their guns and knives. Their movements were uniform and trembling. Each of them had a vivid dragon pattern on their heavy armor. Each person had a cold and stern expression, exuding an intimidating aura. Without anger they looked at Qin Shen with a gaze that seemed to worship him, as if they were looking at their king. This sudden action shocked Wei Tongming and left the audience at the scene in awe. This team actually gave up on attacking Qin Shen? Qin Shen also saw this scene and his eyes became deep. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Wei Tongming looked at this scene, his cheeks twitched fiercely, and he angrily shouted at them. The War Department has ordered us to capture Qin Shen. Why did you put down your guns? The man at the head of the team had a crew cut and a serious expression, exuding an aura of authority. He took a step forward and bowed deeply to Wei Tongming, saying, Please tell Mr. Wei to inform the War Department that the Commander-in-Chief of the Divine Dragon Cavalry, Wang Changsheng, requests to step down. The airport was quiet, only his low and resolute voice could be heard. Wei Tongming was dumbfounded upon hearing this. The audience at the scene was also shocked by what they saw. Did I hear correctly? This captain actually wants to step down? They would rather step down than be enemies with Qin Shen. Before everyone could react, the entire Divine Dragon Cavalry dropped to one knee in unison and shouted at Wei Tongming. The entire Divine Dragon Cavalry requests to step down. Their voices were like a roaring flood, and Wei Tongming's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene. This scene was too shocking, as the entire War Department's Divine Dragon Cavalry was stepping down. This was definitely a huge blow to the War Department. Wang Changsheng, do you know what you're saying? Wei Tongming regained his composure and shouted loudly, You actually want to step down? Can you justify this to the War Department and to the Divine Dragon Cavalry? Wang Changsheng's gaze remained calm. I apologize to the Divine Dragon Cavalry. But Wang Changsheng is a person who repays kindness. I cannot pull the trigger against the Commander-in-Chief. We cannot pull the trigger against the Commander-in-Chief either. The Dragon Cavalry behind him also shouted. You! Wei Tongming's eyes trembled, and he almost fainted. But before Wei Tongming could react, more and more captains of the formations bowed. Mr. Wei, this matter is over. We also request to step down. I'm stepping down too. Me too. My life was saved by the Commander-in-Chief. How can I shoot at him? Isn't that going against righteousness? I won't do it. I remember clearly that although the Commander-in-Chief is the Commander-in-Chief, he never puts on airs. On the battlefield, he always charges at the forefront. Yes, not only that, the Commander-in-Chief treats all his subordinates equally, regardless of rank. We are all brothers. I will never meet a leader like him again in my lifetime. If I have to shoot at the leader, I would rather not be a soldier. As Wang Changsheng and a captain of a formation were the first to propose stepping down, more and more people in the airport began to speak up. Clatter! 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 It was visible to the naked eye that more and more people were dropping their guns, their eyes red as they stared at Qin Shen, their teeth clenched. 1, 2, 10. Finally, all the formations put down their guns, and everyone looked at that lonely and upright figure with complex expressions. The sunlight poured down on him, elongating his figure infinitely. The audience at the scene seemed to be in a daze. The man who once wore the uniform of a general, who carried the weight of the nation on his shoulders from beginning to end, had returned. No, he had never left, he had always been here. This scene seemed to freeze, deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Many people's eyes turned red, and they kept wiping away tears with tissues. I was moved to tears. Although military orders are like mountains, they simply cannot bring themselves to point their guns at Qin Shen. Perhaps, they have already prepared themselves for this to be their last mission and have voluntarily requested to step down. Qin Shen's influence is immense. It can be said that he represents the military of the entire nation. No matter how much Qi Longwei calculates, he could never have predicted that so many people at the arrest scene would drop their guns and refuse to shoot at Qin Shen, simply because he is Qin Shen, the former 5-star commander. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments kept coming. This scene can be said to be unexpected yet expected. From the moment Qin Shen piloted the first helicopter and charged into the airspace of the nation, when the 5th Air Squadron was dispatched to intercept him, they had already shown signs of letting him pass. They are all Qin Shen's soldiers, brothers. Who would shoot at Qin Shen? Even if military orders are like mountains. Even if Qin Shen is now considered a traitor. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Ha! This is the highest order from the military headquarters. He is a traitor. A traitor. Do you know what that means? Damn it. The world has gone mad. In the footage, Wei Tongming's angry and desperate roar could be heard. He was drenched in sweat, his face flushed, and his anger had reached its peak, resembling a madman. Qin Shen also looked at these people from the Western Zhou dynasty with a complex expression and said, I have already stepped down. I am no longer the 5-star commander. There is no need for all of you to do this. Led by Wang Changsheng, the people behind him, densely packed, all smiled. Under the sunlight, their smiles were genuine. Wang Changsheng looked at Wei Tongming with a calm expression and said, Mr. Wei, I want to ask you a question. In your entire life, have you ever risked your life for someone? As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Tongming was immediately stunned. Qin Shen took a deep breath, and his eyes seemed to be slightly moist. The live audience and the viewers in the online broadcast room fell into silence. Wang Changsheng's question was not only directed at Wei Tongming, but also at everyone in the vast nation of Shenzhou. In your entire life, have you ever risked your life for someone? Setting aside life and death, disregarding everything, and not caring about the consequences. We have. In the footage, Wang Changsheng pointed at himself and the countless soldiers behind him and said. The camera not only focused on Wang Changsheng, but also on the endless number of soldiers behind him. They may not have names, perhaps they are just insignificant figures in the military camp, but at this moment, they were all the same. They were willing to risk their lives for one person, disregarding everything and not caring about the consequences, even if it meant disobeying military orders and offending the entire military headquarters, even if it meant facing severe punishment and possibly ruining their entire careers. They still had no regrets. Wang Changsheng raised his head slightly, looked at Qin Shen, and sincerely said, Mr. Wei, what you said is indeed correct. He is a traitor, but he is also our leader. We fought on the battlefield together, killed enemies together, drank together, and ate from the same pot as instructors. We don't believe he would betray the country. Mr. Wei, you can laugh at our foolishness. In the face of solid evidence, we still don't believe. But in this lifetime, one must believe in something. A 5-star commander doesn't need to be bestowed with a title. Regardless of whether he has stepped down as a 5-star commander, in our hearts, he, Qin Shen, will forever be the 5-star commander. Wang Changsheng's voice trembled intensely, and at this moment, tears shimmered in his eyes as well. The eternal 5-star commander. Thousands of people shouted in unison, their voices rising wave after wave, shaking the soul. Wei Tongming was also dumbfounded. The current situation had already gone beyond his control. He simply couldn't stop it. He could only make a phone call to Qi Longwei, Minister, something has happened. Most of the members of the military headquarters are stepping down. They don't want to take action against Qin Shen. Wei Tongming's voice trembled, and his eyes widened in horror. The strongest person is not determined by strength or background, but by belief. It gives a person's soul flesh and blood, color, and infects the people around them. There is no doubt that most of the people in the War Department of Shenzhou have been influenced by Qin Shen's charismatic personality. Even though Qin Shen is now a traitor, there is still a group of people who firmly believe in the beliefs they hold in their hearts. I already know. On the phone, Qi Longwei's face became extremely gloomy, even with a hint of anger. Wei Tongming knew the reason for Qi Longwei's anger, thinking that he could catch Qin Shen by setting up a trap and avenge Qi Tinglong. Unexpectedly, almost the entire War Department played him, as if they had secretly agreed not to lay a hand on Qin Shen. So what if he's a traitor? This is how people's beliefs work. When you believe in someone, no matter what they do, you will unconditionally believe in them. Minister, what should we do next? Wei Tongming asked with an unpleasant expression. Release him, revoke the arrest order. Xi Longwei's voice became even more gloomy. Compared to a traitor, the War Department cannot afford to lose so many high-ranking officials all at once. But Wei Tongming still felt unwilling. Release him. Xi Longwei suddenly sighed and said to Wei Tongming. The latter could only comply. The vast airport made way for Qin Shen to pass through. The scene did not end here. However, the live broadcast was already in complete silence. Everyone looked at the current scene, the scene of Qin Shen leaving along the path, and couldn't help but be captivated. In their minds, Wang Changxing's words kept echoing. In this lifetime, have you ever fought for someone with all your might? This sentence was quickly extracted by netizens and posted online, sparking discussions. Perhaps he's right. In this lifetime, we should fight for someone, even a group of people, with all our might. This person could be our parents, our loved ones, or even strangers. Miss Yun fought for her daughter, Miss Jiang fought for her former comrades, her fiancé Li Hao fought, and many others. Actually, if we talk about the most determined person, it should be Qin Shen. He is fighting for the entire Shenzhou. At the scene of the show, everyone looked at this scene with complex expressions, their eyes unwilling to leave. The scene continued. Qin Shen was rushing towards his daughter at the fastest speed, but soon, he received a call from the main god. The main god chuckled. It seems my decision was correct. I had you attract the attention of the Shenzhou War Department. They would never have expected that I have already secretly infiltrated Shenzhou. The trial release of the biochemical virus, I placed it in Tianjin Great Wall Mountain. Great Wall Mountain? Why there? Qin Shen frowned and asked. The main god continued to laugh, because the Great Wall holds extraordinary significance for the entire Tianjin city, and even the whole Shenzhou. Shenzhou values things with such a long history and commemorative meaning too much, and that will make them pay the price. A cold light flashed in Qin Shen's eyes as he asked, now the entire attention of the Shenzhou War Department is on me, what else do I need to do? You don't need to do anything. Your mission is already complete. Oh, by the way, do you remember the little girl I mentioned, the mother body? The main god's tone suddenly changed, and he laughed. The virus has already spread within her. After speaking, he hung up the phone. At this moment, the audience noticed that Qin Shen, who had hung up the phone, had undergone a cold and fierce change in both expression and demeanor. There was a sharpness in his eyes, filled with killing intent. The Great Wall stretches for 800 miles, countless tombstones. There are not many of you, nor are there few of you. Whoosh! The scene of the show instantly stirred up a huge wave. The audience's faces changed instantly, once again recalling the shocking world of the biochemical virus weapon test. Although the accident happened in Tianjin, none of the dead were Chinese. They were more like victims of a massacre. Decaying, pus-filled bodies were all thrown into a huge pit, forming a small mountain. When the police arrived at the scene, they were shocked by what they saw. Even the pictures taken at the time couldn't be published in the newspapers. Did Qin Shen do this? The scene continues. Qin Shen clearly had a plan, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry as he continued towards the city center. The city center was bustling. It seemed that there were also vehicles heading towards the center. Although the scale couldn't compare to Tianjin Airport, it was still significant. At this moment, the audience's attention turned to Yuningchu's screen. Seeing her daughter faint, Yuningchu hurriedly ran over and picked her up, crying uncontrollably. Seeing this, Dr. Lu Haoda's expression changed. Is this wild seed dead? Don't die in the hospital, what bad luck. Hurry up and take her back and bury her in a pit. She can still be saved. She can still be saved. Save my daughter. Yuningchu's crying voice didn't stop. She was on the verge of collapse. But Dr. Lu Haoda didn't even let her register. In the end, the mother and daughter were thrown out like beggars. You will suffer retribution. At the entrance of the hospital, Yuningchu held her daughter and cried out. Lu Haoda sneered. What retribution could he face? Just as they were about to close the door, the stones on the ground started shaking. It felt like an earthquake, spreading throughout the west. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Run! The tremors became stronger and stronger. Everyone from the third hospital ran out, including Lu Haoda. However, as soon as they left the hospital, they were shocked by what they saw. Yuningchu followed the sound and couldn't believe her eyes. The entire third hospital was surrounded and packed with soldiers. All the onlookers were shocked by this scene. They took out their phones and started taking pictures. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, an old man got out of the car. With white hair and a strong presence, it was Long Qianzhang, the leader of the Chinese military. Lu Haoda saw him and was so scared that he immediately knelt down. He was extremely excited. You are the leader of the War Department, General Long? Get out of the way. But Long Qianzhang kicked him aside and walked, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, quickly approaching Yuningchu. Miss Yun, how are you? Seeing this scene, Lu Haoda and everyone who had beaten up Yuningchu were stunned. Yuningchu didn't care about them at all. She just held her daughter tightly in her arms. My daughter is sick, please save my daughter. Long Qianzhang's eyes immediately narrowed. His heart felt like it was about to explode. He turned around and shouted angrily, hurry up and save her. With this shout, everyone from the third hospital was terrified. They didn't care about any procedures and quickly took Yuningchu and Xiaoxi to the operating room. On the way, Xiaoxi woke up. She murmured weakly, "Daddy, why hasn't Daddy come yet?" Seeing Xiaoxi in pain, Long Qianzheng took out a big white rabbit candy from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Child, eat this candy, it won't hurt anymore." Xiaoxi pushed it away and said, "I don't want to eat, I want Daddy." After her daughter was taken into the operating room, Yuningchu anxiously waited outside. Surprisingly, Long Qianzheng seemed even more anxious than her. Lu Haoda and his group were trembling with fear. In their eyes, Long Qianzheng didn't even know Yuningchu. He was just kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see them bullying the poor mother and daughter. Ding! The door of the operating room opened quickly. It was only 2 minutes apart. Yuningchu rushed over. The nurse who came out had a paler face than paper. She shook her head and said, "It's too late, she's gone." Upon hearing this news, Yuningchu's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Long Qianzheng's hand also trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but at this moment, a figure rushed over in a hurry. It was Qin Chen. At this point, the memory scenes of Qin Chen and Yuningchu synchronized. The synchronized scene was the scene of their daughter leaving this world. At this moment, the audience on site became nervous. It felt like an invisible hand was tightly gripping them. The air became so thick that it was almost impossible to breathe. The memory scenes of Qin Chen and Yuningchu synchronized. In the scene, Qin Chen was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, making him look like he hadn't slept for days. He walked towards Long Qianzheng like a walking corpse. He walked faster and faster. Finally, he arrived in front of Long Qianzheng and shouted, "Where is my daughter? How is my daughter?" No one responded. The audience fell into silence. Some dared not look into Qin Chen's bloodshot eyes. Tears streamed down Long Qianzheng's aged eyes. This was the first time the audience had seen the old leader shed tears. The tears were filled with regret, self-blame, and anger. The scene was quiet, very quiet. The quiet atmosphere on site had already explained everything. Qin Chen looked down and saw Yuningchu unconscious. Her face was pale, devoid of any color. Her clothes were covered in muddy black footprints. Qin Chen tremblingly picked up Yuningchu and placed her on a bench. Then, as if he had lost his soul, he rushed into the operating room. At this moment, the scene seemed to turn gray, and everyone's colors turned gray. Only Qin Chen, in a daze, rushed to the operating table. There, he saw his daughter. She lay pale and still on the operating table, with an oxygen mask on her face. Qin Chen went mad. He looked crazed. His hands trembled as he took out antibodies and serum, then injected them into Xiao Sigui's body. However, there was still no sign of improvement. Why? Why didn't it work? Isn't this the antibody? Qin Chen turned around and shouted at everyone. At this moment, everyone seemed like frightened children, including Long Qianzheng, who dared not make a sound. The doctor in charge of the surgery walked over and said softly, "What you have in your hands is indeed the antibody serum, but you came too late. If you had come earlier, we could have saved her." Qin Chen didn't speak. Everyone saw him tremble heavily. He went to his daughter's side and looked at her pale and weak face, tears streaming down his eyes. He had faced death many times before. He had infiltrated enemy camps alone, always accompanied by life and death. But at that time, he had never been afraid. But now, he was scared. Trembling all over, his voice choked as he said, "Sigui. Sigui, wake up. Daddy is here. Open your eyes and look at Daddy. Daddy is not good. Daddy came too late. Open your eyes and see if Daddy is okay." A faint cough came. In her final moments, Xiao Sigui opened her eyes, and a smile appeared on her pale face. "Daddy, you're here?" Xiao Sigui weakly raised her hand, wanting to touch Qin Chen's cheek. Qin Chen quickly leaned over. "Daddy is here. It's all Daddy's fault. Daddy came too late. You'll be fine. You'll be fine." The audience fell silent. This was definitely the most disheveled Qin Chen they had ever seen. At this moment, he was gasping for breath, breathing heavily. Xiao Sigui managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "Sigui doesn't blame Daddy. Daddy is not a bad person. Daddy is a great hero. I can still see Daddy one last time. It's really good. It's so cold here." Xiao Sigui's voice grew weaker, her breathing becoming more rapid. She raised her hand, about to touch Qin Chen's cheek, but at the last moment, her little hand weakly fell down. Her eyes slowly closed. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Qin Chen's pupils shrank into tiny dots. Sigui. The quiet operating room was filled with the sound of an extremely mournful roar at this moment. All the onlookers felt a touch of sadness in their hearts. It felt like their hearts were being squeezed. The screen turned black. When the picture reappeared, it was in the hospital morgue. Qin Chen stood silently next to the cold bed, gently brushing his fingers over every inch of the bed's surface. His gaze fell on the figure wrapped in white cloth, unable to stand up and speak anymore. His eyes were filled with endless heartache and sorrow. Long Qianzheng stood silently behind him. Suddenly, he bent down deeply in front of Qin Chen, tears streaming down his face. This scene became eternal, deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, lingering for a long time. Almost all the audience were moved. The barrage in the live chat room exploded. Xiao Sigui, in the end, couldn't be saved. I've cried more than once. Sigui wasn't killed by the virus, but by the wickedness of people's hearts. If Ji Longwei hadn't ordered the capture of Qin Chen, and the doctors in the hospital hadn't refused to save her, maybe Si Gui could still be saved. Damn this world. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on the screen, and suddenly, this image appeared in their minds. Qin Chen was still standing quietly, but everyone around him, one by one, disappeared. In the end, only he was left, walking alone in the darkness, without even a shadow. Like a traveler in the night, silently carrying his own tombstone. No friends, no family, and no loved ones. There wasn't even a person he could talk to. Late at night, he woke up from a nightmare, breathing heavily, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Like a drowning person struggling and sinking. Do you think Qin Chen will really betray because of this? Suddenly, a barrage in the live chat room caught everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone's hearts were raised high. What is an undercover agent? Unable to return home, unable to speak to loved ones, betraying one's own soul and selling it to the devil. Even if a loved one dies in front of them, they cannot show a trace of hatred. How many people in the world can do this? Can Qin Chen really bear this loneliness, this darkness? This world is not fair, and it has never been fair. His daughter died, and Qin Chen lost his last hope. In fact, he was the one who should have turned to darkness. The online barrage surged, and the number of posts increased like mushrooms after rain. Gradually, a version began to circulate online. Qin Chen's daughter died, and his heart died with her. The moment he returned to China, the entire God's Land War Department wanted to capture him. His wife and daughter were treated so unfairly in the hospital, which ultimately led to his daughter's death. His heart began to waver. Are these the people he should protect? Is this the God's land he should protect? In the end, Qin Chen, who was completely disillusioned, truly embraced the darkness. As an undercover agent, he really betrayed them. This post was immediately reposted and published on major online platforms, appearing on the front page headlines of various websites. The number of clicks, comments, and even likes kept increasing, reaching a terrifying number. This post became authoritative. Many audience members at the scene of the show also came across this post. For a while, the crowd was furious. Taking advantage of the black screen during the memory playback, they took out their phones and fought back. After witnessing Qin Chen's memory playback on the show, the attitude of most of the audience towards him had quietly changed. From initial indignation and hatred, wanting to execute him immediately, it gradually turned into admiration, sympathy, and unwillingness. When Qin Chen single-handedly saved the country multiple times, they felt genuine respect from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Chen took off the military uniform of the 5-star commander, abandoned everything, and even carried the title of traitor. When he acted as an undercover agent, they realized for the first time that a person could also be so noble. When they saw the Qin family committing suicide and now seeing their daughter dead, the audience couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Now people only feel sorry for Qin Chen. Suddenly seeing this post, it is natural to stand up and fight back. Qin Chen has already lost so many people, all because of the damn undercover mission. If he gives up halfway, would he not be sorry for those who sacrificed? His foster father, his longing for home, and those nameless heroes who risked their lives for his mission. Green mountains as tombstones, yellow earth as graves. For such a hero, you may not like him, but you must respect him. Don't forget, we have the peaceful life we have now because of people like Qin Chen who carry heavy burdens. On the internet, the criticism has already begun. But there are also many people who hold a different view. Perhaps at that time, Qin Chen had a heart for righteousness and still believed in the so-called undercover mission. But as the people he cared about left him one by one, can you guarantee that his state of mind would not change? He is human, not a saint. Put yourself in his shoes. If I encountered such a situation, I might really feel cold-hearted and might even switch sides at the last moment. But you are not him, and you cannot represent Qin Chen. What we see now is only a short part of Qin Chen's life. Who can guarantee that he will remain unchanged? As time passed, the crowd who considered Qin Chen as the villain gradually increased. We are all spectators and have no right to express opinions. On the set, Jiang Baishui looked at the barrage on the forum on her phone, her lips cold. The debate on the internet continued. But as the debate went on, whether people wanted to admit it or not, they gradually discovered a fact. That is, they had studied Qin Chen for a long time, but still couldn't accurately capture his mindset. This person was full of too many variables. Although the Qin Chen in the footage endured humiliation and carried on for the undercover mission, he also did many things that angered both gods and men for the demons later on. Like a contradiction, everyone was right. And at this moment, the footage changed. Qin Chen left the hospital and passed by Long Shenzhang, his eyes incredibly cold and indifferent, as cold as an abyss. Looking at Qin Chen's icy gaze, everyone was stunned. They vaguely remembered that Qin Chen respected the old leader very much, but at this moment, the way he looked at the old leader was like looking at a stranger, even an enemy. This caused a deep change in the facial expressions of the audience on site. It also made those who believed that Qin Chen had truly betrayed speak out even more. It seems that the death of his daughter has had a great impact on him. The seeds of betrayal have taken root in his heart. His stance has changed. Sighs of regret sounded one after another at this moment. Qin Chen's figure disappeared into the crowd. In Yuningchu's memory footage, Yuningchu also woke up quietly. When Qinshen came, Yuningshu was still in a coma, so she didn't know that Qinshen had been there. She only knew about her daughter's death. Yuningshu immediately lost her soul, trembling all over. True despair has no sound. The whole world turned gray. Yuningshu's tears